Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was neglected and taken by mystical tribes, Harry X Daphne. It will have more than 10+ parts with 2 seasons, so please subscribe. It's part 2. Also, join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Amelia Bones had a tiring day. When she left the Port of London, she was called into the Auror office by Gawain Robards, who was quite insistent. If it had been any other Auror, she would have delegated one of her subordinates to look into the matter, but this was the Auror she had assigned to track the Dursleys. Another team was gathering evidence and recording statements from the neighbors near the Muggles' former home. While they were not able to say much, because they had seen very little of Harry over the years, their stories were remarkably consistent. They stated that Harry was mostly kept at home and indoors. What glimpses they did get of him how that he never had clothes that fit, he was pale and underfed. There were far too many times that they heard him crying or shouting in pain. A few years ago, he had gone off to some boarding show. And they did not see or hear much of him after that. Then one of the Aurors encountered Mrs. Fig, the cat-obsessed neighbor who looked after Harry whenever the Muggles went off to do something fun. Her investigators Hammer and Daly knocked on the door gently. When Arabella Fig opened the door, Daly flashed his badge to her. "Hello ma'am, we with law enforcement." Arabella smiled at them brightly. "No, you are not. You are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. I can see the wands sheathed in your sleeves, and I know that there are at least 2 more Aurors at number 4 Privet Drive." Daly's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Are you a witch?" "We don't have any record of a witch or wizard, other than Harry Potter, living in the area." She scowled at them. "I am not a witch but a squib." The minister. "Why in the houses aren't so fussed about keeping track of us, are they? I mean, once they discover that we are not blessed with the abundant gifts of Mother Magic, they send us off to live as Muggles and take no more trouble about us. So, it's not too surprising that you have no record of me living here, is it?" Hammer raised her hands in surrender. "I know what you mean, Mrs. Fig. I am a half-blood. My mother, who was a pureblood, was disowned for marrying a Muggle-born. My partner, Daly, here is a Muggle-born. We are not the people who deserve your anger." Arabella shrugged. "I'm not angry anymore. My own family abandoned me 40 years ago and never troubled to find out what became of me. There are almost none of them left anyway." Quote, Daly asked her, "If you would not consider it too much of an intrusion, would you tell me which family you come from?" Before Fig could answer, Hammer interrupted. "You are a daughter of the Montrose family, aren't you? The second-born child and only daughter. To be born in the Montrose family in about a century and declared dead around her 12th birthday. I distinctly remember my mother telling how Lady Montrose had wasted away in sorrow for her daughter. Their son had joined you-know-who and was killed by Alistair Moody in the First War. Moody told me that the boy was magically very weak and all he had been able to do was fire a bone breaker, which Di batted aside and peppered the boy with a chain spell of Reducto Confringo Bombarda. He said that the duel hardly lasted for 5 seconds. Now the Lord Montrose is the only one alive and advancing in age. I would give him only a couple more years." Later, Arabella had given them a vast and detailed account of the life of Harry Potter with the Muggles. They recorded the entire interview with Ste. Adely increasing distaste and horror at the treatment Harry had endured at the hands of the Muggles. Daly was thankful that the Muggles had left Privet Drive, or she would have cursed them beyond all recognition with all the hexes and jinxes that she knew. Amelia had received their reports and ordered Robards to move in to apprehend the Muggles this morning. While the son was easily found with the sister of Vernon Dursley and was taken into custody, Vernon and Petunia were missing. Robards had failed to track the Muggles. Then she asked Remus for the tracking device. Using the device, they were located on a rock, some distance out to sea. While she was seeing Harry off at the port of London, Roberts went to the shack on the rock to arrest the Dursleys. He was just reporting in now. Very tired, Amelia entered her office and sent a paper plane to Robards. Within a few minutes, he strode through her office door and stood at ease before her desk. Sitting alertly and looking determined, she asked, "What is the report, Gawain? Did you get the Muggles?" Robards hesitated for a second before starting to speak. "Ma'am, we apprehended them all right and brought them in, but someone else got there first." "What do you mean?" she asked, annoyed. "I have had a tiring day, Robards, and I am not in a mood for riddles. Ma'am, when we entered the cottage, we found Vernon Dursley slumped on the floor of the cottage, whimpering and babbling in pain, saying that his body was burning, his bones were broken and his blood was clotted. A few diagnostic spells revealed that there was not much physically wrong with him, but he was suffering the after effects of a series of rather nasty dark spells. Whatever they were, he believed that he had suffered all the torture he described and was still feeling the effects. He did have a few broken bones and his ribs were badly bruised, but that was all. We took him to St. Mungo's, where he is under observation now. We found Petunia in a worse state than him. She looked like someone had viciously broken her bones, and we discovered liberal use of some mind-altering spells. She was taken to St. Mungo's, where the healers said that the torturer knew what he was doing, because the amount of pain he inflicted on her was enough to keep her in bed for a month or so, but will not kill her or permanently incapacitate her. There was a letter recovered from H.R. person which said that she was being paid her comeuppance for her actions towards Harry Potter, and that he will return for her again when she is cured." Amelia shuddered, picturing what had been done to the Dursleys. She was sure this was not the work of Death Eaters. They would have killed them outright. This was someone who wanted vengeance against the Dursleys for what they had done to Harry Potter. Maybe someone from the Order, but she could not say who. Maybe Albus can find out later. She was not sure what she would do under the same circumstances. She decided that she was not going to try too hard to find out who had done this. She instructed Gawain to take care of that part of the investigation and to keep the Muggles under guard until they were well enough to be tried for child abuse. She had just returned to her manor, when Susan, very excited, came barreling up to her and embraced her tightly. Smiling, Amelia ruffled her hair. "Calm down, Susie. What are you excited about? Did the thoughts of a messy raven-haired, green-eyed Gryffindor excite you that much?" Susan blushed and squeaked, "Auntie." After some time, Susan asked her, "Is he gone, Auntie?" She smiled at Susan sadly. "Yes, Susie. He has gone to learn magics we do not have access to. It is his destiny. But don't be sad. I have it firmly etched into his mind that the moment he returns, he has to visit you or face the consequences." Susan, who was still blushing, scowled at her. "Auntie, I did not ask you to threaten my betrothed. You should not have given fright to the poor guy. If you threaten him like this, he might be scared of you." Amelia laughed at her. "He is Harry Potter, Susie. He does not fear anyone. It will do him some good to know that there is a witch who can intimidate him." Seeing no resh on her cheeks, Amelia continued, "Susie, we all will be fighting a war soon, and I know how bloody wars can get, but remember that is no excuse to stop living. There is no guarantee that we all will escape the war unscathed. People will die and we will not be able to do anything about it. We both know that Harry Potter will lead us in the war, but you will need to stand with him, holding him and supporting him." Susan nodded her head. "I know, Auntie." Amelia whipped out her wand and shot a stinging hex at her. "However, that will not stop me from hexing you at every available moment if you forget to live your life. The war will not last forever, and I would be angry if you forgot to live." Susan nodded and then said, "So where did Harry go, Auntie?" "You never told me, Susan. This is being kept a secret for the time being. The man that he went with is virtually unknown to anyone. The only one who perhaps knows him is Albus Dumbledore. However, I am not even sure if Albus knows him," Amelia said, frustrated. "The only thing that I know is that he belongs to some sort of order and comes from India. The Indians have a very rich heritage of magic, and they do not have the same restrictions over magic like we do. They use magic without inhibitions of light or dark. Whatever they teach Harry Potter will definitely not be stunning spells or bone-breaker curses. He will be learning magic which can kill hundreds in one go. Magic that we have forgotten or we are not able to perform anymore. Today I saw one of their accomplishments, a ship. A ship? How can a ship be so special, Auntie? Asked Susan skeptically. The ship named Marichica is special. I have found references to that ship in old secret archives of the Ministry, and those records go back to the times when House of Longbottom was not even established. They have always appeared throughout the course of our history in Britain and have been instrumental in several of our wars, said Amelia. The ship itself is absolutely amazing. It has wardstones the size of boulders and is propelled magically with no mechanism whatsoever. The most incredible thing is that it can fly. Susan was amazed. I still cannot believe that you refused to take me with you. She pouted. I would have liked to see the ship. Amelia smiled at her. Would you have been looking at the ship, or a certain raven-haired wizard that you fancy? Auntie, she squeaked in protest but did not say anything, knowing that anything she said would not make any difference. Now Susie, you are to start your training soon, said Amelia. Are you ready for the trainers? Who will be the trainers? She asked, interested. This is an idea which has been bouncing around since the third task. You see, I do not often agree with the headmaster, but he proposed that people close to Harry Potter need to be ready. She explained, he has a knack for attracting trouble like honey attracts flies, and he thought that it would be wiser if we train the younger children to hold their own. Nothing fancy, mind you, but enough to get them through any tight spots they might find themselves in. To that end, Susie, I have fetched the family grimoire for you, and you will start learning what you can from it. I will make time for you to oversee your training when I am able. Needless to say, this part of your training must remain secret. Susan nodded. Who will I be training with and who will be our teacher? Professors McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick and Remus Lupin have agreed to train you all, she said, and Alistair Moody has assured me that he will make sure that you all are in top form by the time you are done with training. Who are the others and where will we train? Asked Susan curiously. The Weasley children, you, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger have been proposed initially, but with time, they may bring others into the fold. The training will take place 4 hours a day and thrice a week. The training place is kept the Fidelius charm, and Dumbledore is the secret keeper, she said. The training will commence the day after tomorrow and will continue for 4 weeks. In that time, you will learn how to apply what you have been learning these last 4 years in combat. After all, you can't expect that knowing how to turn a match into a needle will help you much in a fight. Susan nodded, knowing that this was going to be an opportunity for her to know others who were a part of Harry's life and will be a part of her life when they eventually married. Mistress Susie. Her attention was taken by her elf Tweaky, this being in your trunk. The buggy is restless. Buggy. Susan tried to think what the elf was talking about until she saw the jar that Hermione had given her. There was a bug in the jar. Oh, she is not a bug, Tweaky. Taking the jar from the elf, she pompously presented the jar to Amelia. Auntie, allow me to present you my new pet, Rita Skeeter. Amelia, who was drinking a butter beer, choked on it. Rita Skeeter. Susie, your sense of humor is simply awful. Susan grinned maniacally at her. Auntie, this bug is an unregistered animagus. A nefarious witch who goes by the name of Rita Skeeter. Amelia almost snatched the jar from her. Casting a stunning spell, she opened the jar and forced the beetle into her original form. Seeing the infamous witch stunned in her manner, she smirked maliciously. This was a perfect opportunity for her to exact vengeance for the many things that she had done to all of them. How did you capture her, Susie? Asked Amelia, curiously. Susie related in detail how Hermione Granger had figured out what was going on and had captured her on the windowsill of the hospital wing when Harry was brought there after the third task. Susan knew that Rita will not be having a good time in Azkaban, where she will be staying for a minimum sentence of 12 years, the official punishment for being an unregistered animagus. Add the punishment for leaking secret information she had accessed through the years by using her illegal form. Amelia could not see Skeeter getting out anytime soon. The wretch would get her day in court soon enough, but, for now, Amelia had other uses for her. Calling her elf, she ordered Skeeter to Be imprisoned in one of the dungeons which had anti-animagus, anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Black Townhouse. Molly Weasley was worried. The war had not even started and everyone was gearing up for it. If she had her way, she would have kept the children away from the war. It was not their duty to fight the war, but as Dumbledore pointed out, Harry Potter was the linchpin to this war. Everybody would either ally themselves against Harry Potter or they will fight under his banner. When Dumbledore had proposed training for the children and included her children into it, she had put her foot down and sternly refused. While she was not Hermione's mother, she felt that she could speak for her, knowing what was best for her, but then Dumbledore pulled out a letter which gave her parents permission for her participation in the training program. In fact, Hermione Granger had quit her vacations for this and was arriving this evening to Grimmauld Place. The twins had fought against her decision and nothing she said had convinced them. Arthur had not helped matters either by saying that they were of age and free to make their choices. Nobody understood that she was worried for their innocence. War took people's innocence away. Last evening, Harry Potter had left for goodness knows where. Till recently she had thought that he would always listen to her, but he had outright refused her every time she tried to dissuade him. He had gently but firmly told her he loved her like he would love his favorite aunt, but she was not his mother. She remembered when he had recounted his experience of limbo while he was in the hospital wing. He had told everyone what his family had advised him to do. At last, she was left with only Ronald and Ginevra, whom she could stop from joining the training, but Arthur had pointed out to her that they were not going to make killers of them but only teach them, as they had no decent teachers in their years of education other than Remus. It was only right that they learn at least some of the basic things like stunning, shielding, etc. Molly herself had attended dueling classes during her time at Hogwarts and knew a fair bit about it, but those classes had been abolished after the dueling instructor had turned out to be a Death Eater, and there had not been any decent teachers for Dada for years. It was a miracle that the students managed to get their owls and newts. She still remembered Percy telling her and Arthur how grateful he was that Remus was teaching at Hogwarts in his newt's year, and he was the reason that he got an E in his Dada newt. The argument that the training was only for self-defense and this would help them in their studies had convinced her to agree reluctantly. Sirius Black was feeling morose since Harry Potter left for India, but he felt some comfort knowing that his godson will come back armed with knowledge to defeat that monster. This was important for them to start preparing for the war, which was almost at the door. The spies of the Order had not found anything substantial, but they were keeping vigil over everything that was happening in the magical world. Voldemort and his followers were not yet in the open, but they were approaching people, trying to recruit them, and it was starting to be the same as the last war. If Voldemort did not come out in the open soon, then it would be too late for the magical world to know of the danger it was in. It was a great blessing that they had Amelia Bones on their side in the war, and she was preparing the Aurors. Any problems that she was facing due to Fudge being a fool would vanish by the time Harry Potter returned and took his rightful place on the Wizengamot. Amelia had taken it upon her to revive the Grand Alliance, and together, they would be able to make a difference. Harry Potter had left last evening, and since then Sirius had been staying in his room, partly out of the longing and pain he felt for his son, and partly because the Weasley miscreants had taken it upon themselves to make him the victim of their next prank. Molly Weasley had taken them to task for causing so much trouble, but they were undeterred. So far, they did not target Remus, thinking that Sirius was an easy target. What they had failed to take into account was that Sirius was always the one who executed the pranks with James during their time at Hogwarts. Till the time Harry returned, Sirius could enjoy pranking the hell out of everyone. He had a reputation to live up to. For the time being, his recuperation had been going very well. His health had been reaching its former state, but his skills were rusty. It had been years since he had fought a proper duel. To be at the side of his godson, old need to be at the peak of his health and skills. While he had heard about the training program, he had not given it much thought, considering it was for children, but on introspection, he thought he could do with some training to help him to get into shape before anything else. So, he had hounded Dumbledore and pestered McGonagall until they caved in and allowed him to be a part of the training. He knew that he would not need to train with them all the time, but since he owned the training facility, he decided to do something he had never thought he would. Sneaking to Diagon Alley, Ad went to his family vault and brought the family grimoire. While the family magic did not accept him as Lord of Black, he had no problem using it. He had decided that when others were not using the training facility, he would learn his family magic, and to that end, he had asked Winky to be ready whenever he needed her to take him there. Moony had agreed that he would help bring him to the top of his form. He also proposed to make Nymphadora a part of the family training, but Sirius was a little reluctant, knowing that she was firmly entrenched in light and would not use black family magic unless situations were pretty dire. Also, he would have to ask Andromeda if she agreed with the proposition. Knowing Andromeda, she would protest the decision with all fervor, so he decided to tackle that issue when the Lord of Black returns. He had wanted to go and escort Harry to the port of London, but Dumbledore had cautioned against it, and therefore, when Moony had returned, he immediately had hounded him to describe everything. He was fascinated with the description of the ship and everything that Dumbledore had told them while ranting about the ship like a child. Sirius desperately hoped Amelia would be able to secure him a trial sooner than later, because he wanted to go out and do things for the Order. Moony had been going on scouting missions for the Order and was taking stock of the loyalty of werewolves. They were an important factor in the war, and the larger their number, the more they would augment the monster's forces. Not all of them infected with lycanthropy were evil, the way Wizarding Society scorned them and the way they were ostracized by the Ministry with the draconian laws did not give them any options really. Those laws were written during the First War by an obscure witch who was now Undersecretary to Fudge. If they had to keep the werewolves on their side, or at least neutral, they would need to offer them a better deal than Voldemort would. Amelia swung by the headquarters a couple of times, and she had told how hard it was to weed the Ministry of Voldemort's loyalists, but she had been achieving some headway in that direction. She had asked our assistance from several department heads she knew would oppose Voldemort if they knew he was back, and told them to just push Voldemort sympathizers to menial positions in their department and keep stern watch over them. She had shared with them that she does not know if Harry Potter and Dumbledore were speaking the truth, but they needed to keep the fanatics in check because some reports she had been receiving pointed towards another rising of a Dark Lord, and the Ministry was ill-equipped to deal with any such conditions. If things turned for the worse, they needed the Ministry to be in a position to have a swift response ready for those conditions. Green Hues. Neville Longbottom was simply having the best time of his life. He was happy with knowing his parents and talking to them. Augusta had forbidden them to talk about the wizarding world or things that had happened since they had been admitted to St. Mungo's, and Neville was happy talking to them about their time at Hogwarts. He ticked that his father had too many stories about his time at Hogwarts, and they often featured marauders in them with a lot of people who had died in the First War. Frank would often get quiet while he was speaking and look in the distance, perhaps thinking of all the time that had gone by and all the people that he had lost. The day after he woke up from his long slumber, he asked for his wand. Neville was surprised that he wanted to hold a wand and feel its warmth and comfort. He wanted to feel the exhilaration of his magic coursing through his veins again. He missed using his wand and seeing his magic work wonders. Frank described magic to him so fondly as if it was a sentient being. Flashback starts. As Healer Lynn had come to Longbottom Castle that day, Frank had repeated his demands while Alice merely shrugged. She knew that Frank could be stubborn as a mule, and that was one of his most endearing traits for her. She had once tried to dissuade Frank from asking for a wand the previous evening, but he had been adamant about it. When she asked why he was insistent about it, he told her that he did not want to feel helpless again. He told her that he had a feeling that things were not good in the wizarding world right now, and he wanted to be ready for whatever may come. So when Healer Lynn had tried to dissuade him from using his wand, he had ordered her to leave. She was a he-aller, and she did not like her patients to order her around, and so she had put her foot down. But when he continued being obstinate, she had no Augusta to bring Frank and Alice's wand with her. Why? Neville and Augusta flowed to Longbottom Castle. Healer Lynn had transfigured two squishy and comfortable chairs in the master bedroom where they were sitting, looking every bit the lord and lady that they were. Neville had his father's wand held across the palms of both hands, and he adopted the old way and presented it to Frank on one knee with his palms extended in front of him. "Your wand, my lord." Frank scowled at him. "Neville, you are my son. I will not have you prostrating yourself in front of me." Neville simply smiled at his father. "I will remember that, father. Now, here is your wand, polished and shining. As you prefer it. Gran mentioned that you never could tolerate a speck of dirt on your wand. It is a pity that I failed to take care of it as you do." "Take care of it as I do?" asked Frank. "Were you using my wand?" "How can you use my wand?" It was Augusta who answered. "It was my fault, son. When Neville got his Hogwarts letter, I gave him your wand. I had no hope had you would ever be cured, so I thought maybe he could connect with you through using your wand. I did not realize my folly till recently, and it was thought that he was an inept wizard. It was only the end of Neville's 4th year that Mr. Harshvardhana pointed out to Neville that he was not weak, but he was using a wand which had not chosen him. He also gifted a family wand to your son, Thog. I do not recall any such wand missing from the family lore." Frank wanted to rage at his mother, but her tear-streaked face and the guilt in her voice convinced him that there was nothing worse that he could do, not that he had the heart to do anything as such. Alice, in an attempt to dispel the frostiness of the situation, said to Neville with amusement in her voice, "What became of my wand, son? Did you not want to feel connected to me? I am sure it would have suited you well enough." Augusta turned to her with sorrow in her voice. "Your wand did not survive that ordeal, Alice. When we reached Green Hues, you and Frank were on the verge of insanity. The Aurors were there subduing the Death Eaters, and Bellatrix was cackling like a mad woman, holding up the snapped pieces of your wand. Ice was sad hearing the news of her wand being destroyed, but there was nothing she could do about it. I guess I will have to buy a new one from Ollivanders." "Is he still around?" Neville smiled at her. "Yes, he is still in Diagon Alley. Mother, I went to see him recently and he asked me if I needed a wand. I told him that I am using a family wand." Frank was intrigued by the tale of this wand. "What wand is this, Neville? Do you have it on you?" Neville presented his wand to Frank, who handled it carefully, his fingers touching the Longbottom motif and caressing it lovingly. "This is not an ordinary wand. This almost seems like a mythical wand. Did he tell you whom this wand belonged to, or anything about the wood and the core?" Neville, who was watching his father intently, nodded. "It was Harshvardhana who gave me this wand, with a strict instruction to not to let many people know that I have it, and especially not to show it to the wand maker. He implied that I may not get it back if I did. Harsh also said that this wand belonged to Lord Harfang Longbottom, who was given this wand as a gift from a wand maker. He said that the wood came from some grove of Dodana, and the core was feather of a magical owl species, Praverkarna." Frank's eyes widened in surprise at Neville's words. "The wand of Harfang Longbottom. This is the wand that won him such renown." Now, Neville was intrigued. "What is his tale, father?" Frank smiled at his son and then for some reason gave a victorious smirk to Alice. "Harfang Longbottom was our ancestor, my great-grandfather, as I remember. After graduating from Hogwarts, he went on a world tour, as was the custom. At that time, there were some dark lords running around in Rome terrorizing that city and the region about it. The resistance that was being offered to them was minimal. One day while Harfang was touring the countryside, he ran into some of them while they were out to kill a wand maker's family. Harfang was well versed in our family magic and he annihilated all of them. In gratitude, the wand maker made this wand for him. This is one of the most powerful wands ever made." Later, Harfang gained his reputation as a warrior. In the later part of his life, he was engaged in another war with a Dark Lord, aiding several allies when he was killed in war. His body was sent back, but this wand went missing. I wonder how Harshvardhana got this. If this suits you, my son, bear it with pride. Flashback end. Today, Neville was supposed to go on training with the Weasleys and Granger. His grandmother had agreed to it when Dumbledore had paid a visit to them 2 nights ago. He was supposed to wait for an elf who would come and take him to the training site. He wondered what he would be learning and who he will meet. His gran had strictly warned him not to say anything about his parents. She said that she wanted to shock the wizarding world, and he found that he liked her sense of humor. He was brought out of his reverie with a Crack, as the house elf Dobby appeared before him, Dobby be taking yous to Master's dogfather. Neville knew the elf of course. At the start of 4th year, Susan had approached him after the infernal goblet had spewed Harry's name. He waited for Harry to return to the dorms so that he could tell him that he believed him. But damn that icon of jealousy, Ron Weasley, who had caused such a ruckus in He dorms that night that Harry could not talk to him. The next day, Susan had cornered him after herbology and asked for some of his time. In an unused classroom, after raising some privacy wards, she had told him that Harry was her betrothed and she needed his help. When Neville asked her why she did not tell Harry, she merely shrugged and said that she approached him a lot of times but Ronald Weasley had stopped her every time. Since that day, Neville met Susan in secret and they did everything they could to help Harry Potter. They had heard about the house elf Dobby and with the help of Tweaky, they found him and used him to help Harry Potter. As Harry was looking for a date before the Yule Ball, Susan had wanted to approach him but every time she tried to do so, Harry was never alone and her opportunity was missed. When Neville told her that Harry had asked Parvati Patil, Susan had felt her heart break and she did not go to the Yule Ball with anyone. Before the second task, Neville heard the trio in the library going over the clue of the egg and knew that they were looking for a way to stay underwater. Neville knew the answer was gillyweed and he waited for Harry to ask him when he didn't they sought Dobby before the second task and told him to borrow some gillyweed from Snape's personal stores. Since then Dobby held him in high regard. Master Neville, the elf's voice brought him out of his musings. Yous be ready to go. Neville nodded and the elf passed him a piece of parchment. Yous be reading this. Neville read the parchment. The training facility for the members of Harry's circle can be found at the cottage on the hill, Hogsmeade. Neville understood that he was just told a Fidelius secret. The elf grabbed his hand and disappeared. Cottage on the hill, Hogsmeade. Neville appeared at the foot of a low hill which he knew was in Hogsmeade. What was missing was a cottage which was present on it. Thinking of the Fidelius secret, the cottage appeared. Then, Remus Lupin appeared beside him out of thin air. Mr. Longbottom, this is your first test, sort of an initiation ceremony. You have 10 minutes to reach the cottage. You may use any spells you have learned in school in the last 4 years. Quote. With that the werewolf disappeared and Neville took out his wand, clasping it firmly, and trekked up towards the hill. As soon as he set his first foot forward, he felt like something had grabbed his leg. Looking down, he saw a coil of rope was wrapped around his legs and was per torso. He cast a finite at the ropes and they fell to the ground inert. He resumed his trek and immediately noticed that it was getting cold fast. Checking around for dementors, he found none. He realized the ground around him was freezing, perhaps the result of a glacius charm. Putting his wand arm out, he chanted, Incendio, and the snow around him started melting away. Knowing that he would not make any headway if he continued to tackle little obstacles like this, he started running uphill. Suddenly a big boulder fell in his way and while running he transfigured it into a wooden branch which he knocked aside with his shoulders. As he was nearing midway, the ground beneath his feet opened up and he fell in. Locked in a closet, he tried to yank the doors open but they did not budge. Taking a deep breath, he used an Alohomora on the door but it did not open. He racked his brains and remembered one of the advanced unlocking charms he had learnt from a charms book in the library. Waving his wand in the required motion he cast the charm and the door opened outwards. Climbing outwards, he resumed his trek to the cottage when a dog came running towards him, fangs bared. Neville recognized the dog. Hell, he had even played with it only to be told that the dog was famous mass murderer Sirius Black. Grinning he stooped to pet the dog, only for it to growl at him ferociously. Scrambling to his feet, he pointed his wand at the dog and stunned it without another thought and continued. Lastly, he found a boggart standing in his way which morphed into Snape a second later. Sneering, the boggart strode towards Neville with a menacing expression when Neville pointed his wand towards it calmly. Ridiculous, and Snape was replaced by a Snape in his grandmother's clothes complete with the vulture stuffed hat. As he moved past the boggart, there stood Remus Lupin, his wand pointed at him. Before Neville could do anything, Remus had shot a spell at him and instinctively Neville whipped his wand and formed a shield before the spell hit him. In the matter of a few seconds, he was inside the cottage where Susan was beaming at him and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick looked at him proudly. "Hi Neville," Susan greeted him jovially. "You cleared the gauntlet in half the time that I took," she pouted. "I thought the ropes were devil's snare and tried to use sunlight on them and it cost me some time before I realized someone had conjured those ropes. Then I was sued with Glacius and I set about using Incendio Maxima to melt all the snow not realizing that it was being replenished. I really freaked out when the boulder fell and it took me minutes to say that I had to transfigure it after I tried to sidestep it and it kept moving to block my way. When I fell in the closet, I could not open the door and I was so panicked that I forgot all unlocking charms. Since I could not recall the unlocking charms, I used a reducto and blasted the doors open. When the dog attacked me, I used Incarcerus on it and then the boggart became the Dark Mark. I was so scared but then I remembered what Professor Lupin had taught us and banished the boggart when Professor Lupin used a disarming jinx on me. I lost my wand but before he could use another hex I was inside the cottage. By the time Susan finished her account, Neville was laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes. A few moments later Remus joined them. He did not say anything but he had mirth in his eyes. "Ms. Bones, your performance was subpar but you did what we intended you to do. You entered the cottage as we had set the task to be. If any of you fails to enter however, we will not hold it against you. It will only mean that we are going to make you work harder. Now let us see how the others do." After 15 minutes, a haggard-looking Hermione entered, her eyes puffy, her hair even more tangled than usual. Seeing both she gave a small half-smile. "How did you both do?" "I bet I failed at some of the tasks. As soon as I started, there were ropes which were grabbing my feet and I untied the knots with my hands. Then in the snow, I used a warming charm on me but I did not walk fast enough and about froze. My warming charms were not good enough. When I saw the boulder I tried to go around it but it kept moving in my way so I used a reductor on it and that barely scratched it. Finally I tried transfiguring it and changed it into a small pebble. When I fell into the closet I ed the unlocking charm twice before realizing that I needed to use a different charm. With that, I was able to leave. The boggart faced me and I lost it there. The boggart took Professor McGonagall's hape and started telling me that I had failed everything and I freaked out there before realizing that we had our exams and results were out already and then I realized it was a boggart I was facing. So passing the boggart, I faced the dog and I was sure I can pet the dog and move ahead but I had to reluctantly stun him and then Remus disarmed me before I could do anything. Then I had to wrestle him to get my wand back before I moved. Inside, she huffed in annoyance crossing her arms across her chest making Neville and Susan laugh and when she scowled at them, they started laughing uproariously. Raising his hands, Neville pacified her. "Don't get angry Hermione, we are not laughing at you. We had to reach the inside of the cottage too. Only we did not have to do as much as you. Now let's wait for others." Ronald Weasley came after 30 minutes. He looked like he had been through the mill quite viciously. When Hermione asked what he did, he grumbled, "I had to hop someway in the ropes before. I remembered to cast a finite, and then there was snow. I ran all the way until I ran into the boulder and managed to save my face. When I found that I could not climb over the boulder, I reduced it to dust with an overpowered hex and before it could grow again, I ran away. I fell into the closet. I stopped it from closing by putting a foot into the door and then as I stepped out from it, I was hit with debris. Then the boggart turned into an acromantula but I had practice with that one. Then I saw Sirius who was going to attack me and I ran from him. And ran into Remus's wand who banished me towards the door and I got up and ran inside. As he finished, everyone was howling with laughter and Ron's face was flushed red with embarrassment but now that he thought about it, he too started laughing. About 20 minutes later, the twins entered into the room laughing. One of them was sporting an antler on his head, the other had hair all over his body and they were dressed like clowns. Neville hesitantly asked, Mate, how did it go with you both?" "Neville mate, how are you?" said Gred, or was it Forge? "We had our fun on the trek," added the other. Hermione put her hands on her hip and huffed, "Exactly how did you do?" Quote, "One of us used finite on the ropes," said Gred. Then we stunned hiding Professor Flitwick, who was using the glacius, added Forge, but not before he gave us antlers. They started taking turns to narrate. Then we met the boulder and Professor McGonagall, who transfigured Gred into a weasel before I diverted her attention, and taking the weasel I ran, and when we were out of her range, I dispelled the transfiguration, returning him to his form. Then one of us fell into the closet and the other had to face the debris that came our way. After it had stopped raining debris, the one outside rescued the one inside, and then we had to face the boggart who changed into us, but before it could do anything we banished it with ridiculous. Then the marauders band Ed together against us, and after a brief prank war during which they changed our hair, altered our appearances, gave us hoofs, we finally got some sense knocked into our heads and we ran inside. The others were amused by the twins' experiences, and the twins had been better than most of them, if not the best. Ron asked finally, "Where are the teachers?" Hermione pointed at the door and replied, "Ron, Ginny is still to come through that door." They waited for about 40 minutes, but they're wet. Then they heard spell fire being exchanged outside the cottage. As they rushed outside, they saw Ginny furiously firing hexes at the marauders. However, most of her hexes were being parried by them, while the rest were being deflected. Sirius laughed at her and angered her even more. After 5 minutes, Remus finally had enough, and as Ginny was turned to Sirius, he stunned her quickly and bound her with an incarcerous hex. After 10 minutes, they were sitting at a table with McGonagall sitting at the head. He scrutinized each of them critically before beginning. This initiation was done to assess your quick thinking, your capabilities, your ability to perceive, and your reaction to any event which you may face. Ms. Bones did not recognize the rope immediately and mistook it for Devil's Snare, and then wasted time in melting the snow, and then forgot the unlocking charms which we knew she had studied. However, she escaped from the closet with a reducto which would not be prudent in conditions where stealth is required. She faltered on her boggart, but then she bound the dog with the incarcerous hex, which was effective. But stunning it would have been faster. Finally, when she was disarmed, she ran inside, leaving her weapon in the hands of the enemy. She made it inside, but she failed at many points. She glared intensely at Susan before turning to Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, you were the most impressive of this lot. You used finite on the ropes as soon as they appeared, and then you made the same mistake of using incendio against the snow without trying to find the source from which it was happening. Then you faced the boulder and you transfigured it into a stick while running, and when you fell into the closet, you opened it with one of the charms that we thought you would use. When you faced your boggart, you made short work of it as you have been taught. When the dog tried to attack you, you stunned it and produced a shield against Remus almost as a reflex. Then you crossed the boundary without any trouble whatsoever. You made one mistake, but you were the one most prepared to encounter anything and to back up if you had arrived here on a distress call." Then she turned to Hermione. "You disappointed me with mistakes on your part. You forgot for a moment that you were a witch and not a muggle. You untied the rope by hand when you had a wand with you. Then you showed some good thinking by applying a warming charm, but you did not pick up your pace, rather you continued walking casually. When you reached the boulder, you wasted time trying to get around it before you realized that you had to transfigure it. In the same way you wasted time in the closet thinking of appropriate spells. If you had been captured, you would have been stunned in the time you wasted coming up with the right spell. Then you faced the boggart, which made you break down into tears before you realized what it was. Then you wanted to pet the dog, not even thinking that it may be an enemy ruse to draw your attention. When you faced Remus, you did not even attempt to use any hex or curse on him. However, when he disarmed you, you wrestled your wand out of his grasp, and that is commendable." She turned to Ron with her mouth the thinnest of thin lines. "Mr. Weasley, I am disappointed in you. It would appear that you have forgotten everything that you have been taught in school. You could not remember a simple finite, but you tried to get away by hopping. Then you showed some brain activity when you like others, you did not try to best the snow but ran when your legs were free. You reduced the boulder to rubble with a massive reducto. While this did reduce the boulder to tiny fragments, effectively removing the obstacle from your path, it used an excessive amount of magical energy, producing a large cloud of debris and a lot of noise. Not a good idea if you are attempting to arrive fresh and unnoticed. Out of the entire group, you were the only one who showed the presence of mind to put your foot in the door and prevent the closet from locking when you fell into it. But, you failed to check for hazards when you exited the closet and were hit by falling debris. You handled the boggart easily, so full marks there. When it came to the dog, you just ran from it, forgetting that the same dog had mutilated you once. You did not even see Remus, who used a banishing charm on you. By luck you landed near the door and hobbled inside. Then she turned to the twins. You both disappointed me, and made me feel elated at the same time. You were both legally adults and you did not even check to see if you could apparate inside directly. Then you both showed us the advantage of numbers when one of you finited the ropes, and then you decided to find the source of Glacius and stunned Professor Flitwick, who was confident that none of you would see him, and got antlers in return. Flitwick chuck led, and then you both saw the boulder and went after me when I transfigured one of you into a weasel. The twins guffawed and the other took the weasel and ran. When you were out of range, you transfigured him back, and when one of you fell in the closet, the other did not try to save himself from the debris. When you faced the boggart, it probably did not know that it was facing laughter embodied. The others were trying to suppress their laughter. Then you found the two adults and you engaged in a prank battle with them rather than escaping. In a real fight, it would have been fatal. Professor Flitwick, who had been quiet so far, turned to Ginny. You proved to be the most unaccomplished of the lot, Ms. Weasley. You easily escaped from the ropes, a promising start. You slipped on the snow. Then you started levitating the boulder, but then you just stood there. You fell into the closet and kept pounding the doors with your fist, forgetting that you could use an unlocking charm. When you finally came to your senses, you used an unlocking charm. Then you did not try to fight your boggart but were rather run down by it. When Remus dispelled the boggart and you faced Sirius, you did not stun him or bind him but used stinging hexes on him, which just enraged him. When Remus met you finally, instead of trying to make your way in, you engaged in a fight with him. You will need to work really hard. Remus spoke then. Now the first thing I want you all to do today is to follow me to the training room. In the room, there were a number of dummies and they were asked to use color spells, selecting one color each for themselves, and hit the dummies in the midsection. After 2 hours, the Weasley twins were the winners. Then Minerva took them to task and made them revise everything that they had learnt in the last few years. Lastly, Flitwick had them on the ropes, and by the evening when they were done with everything, they were bone tired. Remus instructed them to brush up on their reading and to report 2 days later at 9 a.m. since the training was on alternate days, and dismissed them. Neville took the flow to Green Hues, and from there he went to Longbottom Castle. It was the longest time he had stayed away from his parents since they came out of their comas, and he wanted to get back to them soon. The others returned to the headquarters of the Order. Please send me your reviews. Chapter 10. So a little owl hopped in my inbox hooting something that I had not thought would see. The weaver of magic, the enchanter of fanfictions, the wizard with marvelous words. Our very own James Spooky started following this fanfic. While I had been carefully weaving this fanfic before, this message let me take a pause and relook upon everything and proceed with the story more cautiously to make it worth time for everyone who was reading this fic. I am thankful to Obsessed with HP fanfic for his valuable comments on each chapter. I accept I made some little mistakes which in hindsight look like some grave errors, and I assure you that I will ensure that any such error is not repeated. As to your questions, Susan tried to approach Harry Potter again and again, but Ronald every time was in the way, telling her off. I am not going to make anyone flawless either. Ronald made mistakes and he will atone for them. As to his not taking up the mantle of Lord Black earlier, I purposely did not do that because, as Rugnut said, there were 3 potential heirs for the lordship and each had their claim as good and any. I wanted Sirius there because, being a father figure to Harry Potter, I thought he should be there to see his ascension to at least one of the houses. Not to mention, Sirius needs to blood adopt him so that his claim is indisputable to the lordship. So, Sirius needed to step out and get him to Diagon Alley. I am also thankful to Marilyn T, who has been reading the story with diligence and giving me some positive reviews. Dalt 3883, I know my formatting is terrible. My other job is of lawyer where we do briefs and just make checks for spellings and grammar while we do not concern ourselves with formatting as such. However, I understand your concern and I will remedy this malady that is present. This chapter will get a little violent and some of you may not like it, but please remember that the mystics are assassins with a reputation of not taking prisoners. They simply cannot keep prisoners or they could have imprisoned old Tom. Now, I know some of you may be wondering about that blonde Slytherin and wondering when she would enter the story, but have a little patience. She will come in her time. This chapter has been edited to make it more interesting and a little details here and there have been added, however they do not change the story in any way. Thank you Hyper Jim for the editing that you did. From this chapter, we will go aboard the Marichica and traipse with Harry Potter to India. Let's get on this adventure, now. Disclaime. This pains me to say but I do not own anything except the OC. Harry Potter is in the firm possession of JKR. I am only playing in the ground. The pirates. Harry Potter was excited. They had started sailing from London the previous evening. 2 hours after the ship left the port, they ran into the first obstacle. A ship that appeared to be a Muggle cruise liner approached their ship. At the sight of it, all the men aboard went to their battle stations. The captain rushed into the ward chamber to get the ship airborne. The men took positions all over the ship, wands out and alert. A group of them had climbed atop the mast and placed themselves in the crow's nest, in battle positions ready to fight. Harsh was barking orders to his men, telling them to take positions before he himself touched a rune on one of the stones. Immediately the ship started making whirring and scraping sounds. In a few moments, there were cannons raised on the starboard side of the ship. Harsh ordered the captain to steer the ship to port so that the starboard side was facing the approaching cruise ship. Harry was perplexed with all these preparations. He hesitatingly asked Harsh, "Mr. Harsh, why are we readying for battle? Isn't that an ordinary Muggle cruise liner which is passing through this area?" Harsh merely grunted, "That is not Muggle ship, Mr. Potter. They are pirates and they have magic to assist them." Harry asked again, "But it looks like any other Muggle cruiser. Are you sure they are pirates? Did they not go extinct like years ago as we charted all the waters?" Harsh looked at him with incredulity and asked him, "Mr. Potter, this ship is enchanted to stay off the radar and there are no means by which a Muggle can see this ship, much less approach it. Besides, we had sunk that ship 5 years ago in another naval battle with these pirates, Mr. Potter. Charting waters do not work for them who have the talent to go around unobserved." "Who are these pirates?" asked Harry, intrigued. "I would have thought that nothing can escape the mystics." Harsh smiled warily. "Remind me of this question later, Mr. Potter. For your curiosity, these pirates are scum of the sea who were blessed with the generous gifts of Mother Magic and they chose to use those gifts for their nefarious purposes." Suddenly, the captain walked up to him. "Master, we are ready to be airborne. In 5 minutes, we can escape this menace by being airborne." "No, Deshant, we are not escaping just like that. Let's give them a taste of our wrath. They have been punished so many times and they keep coming for more. Sinking that wretched vessel does no good, but for the fun of it, let's send it to the bottom of the sea again," he said, winking at Harry, who wanted to laugh at his humor but could not bring himself to do so, in this setting. In the last hour that he had been aboard the ship, he had seen such a level of reverence for the man from his subordinates that he had understood that the mystic was not an ordinary man. It was this observation which made him decide to tread cautiously around the older man, lest he offend him. As the cruise ship came into range, the first volley of spells left the Marichica and several of the pirates went down. The next second, the cannons began their thunder as they came to bear. Although there was a terrific noise and flash as each cannon fired, there was no smoke. They were firing spells, the likes of which Harry had never seen before. With unerring accuracy, each spell hit the pirate ship, alternating between the water line and the gun deck, tearing huge holes in the hull. The final shot of the volley blew the rudder off. With the pirate ship unable to navigate and already showing a visible list to its starboard, it seemed that the battle was already over. As Harry searched the water, he saw that there were pirates in small boats, which he could have sworn were not there a second ago. One of the men threw a grappling hook and hooked it on the rail of the ship. As soon as the hook took hold, the men began scrambling up the rope. Harsh was barking out orders and the crew made haste to obey him. He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, make sure that not a single man can climb those ropes and on the deck. Kill them if you have to." Harry rushed to the point where the first rope was. He cast a diffindo at the ropes but they did not budge. He racked his brains for any other spells that he could remember. He remembered a spell which he had heard some 7th years mention that was used to loose the hold on an object, but he could not remember the wand movements. He leveled his wand at the ropes and cast Relatio firmly, but nothing happened. Then a hand grasped the rail followed by the torso of the man, which galvanized Harry into action. Harry stunned Ned, the man who fell back into the water, knocking the man behind him off the rope as well. The two of them made one splash as they fell into the sea. Desperate, he thrust the wand forward and put his will into the spell and cast Relatio. Again, to his joy, the rope untied itself from the ship and fell into the water. Relieved, he turned to the deck and found that 2 men had boarded the ship and were advancing on him. He immediately fired a reductor hex at the first man, followed by a disarming hex at the second man who had just climbed the rails. The first man easily sidestepped the regic tor, but he did not see a pink spell approaching which nicked his wand hand. In pain, the man fell on the deck and one of the mystics banished him back into the sea. The second man had lost his wand too, the disarming hex, and was in the process of pulling another wand from inside his robes when Harry petrified him but did not have the heart to banish him. Rather, he turned to the other ropes and started dislodging them. A few who had just climbed engaged him in a duel, and for 5 minutes Harry cast as many spells as he could, disarming one, stunning another, petrifying the next, banishing another 2. The mystics who were standing on the side with their wands out and looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He shielded when he could, dodged when he could not, and avoided being hit for about 5 minutes when a bone breaker grazed him in the ribs, making him wince. However, he did not sustain any injury. Soon there were no more ropes, and all that he had jeweled were subdued by the other mystics. A few of the pirates who had climbed engage Harry Potter were converging on the deck and readying themselves to attack in formation, when it happened. The sky thundered for a moment, and the final flash of lightning revealed a single man who was facing the pirates on board the ship. The man was dressed in the usual mystic garb, but in place of his orbs, Harry thought he could see fire in those eyes. The man's face was obscured by a leather mask which was terrible to look upon. It was hard to describe for Harry, but he was in awe. The man's magical aura was pitch black and shrouded around him like a cloak, obscuring his features from everything. His body was glowing like he was on fire, and his hair was falling in front of his face. He had his wand in his right hand, which he moved like a baton, and the next few seconds were a blur. As the intruders started to attack, the man rushed into them, using his wand as an extension of his arm. His motions were fluid and quick. In those moments, Harry could see pink, red, blue, orange and many-colored spells, and when he was done, none of the foes were standing, and most of them were not moving either. Some had their intestines hanging out of their stomach, while some looked like they had been burnt. A few were bent at such crude angles that Harry did not have to guess that they had broken bones. The figure turned to Harry and he shivered. However, the figure did not approach him but rather waved a hand in front of his face. With the mask gone, Harry could see the face of Harsh Vardana, but without the usual jovial expression. Harry had trouble connecting this ruthless man with the cheerful and helpful trainee healer who had helped him so much in the last few days. They seemed to be so different, like opposite sides of a coin. One was kind, jovial, and friendly like the favorite uncle, while the other was a ruthless, merciless killer. One spoke of life and things which intrigued him, like war, family, glory, while the other had just shown him the ugly side of war. This scary side was what Harry had imagined but wished never to meet, and yet here it was. This explained why the mystics revered the man. Harsh was extremely powerful and capable with a wand. This was a person that even Voldemort would not engage. After all, he had never sought to engage Dumbledore in a direct confrontation in the First War. Harsh turned to the captain. Deshant, gather a few of our men and transfigure these pirates into fish and leave them in the sea. Their worthless lives will be useful to feed the hungry animals, at least. Harry was shocked. But you cannot do this. You cannot transfigure them into fish and leave them to die. That is not right. He turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I thought I had told you that basically we are assassins. We kill those who offend Mother Magic or whose atrocities are so much out of hand that there is no other way than to kill them. These men before you have been declared dead for years now and no magical government even knows if they are alive. We cannot take them to any country and hand over to magical law enforcement there because the mystics always work from the shadows. Ordinary wizards do not know us and those who have heard of us do not believe about our existence. There is nothing that we can do. Besides, how will we explain this heavily armed ship, not to mention the people on board who have not been heard of for years now? Harry could understand what Harsh was telling him. The first time he had met the mystic, he was told that they were basically assassins, and even Moody had told him that the MYS Tick had no hesitation about killing anyone, but Harry could not simply kill anyone. He had not even had the heart to banish a petrified pirate into the sea when he knew that the pirate would be rescued by others. Coming up with no reply to the mystic's questions, he only nodded. Within 10 minutes, the pirates were fish in the sea and the Marichica was in the air, coursing through the sky at incredible speed. Harry Potter was standing on the bow, enjoying the cool air on his face and yearning to be on a broom again. Flying on the ship was an incredible experience, but nothing could beat flying on a broom until he learned to fly. He was determined to pester the mystics to teach him to fly. Mr. Potter. Someone called him and he turned to see one of the mystics. Master has asked us to take you to the broom shed. He has instructed us that you are free to take up any broom from the shed if you wish to fly. This was strange, Harry thought. It was like the mystic could always tell what Harry was thinking. There had been instances when the mystic had done things he wanted but could not ask. Shelving that thought for later, he accompanied the mystic, who was of average height for a wizard, stocky build, brown eyes and black hair. All the mystics that he had met, so far, seemed like ordinary wizards and had nothing obvious to set them apart. He started taking brooms out of the shed and inspecting them. Admiring their craftsmanship, he observed that each broom was different from the others. His first instinct had been to go for the firebolt, but he already owned a firebolt and knew what it was like. This opportunity may be a once-in-a-lifetime for him. He decided to test the other brooms. He found one which was rather large and a bit heavy. It had an oak handle which was much thicker. The twigs in the tail were far more than in any other broom, and it bore the name, Wind Lord. Interesting name for a broom, he mused. When he asked the mystic about this broom, the mystic told him a very interesting tale. This broom was a prototype version and was developed in the USA by a wizard who had no interest in selling it. This broom had more features on it than other brooms. The wizard was a contract killer who had killed a number of wizards when he ran afoul of the mystics. The mystics were in the USA dealing with a dark wizard who had escaped from Europe and was in hiding. The dark wizard had hired the contract killer as his security detail. The mystics had taken it upon themselves to kill the dark wizard who had killed numerous muggles with the darker spells. While the mystics had no problem with the spells, they could not stand by and do nothing when someone used them to kill. So, while they were hunting, they ran into the contract killer who was riding at broom at the time and engaged them in combat. After a long battle of 30 minutes, the contract killer was downed when the mystics used a flock of hawks to distract him, then hit him in the skull with a bone breaker. The broom was retrieved and studied at length. It had a built-in disillusionment spell activated by tapping a rune. A rune was etched into the handle to control the twigs and consequently control the movement of the broom. A wand holder and the tip of the broom sharpened to act as a javelin, though Harry could not understand why anyone would use a broom to impale someone. It was so apparently enchanted to fly as you wished, and the charms were done so that the rider could not fall off the broom in any case. Hearing about the qualities of the broom, some of which did not impress him much, he decided to test it. As soon as they reached the deck, he mounted the broom and kicked into the air. Within seconds he was airborne, and looking down he realized that he was flying at a height he had never flown before. This was exhilarating. Looking back, he found that the mystic was tailing him on a firebolt. Deciding to test the speed, he willed it to go faster to its maximum speed. Soon the broom was whistling through the air at such a speed that he found it hard to breathe with the wind in his face. He slowed down and found that he had left the ship far behind, but the mystic joined him again after a few moments. While flying he somersaulted in the air, did the famous barrel roll, sloth grip roll, and just for fun, he did the Wronski feint while the mystic just kept flying beside him, smiling but saying nothing. When the time came to return to the ship, the mystic shot his broom up and within moments, he was invisible to the eye. Speed that Harry was sure he was going to plow himself. Suddenly the mystic jumped from the broom while grabbing the handle in his hand and dissipated. With a pop, he appeared on his broom, flying beside Harry. Harry's heart leapt to his throat at the sight of the dive. The mystic was shouting in joy at the top of his lungs, and as they were about 200 meters above the deck, he disappeared again. Harry was surprised to see him disappear like that, but in a moment he realized that the mystic had appeared on the deck, grinning like a lunatic and beckoning Harry to come down. Harry was impressed with the mystic's flying. He had no done any of the moves like Harry had been showing off with, but he did something which Harry had not thought possible. Harry had seen professional Quidditch players in action and none of them could do what the mystic had done. But then Harry remembered that Quidditch stadiums had anti-apparition wards around them, so to jump from a broom like that would be suicide. As he landed, he was accompanied to the dinner hall where food was served. While it was no Hogwarts feast, the food was delicious. What he did notice was that many of the men did not even touch any of the meat but other things on the table, and there was no juice or any drink other than water. After he had his fill, he picked up the glass of water which seemed to vibrate in his hand. Blaming the sensation on his tiredness and thinking that he was imagining it, he took a large sip and felt like someone had just fed him an elixir. With each gulp of water, he could feel his magic singing and he was relaxed within minutes, all his tiredness gone. But the effect of the wonderful water did not last long. After dinner, he was about to drop from exhaustion. The mystic who had accompanied him on his flight earlier carried him to his cabin, where he crashed on the bed and immediately went to sleep. Blacktown House, London. The children who had been to training returned in the evening looking a little worse for wear. They were tired and fell asleep as soon as they reached their rooms, except Hermione Granger. She had sought the marauders out and asked them for books that they may have for her to study. She had cut her holy days short when Fawkes found her in her hotel room in Italy. She had been reading a book in her room which she had picked up from a store in the magical section of the city. While Hermione had gone with her family to visit and enjoy her vacation, she had met a man at the airport who was dressed like a wizard does when he goes out in the Muggle world. She asked him where the magical part of the city was in. After letting her parents know, took a magical taxi there. The bookstore there was huge and the number of books had her salivating. She bought a few books which she found interesting, and had returned to her room when Fawkes appeared in a flash of flame, a letter in his talons. Opening the letter, she was surprised by the invitation that Dumbledore had sent to her. She immediately replied in a lengthy letter that she was ready to end her vacation and come back to train. The next day, she received a portkey which brought her to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. She was baffled at this. No one could appear in Hogwarts by a portkey or apparate in the grounds. When she raised her question to the headmaster, he merely chuckled and told her it was part of headmaster privileges. While she wanted to know more, she could not exactly goad the headmaster into telling her. As she sat in the headmaster's office, she could not contain her query. Finally she asked the headmaster, "Professor, what is this training program? Who else is going to participate? Where will we train? How can we use magic during summer?" Dumbledore smiled at her inquisitiveness. "Miss Granger, this training program is for Harry's friends who are always around him. Mr. Potter has a knack for attracting trouble, a fact which you can attest to. So, a few of us in the order decided that you all need to be trained sufficiently so that you are able to hold your own in a duel. While you have a commendable repertoire of spells, merely knowledge of spells cannot win you a fight. In this training you will be trained to use those spells among other things. This training is being imparted so that young Harry does not have to worry about the safety of his comrades if he finds himself in a sticky situation. You, the Weasley children, Miss Bones and Mr. Longbottom have been scheduled to take part in this training. You will all be training in a location which is situated in a magical settlement, so you will not have to worry about being reprimanded for underage magic. The Ministry will not be able to track any magic you do while in training. While she pondered over what she had been told with her brow furrowed, she noticed something Dumbledore did not mention. Professor, you did not say if Harry was going to train with us. Dumbledore smiled at her. Mr. Potter has made other arrangements for training. He has agreed to take training under some very accomplished masters who will be teaching him things which are not available to ordinary wizards. But that is bias. Why is he being trained under different teachers than us? He does not even have the best grades, she protested. I think this is discrimination. Is it because he is the boy who lived? Dumbledore frowned at her. He knew that Miss Granger was a very competitive individual, but he had not thought that she would complain about something which she did not understand. It looked like she had the perception that everyone should have the same access to everything. A rather mundane Muggle concept, but it did not apply to magicals. He decided to curb her competitiveness a little before it got worse. Miss Granger, the thing is that Harry will be learning are rather arcane arts which cannot be performed by everyone. While you have the best grades courtesy of your eidetic memory, you simply are not as powerful as him. The Wizard Power Index, which gauges a wizard or witch's power, has gauged you at 50, which means you will be around 85 by the time your magical core is fully mature. While Harry Potter stood at 110 before the third task, and as of now, he is pegged at 200, and by the time his core has completed its growth, he will easily clear 380, which is more than me or Voldemort. The arcane arts he will be learning can not be performed by any wizard or witch below 100 points. The only one in your class who is nearly as powerful as him is Neville Longbottom, who will be around 250 by the time his core fully matures. Hermione was astounded. She knew about the index, but she had not known her power levels. Wizarding Britain was averaging around 75 for the last few generations, and while 85 sounded pretty respectable, it looked like a trifle when compared to 380. And to think that Neville was that powerful was simply mind-boggling. He had never shown any such power in the last 4 years. Maybe there was something that she had missed. She was miffed that she could not access the arts that Harry was being taught, but she still had the gift of knowledge, and Harry Potter depended on her to find a solution when there was a problem. Dumbledore gave her the Fidelius secret and had sent her to her home via the Phoenix Express. After packing her trunk, she was whisked away to the headquarters of the Order, where she was bunked with Ginny. Ginny was still feeling disenchanted with everything and was keeping herself to herself, so she wasn't much of a roommate. This morning Hermione Granger had realized how much she relied on Harry Potter in situations such as these where she required him to act. He was quick with a wand and swift in immediate responses. As of now, she was sitting in front of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Sirius, do you have any books in this place? Sirius smirked mischievously. The House of Black has quite an extensive library, Hermione. At last count, there were some 1,000 or more books in there. Hermione immediately went into her customary rapid fire. Where is it? Can I see it? What kinds of books are in there? The library is situated on the second floor, but no one here save for Sirius. Tonks or her mother can enter. She frowned. Why can't anyone enter the library? Sirius offhandedly said, because the entrance is warded by blood wards and only those possessing the blood of the House of Black may enter. She immediately started ranting, but blood magic is illegal. No one can use blood wards. And why is it that only members of the House of Black can enter the library? Now Sirius gave her his full attention. Hermione, you are very bright and you learn things quickly, but there is still so much of the wizarding world that you do not yet understand. Some wizarding families are very old. We have our own magic and many other special achievements which are considered our proprietary magic. These things are considered our private property and are not shared. The wards which protect them are older than the Ministry, its laws, and even Great Britain as a nation. Besides, there is a lot of stuff in there that is downright dangerous. I don't want anyone getting hurt or worse. But what about the Muggle-born and half-bloods? I think it is barbaric and archaic to keep magic contained in families. It should be made illegal. It is all part of the pureblood tea. Ripe that you know who and his followers spew, she continued her rant. Sirius just shook his head. You know, when Moony told me that you are smart like Lily, I had thought you would think like her. While she always thought she was Muggle-born and was pretty vocal about their rights and better treatment, she understood the family magic and proprietary magic. She did not just slap a label on every thing she didn't agree with as archaic or barbaric, but she studied things before forming her opinion. While I do not take offense at your words, some well-meaning purebloods who do not support the pureblood ideology of Voldemort, she shuddered, like the Weasleys would be offended by your words. Hermione had never been chastised by Sirius of all people, but she could see his point. She had been spouting her opinion without even listening to other people. She never even thought that there might be another facet to something that she did not know about. In the last few weeks, twice she had been humbled, and perhaps it was time to stand back and do some introspection. I can remove the blood wards. Sirius's voice cut in on her thoughts, but the library is full of books on dark magic and magic that has not been seen for ages. There are books on the Black family magic which cannot be read by anyone other than a Black, and if anyone else even touched them, they would be cursed horribly. For your own safety, I must insist that you are supervised at all times while you are in that library, and in fact you are not allowed in the inner parts where the most dangerous books are. However, there are several books which were recently bought by your former professor which would be useful to all of you. She instantly perked up knowing that Remus would not select books for them which were dark or dangerous. Sirius called Winky, who appeared with a loud crack. Sirius told her that the students were to be permitted to use the library under the 3 conditions: that they were not to touch any of the dangerous books, no book was to be taken from the library, and that they were limited to no more than 5 hours per day. All 3 conditions were to be strictly enforced. He waved his wand and muttered something under his breath. Then, his instructions delivered, he asked Winky to take Hermione to the library. She immediately followed Winky into the room, occupied a table and started working on her summer homework. The Marichica. Harry Potter woke up early in the morning to a loud noise, and for a few moments he could not get his bearings, and it took a minute before he realized that he was on the flying ship. Wiping sleep away from his eyes, he emerged on the deck, where he found the mystics engaged in exercise. What astonished him was that they all were engaged in Muggle exercises. Some of them were running laps of the deck, a few were doing push-ups, and some were lifting heavy weights which they evidently had conjured. A couple of them were flying on brooms, and some of them were sitting in meditation as Harry had seen them do. What was different was that they were no longer flying. The ship was rising and falling with the gentle, slow rhythm of the ocean swells. Sometime during the night, they had landed the ship. Harsh was in the crow's nest. When he saw Harry, he climbed down with a speed and grace almost supernatural and leapt the last 20 feet and landed softly on his feet. Grinning at Harry, he said, "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I hope you had a restful night." "I had a restful night, thank you," he replied, "but I have a lot of questions." Harsh laughed. "I know. I have been procrastinating answers from you like your headmaster, however it was not my intent. We were in haste these last few days. Now I can start answering these questions, but I beg you to be discreet and do not ask questions which are rather personal." After a hearty breakfast, they were sitting in Harsh's suite. Harry began, "Who are the mystics? I have heard hints and whispers of you and things you have done. Other people seem to hold you in awe. But, who are you really? My curiosity is piqued." Harsh pondered the answer for a moment before he began. When Great Britain was still Avalon and the world knew of magic, there was a time when some wizards started using magic for nefarious purposes. These wizards were very powerful and adept in ways of magic. They by their deeds dishonored Mother Magic and kept doing so. Anyone who wanted to stand up to them was killed. In those times, the ancient lands of magic India, Greece and Egypt were prominent, and to deal with this menace, some Indian warlords who were very powerful due to being descended from very ancient families formed an order which had access to all ancient magics. The chief work of this order was to eliminate those who defile magic. They also worked in keeping a balance in the society. Evil has always been in the society, sometime at the fringes, sometimes in its full glory. Therefore, to combat evil and to serve Mother Magic, a group of wizards of Aryavarta formed an order. Since then we have been fighting evil. Sometimes we are able to nip it in the bud, sometimes we fight full-fledged wars. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He could understand how old the order was and the noble purpose for which it was formed. "My second question is, how old are you? That is, if it is not too personal a question," he asked the mystic. Harsh was silent for a few moments before he replied, "It has been so long that I answered this question that I cannot even remember. However, I was old when your house was formed." Avenue. A lawn was populated by wizards and powerful families which precede all the houses. There were 3 houses which are considered reverent houses, meaning any descendant of those houses is more important than others, and they get 5 votes on the Wizengamot instead of the traditional 2. Those were the House of Pendragon, from which came King Arthur sometime later, the House of Lefay which produced the Farius Witch Morgana, and the House of Peverell which produced the 3 brothers Cadmus, Antioch and Ignotus. The House of Pendragon went extinct some generations before Arthur was born. It was due to his ancestry that the wizarding world bowed to him as its king. The House of Lefay was broken in 3 houses, of which only House Greengrass remains. The 3 brothers? Harry asked. Which 3 brothers? I have not heard about them. Harsh smiled at him. 3 brothers in the story written by Beetle the Bard. The 3 brothers named Antioch, Cadmus and Ignotus, who became the last lord of the House of Peverell before it was merged with Potter's. Antioch was lord of the House of Peverells before he was killed by an enemy of his, and he was succeeded by his brother Cadmus, who killed himself in grief over his lost love. And lastly there was Ignotus, who coincidentally happens to be the lost. Their glorious tale has been reduced to a children's story. We, the mystics, have been visiting Avalon since the time that the Council of Lords, which was founded by Merlin, ruled upon magical Britain as representative of the crown. I personally met Myardin when he was assisting Arthur in reclaiming his throne. Harry was shocked. The mystic did not look like he was older than Sirius, and to hear him tell of Merlin as if he knew him personally was astounding. He could not close his mouth before words tumbled out. But you do not look like you could be more than 40. Harsh did not say anything but shot a stinging hex at him, and Harry yelped in surprise. What Harry didn't notice right away, as that the mystic had not used a wand to cast the spell. While Harry was gathering his wits about him, the mystic shot a barrage of stinging hexes at him, making him whip out his wand and hastily produce a shield. Harry was always proud of his power, and the shield he had produced could take a good pounding before it gave way. He had practiced his shield with Hermione and Ronald, where they had everything that they knew at him, and his shield had always lasted at least 15 minutes. He was confident that his shield would hold up longer against the lone efforts of Harsh's attack. He quickly realized he was in for a surprise when, after about a dozen stinging hexes, his shield shattered. He erected another, and it gave away after another few shots. A good half an hour and around 60 welts later, Harry Potter was tired from all the magic he had spent erecting shields when he finally gave up and slumped down on the deck panting. Harsh immediately levitated him upside down and barked, "Constant vigilance, Mr. Potter. I cannot believe that you can give up defending yourself so easily. Has the recent events did not teach you yet to remain alert to your surroundings? You thought I was playing with you. This was your first lesson, Mr. Potter. Never ever turn your back on an enemy who is still standing, or he will hex you in the back." Harry was sufficiently chastised. He had started to enjoy the trip and was thinking that he would be able to relax and enjoy his time aboard the ship. He had relaxed his vigilance, and now he was paying the price. Harsh released the Levicorpus and Harry crumpled to the deck. Before he could collect his wits, Harsh zapped him with another stinging hex and, sufficiently motivated, he quickly conjured a new shield and climbed back to his feet. Harry's reserves were gone and he felt his strength waning, but he was going to pass out cold before he let Harsh zap him again. Now that Harsh could see that Harry was taking this seriously, and knowing that Harry was on the point of exhaustion, he lowered his wand and gently told him, "At ease, Mr. Potter. This lesson is over." Harry lowered his wand, wavering where he stood as he relaxed, and looking down, he murmured, "I am sorry, Mr. Harsh Vardana. I will try to keep sharp from now on." Harsh looked into his eyes and Harry shivered. Harsh's black eyes were intense and there was a strange kind of power in them. Harry had looked at Voldemort eye to eye and he had never felt that kind of power, but this was different. He sensed that those eyes were looking into his soul. "Mr. Potter," Harsh was saying, "I have known you for a month now, and yet we are the stage of using this prefix of Mr. for each other. For the summer, I am going to be your teacher, and in India, we have different culture than England. While I have no aversion to any place or culture, For me and my mystics, teacher is on a pedestal higher than God. We address our teachers as Guru, meaning teacher. However, if you do not like, you can call me sir, and likewise I will call you Harry. Harry thought it over for a moment. Until he learned of his heritage, he had been Harry to others, and likewise he called them by name. As for his teachers, they had more of a professional relationship with the students, and what Harsh was explaining felt like a familial bond to him. An apprentice, if you will. He had been noting that the pure bloods, even the light ones like Longbottoms and Weasleys, practiced certain manners which he once would have called snobbish, but perhaps there was some reason behind these customs and manners. He knew that while not everything was good, there were some things which needed to be kept. In his quest to defeat Voldemort, he would have to ensure that the wizarding world did not change its identity altogether. While some practices decidedly could not be retained, some were worth saving. As to Harsh's offer, he had made up his mind already. He turned to Harsh. I would be honored to address you as Guru. I would like to learn your ways and customs and add them to my own. I recall having read recently that in the older days, newly graduated wizards used to go touring the world so that they could experience the customs and ways of other people firsthand, as well as learn other magic. I have the opportunity to visit your land, one which has an ancient and rich history, culture and magic. I would like to make the very best of it. Harsh smiled at him, producing an enchanted piece of string. Harry, whenever we take a new student, we tie this thread to their wrists. This is enchanted to inform me if you are in trouble ever, and this is a sign of a bond between a teacher and his student. Another hidden purpose of it is to remind you that you have been taught by a teacher, and that if the time ever came, that teacher can call upon you to serve him. If he ever has to call on you, then the teacher unties the thread, meaning you are free of the debt. Maybe I will never have to call a favor on you, and I will untie it the day you will come back. So, do you accept? Harry readily accepted, and Harsh tied the red and yellow thread on his wrist, chanting something. As he finished tying the thread glowed golden before it returned to its original color. Harry was looking at it in surprise while Harsh was looking curiously at him. This happens when Mother Magic approves of something that is done. If she had not wished so, the golden glow would never have come. Now this thread cannot be untied by me before I make you ready for the task that is your stepping stone to a greater destiny. Harry nodded his head and wondered at how every single one of his steps had a deeper meaning. He had never stopped to consider the consequences of his actions before, but now that he did, he was beginning to realize that his every action and choice had consequences. Harry turned to Harsh. Guru, what? Harsh cut in quickly. Guruji, Harry. That is the correct title. I would not insist upon it, but others may think little of you, or may think that you are a little boy trying to show off. Harry nodded. Guruji, what is the story of the men who met us when we went to St. Mungo's? He asked the mystic. Harsh smiled. I was wondering when you were going to ask me about that. The men who met me are parts of the Chaya, Shadow, whose work is to carry out covert tasks. They are kind of intelligence gathering units who work in shadows to gather intelligence or information. From the time you left Hogwarts at the end of summer holidays, we have had a shadow present around you all the time. He has been present there in your room at the Black Townhouse, where he popped at time to keep vigil over you. When we had to visit St. Mungo's, he was present in your kitchen, and after listening to Dumbledore, he silently left and went to scout around St. Mungo's and found 2 of the Death Eaters lurking in corners, avoiding eyes of ordinary wizards when our shadows cornered them and took them captive. Since then they have been in care of the shadows. He clapped his hands, and the men Harry had met the other day appeared before them. Bowing low, he bent, touching Harsh's feet. Guruji, you called? Harsh asked him. Nayak Himvat, have our guests told you anything of consequence? Himvat grinned maliciously. At first they were reluctant and even had the guts to threaten us with the name of that abomination on Mother Magic. But when Merudand used them harpening knives, they sung like the coil in the morning. Harsh smirked at his Nayak's expression. I trust you have not led them, because I was looking forward to have some enlightening conversation with them. Himvat grinned. They have been free boarders of the prison since the last few days, and their trash talk has been grating on my poor ears. The sooner you have enlightenment from them, sooner my ears will relax. Harsh stood. Very well. Tell Sumerdwaj to get the ship airborne. I will have my enlightenment ND, then we will have to pace up our journey. I do want to go all the way like a Muggle cruise. I wish to see the Indian coastline by morning tomorrow. Harry accompanied Harsh to the lowest deck where there had been nothing but empty space. Tugging at a spot in the air, he grasped it and whispered something, and a door appeared, followed by a prison. There were 2 men in the room hanging upside down in chains. Harry thought that they could have apparated, but soon realized that perhaps the chain was enchanted to prevent apparition. Harsh lowered the 2 men to the ground. Hello, my esteemed guests. I am very sorry that I could not already come and welcome you to our ship, but I had been busy. We will remedy the situation. Now, so, why don't we take off your masks before we talk? He winked at Harry. That will make our conversation easier, since I would be able to understand you better. One of the Death Eaters snarled. You cannot take it off, fool. This is a gift of our great master, and only he or I can take it off. Harsh had not lost his calm demeanor and spoke in his jovial tone. Then either your master is too vain or you are a fool to think he is infallible. Harsh gestured, and immediately their masks started to smoke. Harsh lowered his tone and menaced at the prisoners. The abomination you call master thinks that he is the most powerful wizard. The men were pulling at their masks, trying to get them away from their faces as the masks smoked more and began to burn. Harsh continued, but he is a great fool. I can easily remove those masks, and your faces with them if I so choose. Now the Death Eaters were howling in pain as their masks burst into flame. They became frantic as they tried to get the flaming things off their faces. With another gesture from Harsh, the masks vanished with the flames, revealing the 2 faces. Harry recognized them immediately. They were Crabbe Sr. and John Caldwell, 2 of the Death Eaters who were present in the graveyard the night when Voldemort returned. Harsh smiled at the men. Now that I have seen your charming faces, maybe you should start talking about what that abomination that you call master is doing. And remember, gentlemen, you lie for once and I will make you regret it forever. Crabbe Sr., who apparently was a larger and smarter version of his son, started to speak. The Dark Lord is recruiting more people to his cause. We were sent to scout the hospital and discover any weaknesses in its defenses. Last time, he was not able to take Street Mungo's, which had become a sanctuary for the injured. He wanted us to study the wards and find out how much time it would take to break them if the need arose. We were also told to make note of the prominent healers who could be abducted and used for his bidding. We had just started that day and were caught. Quote, Harsh nodded at his words and tilting his head to the side turned to Caldwell. What he has been doing and how many have pledged their loyalty to him yet? Caldwell refused to open his mouth. Harsh simply fast drew his wand and shot a bone breaker at the man's chest. It struck him with such a force that Harry could hear his bones breaking and the man cried out loud. Seeing his friend in such a desperate position, Crabbe immediately started again. The Dark Lord has been busy recruiting. He is also trying to pick up a glass orb in the Department of Mysteries. Something is in there and will give him an edge in the upcoming war, but we have been unable to pick it up yet. One of his followers, Marcus Flint, tried to pick up that orb from the shelf and since then has been in St. Mungo's. Last I heard, he had appointed some of his inner circle men to pick up the said object without any harm coming to us. He has also sent envoys to the giants to bring them in on our side. Harry shuddered thinking of giants coming in to aid Voldemort. He had known 2 half-giants in his life and had seen the amount of ridicule that they had to face for their heritage. He could not even think of what would happen if there were some giants in the war. He remembered Dumbledore had sent Hagrid on some mission during the summer vacation and guessed that perhaps Hager it was going to the giants with Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons. Harsh, who had been silent all this while, turned to the Death Eaters. You gentlemen have told me all you know and it is time that you leave our ship. I detest freeloaders. He clapped his hands again and 2 mystics appeared. Yes, master. He turned to the mystics. We are flying through the zone where there is abundance of predator birds. Last I remember they were fond of partridges. These 2 fine gentlemen here have offered to feed those birds. Take them to the bow. The guards hauled the Death Eaters out of the sea. Ellen took them to the bow with Harry and Harsh following closely. As they reached the bow, Harsh drew his wand and with a quick gesture, the 2 Death Eaters were replaced by partridges. Mr. Potter, would you like to do the honor of feeding the predators? Harry could not bring himself to do it. It was true that the two Death Eaters had killed many people, but Harry was not a killer. He had caused the death of Quirrell, but that was a life and death struggle, with a walking corpse possessed by Voldemort, and it was more like an exorcism than a killing. There was the shade of Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets, in that case. He had not attacked the human-looking thing directly, but destroyed the diary with the very same basilisk fang which had pierced his own arm. This was different. This was an execution, cold, calculated and deliberate. Even though his parents and grandparents had done their best to convince him of the need to kill, he still could not bring himself to do it, not this way. He shook his head to the mystic, telling him that he was not ready to take a life. Harsh merely shrugged and tossed the partridges into the air. Harry watched in horrified fascination as the two of them dived desperately toward the ground, hopeful of finding some cover there. But to no avail. A griffin swooped down out of the sun with blinding speed, then all that remained of the partridges was a few drifting feathers. Harry felt like throwing up, but Harsh shot a spell at him and his queasiness was gone in the next moment. Feeling the need to get his thoughts in order, he retired to his room, where he remained until he was summoned by Harsh. Longbottom Castle. Neville arrived at the castle early in the morning and was surprised to see his parents sitting at the window of their room in the chairs that had been conjured by the healer. These chairs had been prescribed by the healer for them till they were in the prime of their health again. Augusta was happy to buy 2 of them. These chairs served the same function as Muggle wheelchairs, with the difference being that they could be moved with intent. The user only needed to think of a specific function and the chair would do it. Frank and Alice were looking out at the ring of trees in the distance and talking in low voices. Neville did not want to listen to their private conversation, but mention of Harry Potter made him falter. "Frank," Alice was saying, "I want to bring Harry to live with us as soon as we are fit enough to care for him. He looked so lonely and small. I remember James at his age was well built and quite the charming young man. Either Sirius Black has failed in his duties or he is not around, or he would not have let any harm come to Harry. In any case, when we get shot off that bothersome healer, I am going to discover the truth, and if is still around and failed in his duties, then I swear by Merlin that I will neuter that mutt." Neville snorted hearing his mother cussing, and they turned to him. Frank was smirking at him while he frowned at him. "How long exactly have you been eavesdropping on our private conversation, young man? Has no one ever taught you that is not proper?" "Nay." Vil put on an air of offended innocence. "I am sorry, father. I could see that the two of you were talking and I was about to leave when I heard Mother mention Harry Potter. I just could not resist staying to hear what she would say about him. Imagine how my innocent, young ears burned to hear her cuss so." Alice, joining in with the spirit of the thing, adopted an air of utmost contrition. "My dear boy, I shall have to wash my mouth out with soap." Then, more seriously, "Young man, if I ever catch you listening in on our private conversation again, I shall have words with you when I get out of this infernal chair." Neville did his best to feign mortification and abject horror at being thus threatened. Frank, no longer able to contain himself, burst out laughing. Alice and Neville tried to maintain their charade, but one looked directly at Frank and they were undone. They laughed until they were clutching their stomachs and tears flowed from their eyes. Frank sobered up after a while. "Now Neville, these past few days that we have been back in the world of the living, you have only asked of our past and told nothing of the present or how things are going in the world yonder. We are strapped here in these infernal chairs away from the world. It makes me wonder if we are any better off now than we were when we were trapped in our own mindscapes." Alice glared at Frank. "Speak for yourself, Frank. I for one am very happy to be here joking with the two of you and being able to embrace my son and my husband once more. We are on the mend, and will be strong again soon enough. My mindscape, without the two of you, was a very lonely place indeed." "Mindscapes. You have both mentioned mindscapes. What are they?" Neville asked curiously. Alice's face fell, then she started out. "Do you mean to say that you haven't started, that your grandmother didn't teach? Oh. Neville, I am so sorry." Then she collected herself and started to explain. "A mindscape is a construct of magic in your mind. It serves some vital functions. First and foremost, it is a defense against legilimency, preventing unwanted intrusions into your thoughts, feelings and memories. As such, it is part of the art of occlumency. Second, it is a valuable tool to help you to organize and retrieve important information, things like core memories, facts and your spells. Third, and this is what saved your father's life and mine. It can also be used as a place of retreat to protect your mind and soul when you are subjected to torture or unbearable pain from injury. There was one thought there which Neville latched onto with enthusiasm. Do you mean that if I had a proper mindscape, that I would be able to store and retrieve important information with ease? Mom, I have struggled with a terrible memory and this would be a huge help. Why do they not teach this at Hogwarts? Frank, who had been content to listen to his wife teach, took the lead now. My son, there are some things of which we never speak outside of pure blood families. This is one of them. Had I not been in a coma, I would have begun your training around the age of 8. As it was, this would have fallen upon your grandmother. I am so sorry that you have struggled. I will begin your training as soon as I am strong enough. Neville had a lot to think about, but before one more moment passed, he needed to let his parents know that Gran had done her best. Mother. Father, Gran did try to teach me. I had no idea of what it was or how it would help me and, well, I didn't try very hard. Frank softened a bit. This is his son, and he fully accepted responsibility for his failure. Then he remembered that it was his father who had instructed him. Perhaps his mother was not much of a teacher. He began, "It's all right, Neville. I will teach you as my father taught me. I hope that now that you understand how important this art is, that I will find nothing lacking in your efforts to learn it. In the meantime, please ask Healer Lynn to instruct you in meditation. You will need to know how before we can begin." Neville brightened at this. "Yes, sir. I will be ready when you are. Just one more thing, Neville. Please don't choose a forest mindscape. You'll have a devil of a time finding anything in one of those." Neville instantly perked up. Forest mindscape. That would be amazing. Frank turned to Alice to see a broad smile across her face. "He is my son, Frank," she said with visible pride. Frank sighed. "Yes, Neville. This charming lady here, who I have the honor to call my wife, has a forest mindscape and she had a lot of animals in the forest. I once tried to enter and was baffled at the first step when I ran into an acromantula. As I ran away from the beast, I was goaded by a unicorn. Running from them, I fell into a river and then I decided to make my exit before any harm came to me." Neville turned to his mother who was looking a little sad. "The last 14 years have not been kind to my beloved Mindscape. By the time Harsh found me, the trees were all uprooted and burned and all the creatures were dead with the exception of one Romanian longhorn who was my protector. It is the only defense I have right now." Frank shuddered to hear what had happened to her mindscape and seeing the effect it had on Neville. He spoke to distract him. "Neville, I know that you are under orders from the healer not to say anything, but answer a few of my questions anyway." Neville knew he should not tell him anything, but he could not refuse a direct request from his father. He merely nodded. "I will answer though. Say questions which will not open a whole can of flobberworms." Frank grinned. "Excellent. Now tell us if Dumbledore is still around. Are Sirius, Remus and Peter alive? What happened to Voldemort? What happened to the war?" Neville could not answer those questions without other questions being asked. "Father, it pains me to refuse you, but the questions you have asked would lead to more questions, which I am not at liberty to discuss with you at this time." Frank did not chastise Neville but grumbled about telling off the healer. So it was that Healer Lynn found them in the chairs and when she tried to use a diagnostic spell. Frank stopped her saying that he would not allow her to cast any spell unless she permitted Neville to answer his questions. Consequently, half an hour later, Augusta Longbottom arrived at the castle. After a quick diagnostic, Augusta agreed to allow some questions to be answered while Healer Lynn monitored their condition. If they became overexcited or showed signs of stress, she would call a halt to it and no more questions would be answered for another week. Although Frank wasn't too happy about it, he agreed to his mother's terms. As Neville was asked the questions, it fell upon him to answer them. Albus Dumbledore is still alive and in good health in the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. Sirius Black and Professor Lupin are also alive. Peter Pettigrew is in the custody of the DMLE head. Madame Bones who is going to try him for betraying the Potters. You know who was vanquished at Godric's Hollow the night of October 31st, 1981 after killing Lil. Why and James Potter but failing to kill Harry? If anyone knows how that happened, they have not told me. In my first year at Hogwarts, he turned up again, possessing Professor Quirrell. The teach. That year and Harry defeated him again. And again, if anyone knows how, they are not talking to me about it. Finally, I'm not clear on the details, but Albus Dumbledore announced that he got his B.O.D. back last June and he is active again. All the Death Eaters who claimed to be under the Imperious Curse and bribed their way out of sentences in Azkaban when he fell, are working for him again. They are Dow. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, is being difficult. He is trying to silence or discredit everyone who believes that you know who is back, and some are saying that he is being bribed. Fudge! Frank exclaimed. They gave the position to Fudge. Did the wizarding world lose its mind? Fudge was a pacifist. Absolutely the wrong man for the job with a war brewing. He barely managed his department as it was. What happened to old cousin Barty? He was tough as nails and it was assumed that he was a shoo-in as the next minister. Neville looked to his grandmother before answering this time. He already felt that he may have said too much. Augusta cast a meaningful glance at the healer who shook her head in response. She sternly glared at her son. That will be quite enough for now, Frankie. We have agreed that you will have to wait for the rest of the answers. I promise next week, when you are stronger, you will be given more answers. Frank did not say anything but pouted, making everyone laugh. Black Town House. Sirius was tired from the exertions of the day. Today there had been no training for the members of Harry's circle, so he had taken Moony with him to the cottage on the hill where Moony had put him through his paces. First the werewolf had made him run laps around the property for an hour. Then they dueled, keeping it to nothing stronger than stinging hexes. Sirius started off by dodging when he could and shielding when he had to, but he was rusty and some of them got through. He managed to get a few stingers off himself, but that wasn't the point of the exercise. Now he was weary and sore from the run as well as smarting from the hexes that got through. But there was also the feeling of euphoria from a really good workout after far too long a time. In spite of his aches and pains, he felt better than he had for a long time. He thought that even though he wasn't a teenager anymore, a couple of days rest and he would be back at it, stronger than before. After Moony finished using him for a training dummy, the werewolf had him practice disarming while he kept disapparating all over the property, sometimes appearing behind Sirius and stunning him before disappearing again. Sirius had to work harder and concentrate harder because he wasn't using his old wand. Amelia had told him that his wand was placed in ministry storage after he was arrested, and last time she checked, the wand was under the best protection that the ministry could offer. The wand he was using belonged to the last Lord Black, Arcturus Orion Black. A lesser-known secker about Arcturus Orion Black was that he was a master wand maker, but he only ever crafted 5 wands in his entire life, and he sold all of them to a wand maker who was on the payroll of the family of Black. Perhaps he could convince Dumbledore to let him visit Mazarin. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found himself being hoisted to the ceiling by one ankle by means of a muggle snare. A few moments later, the twins entered the kitchen, saw him, howled with laughter and then disillusioned him and left. Sirius smirked. He could rely on the twins to make things fun when it got monotonous. He ickly called creature and the elf freed him in a matter of seconds. Then he gave some instructions to the elf and went to find Moony. He did not want to be in the house when his pranks became apparent. And everyone started looking for the culprit behind the mayhem. He silently prayed that the witches in the house would never figure out that it was him. He found Moony in the library and quickly explained why it would be a good time to make themselves scarce right now. Moony did not have to be told twice. The two of them left on the motorcycle the same minute. It was for just such occasions that the cottage on the hill was well stocked with provisions. He thought that while he was hiding from the rest of the order, he could send a letter to the wand maker and arrange a meeting. To do so would require some pretty creative planning. Good thing that he had brought the brains of the marauders with him. Reviews please. Chapter 11. I am positively elated with the response that this story is generating. I love you guys for loving this fic. Thanks to Anarian87, Marilyn, Ronan and obsessed with HP fan FIC for your insights. I again want to make this clear that Harry will not get anything easy, but he will be kicked, inspired and coerced into learning new things. If you do not like the way I am proceeding, please let me know. I appreciate that people are taking so much time of their schedule for my FIC. I will be using words from Hindi very often now and put their meaning in bracket beside them. Please bear with me for it. This chapter has been updated to bring some clarity in the provis. Ions and to make it more interesting reading. Thank you Hypergym. Disclaimer: last I checked, he still belonged to JKR and she was not in a mood to lease him to me. I am only having fun on the ground. The Marichika. When evening came and Harsh realized that Harry was not coming out of his cabin, Harsh summoned him. Harsh gestured for Harry to join him at the table where Harsh was reading a book. Ari looked at the book as he took his seat and noticed that the book was in a language he had not seen before. It made him wonder where the book was from and what it was about. Harsh looked in Harry's eyes and asked him, Harry, why do you think you cannot kill anyone? Or do you think that killing someone will make you evil? I know that you have not killed anyone ever, but look upon everything that has happened to Wizarding Britain in the last war and tell me if things would not have been better if the Defenders of Light had used lethal spells and killed Death Eaters when Tom Marvolo Riddle had raised his poisonous hood. If the Aurors had killed some of that Death Eater scum, perhaps others would not have joined him and things may have been very different. Can you imagine how many families were destroyed in the war? So many children were orphaned, so many houses wiped out of existence, and so many had to live in such deplorable conditions, devoid of love or compassion from anyone. This LL could have been avoided if one person had stepped up and did what should have been done anyhow. We were watching but we could not act, because we have never fought open wars, but when it all did not cease even for 10 years. We decided that we would raise our army and kill the scum who defiled Mother Magic. However, before we could take any action, you had vanquished him. Harry thought over the mystic's words and at some level, he knew the words made sense. If the Aurors had been given authority to use lethal force early on in the war, things might have been quite different for him and many of his classmates for that matter. Maybe many of the people in the photo that Neville had shown him would still be alive. Who could say how many others may have been saved? Some of the deaths were unnecessary and cruel. So many talented people had to die to keep the society from falling apart, and they all had died to ensure the safety of their loved ones. So many children were orphaned. He, Susan, Faye Dunbar, they all had lost their parents or at least one of them to the war. Neville had spent his childhood devoid of parental love in the shadow of the fame of his father and the stern upbringing of Dowager Lady Longbottom. He remembered that his parents had told him that he would need to kill to keep himself safe, but he just could not bring himself to use any of the unforgivable curses. He turned to Harsh. Guruji, I understand what you are saying. I even agree with you. Having to defend myself or someone else for that matter, in a life and death struggle is one thing. I feel that I could accept the responsibility for the death of another living human being, or intelligent magical creature for that matter, at my hands under such circumstances. However, I do not believe that I could ever be an executioner. I will not kill a person who is completely at my mercy. Harsh sighed. Harry, you know, when I killed for the first time, I could not get over my guilt. Rue then taught me a lesson. War is not about those who are gone, but it is about those who are left. Harsh said gravely to him, we often do not kill for ourselves but to keep others safe. When the time comes, you have to decide. But I can't even use the unforgivable curses, Harry said. I mean, I tried to use one on Wormtail in the graveyard and I just could not. Harsh smiled at him brightly. That is indeed very good. It means that your heart is not full of hate but love. You know of the Patronus, Harry. You know what fuels it. Harry thought for a moment before he started saying, Remus told me that our emotions fuel it. I use my happiest feelings for a Patronus. Harsh smiled and said to him, Remus was right, but it's mostly over love for others that fuels it. Love is a feeling which is so strong that it can make us do impossible things. It was love for you that made Lily Potter use such ancient magic which is basically non-existent in Wizarding Britain. Harry looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Harsh said to him, tell me, Harry. What do you hear when you go near a Dementor? Harry balked at telling him. It was not like he was ashamed of it, but it was deeply personal. Sharing that experience with Harsh felt like a terrible breach of intimacy. Then he thought that perhaps the mystic could tell him something that would help him understand what had happened on that Halloween night over 14 years ago. When a Dementor comes near me, I can hear my mother begging Voldemort to spare me but to kill her in my place. He tried to get her to stand aside and spare her life. He said that she did need to die. However, when she did not relent, then he killed her. There was that green flash that seemed to fill the world, the rushing sound as she screamed and she fell. With her out of the way, he cast the killing curse at me. There was the green flash again and then nothing, he finished in a flat tone. Harsh could see that Harry was struggling for self-control. He gave Harry a minute before telling Harry what he thought it all meant. Harsh said thoughtfully, "It is as I had thought. She did find the ancient blood sacrifice ritual." Harry curiously asked him, "Blood sacrifice ritual? Is that what it sounds like?" Harsh straightened in his chair. "You see, Mr. Potter, after you vanquished Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore took you out of the place, I led a team of mystics to find what had happened in the cottage. What Tom Marvolo Riddle had not found was that there were runes on a wardstone in your room and the stone was seeped with blood and magic, and as soon as we found the stone we whisked it because we knew your ministry could not find anything out of it. We ran some tests on the stone and we found that it had traces of an arcane blood magic ritual which has not been seen in the wizarding world for centuries. Your mother performed a ritual in which she offered her life to Mother Magic as sacrifice for your protection. This ritual requires the caster to step in front of meant for another to sacrifice their life. As the sacrifice happens, the person sought to be protected gets a protection which cannot be penetrated by anyone. Think about it, Harry. You are not first person whose mother stepped in front of death of their child, but it did not protect them. Your mother's love fueled her resolve to give up her life to save yours. It was love that drove James Potter to stand wandless against Voldemort and give time to Lily to perform the ritual which saved your life. Your parents gave their lives to save you, and if you stick to your righteousness and die, their sacrifice will be in vain and the people you care about will die anyway." Harry was feeling a myriad of emotions: surprise, elation, sorrow and intrigue. Nobody had ever told him about this. Most that he had known ironically was from Voldemort, who told his followers that it was an ancient magic which he had underestimated, while Dumbledore had told him in his first year that Lily had used her love for him to give him some protection. Voldemort perhaps knew of the ritual but did not elaborate because he did not want to appear weak. Perhaps Dumbledore did not tell him because he valued his secrets, and the boy who lived was one of the greatest mysteries of our time. He had always felt that it was his parents who gave everything to keep him safe, while the world credited him for doing something miraculous when he was only 15 months old and could not even hold a wand. His parents had died to keep him alive, and he wanted to honor their sacrifice by staying alive. If it came down to kill or be killed, Harry would do what he had to. Unfortunately, that meant that he would have to kill Voldemort. Thanks to that wretched prophecy, Tom Riddle was convinced that he had to kill Harry alive, and Harry was not going to let that happen. "Harry," Harsh's voice called Harry back from his musings, "even if now you are not in favor of killing anyone, perhaps I can tell you a story which will sway your thoughts." Harry nodded, eager to listen to any story which the mystic had to tell. Harsh closed his eyes, his forehead wrinkled as if in thought. In the ancient times, there was a time when evil was running rampant and there were many kings who were monsters in humans' body. There was a kingdom in Aryavarta known as Hastinapur where King Pandu ruled. Due to some reason he had to abdicate the throne, and he went to live in forests where he sired 5 sons who were said to be divine born. In his stead, his blind brother Dhritarashtra was made king, and he sired 100 sons. King Pandu died in the forests, and the children came back to the royal palace with their mother Kunti. They were looked after and loved by Bhisma, elder brother of their grandfather. Needless to say that the sons of Dhritarashtra clashed constantly with sons of Pandu and did not let go a moment to torment the sons of Pandu, and at one time tried to kill one of the Pandu sons, but he was saved. They all took training from Dronacharya, who regarded one of sons of Pandu as his favorite student. The sons of Pandu had a cousin, Krishna, who was a god. After a lot of suffering and betrayals that the sons of Pandu faced at the hands of sons of Dhritarashtra, they still avoided any war between themselves. Years later, after a lot of hardships which they faced, in which they were embarrassed, insulted and what not, and Krishna convinced them that war was inevitable for peace. So, the stage for war was set and both sides started amassing their army. The sons of Dhritarashtra had larger army and many venerable warriors among them. However, the favorite student of Dronacharya, Arjun, was vaunted as the greatest warrior, and the god himself was driving his chariot in the war. On the day the war was to start, Arjuna asked him to take the chariot between both the armies so he could see his foes. Needless to say, Arjuna found himself unable to kill anyone because most of them were his family, friends or teachers. The god, Krishna, delivered a sermon to him that the Mughals call Bhagavad Gita, and we refer to it as Song of the Lord. In it, he told Arjun that death is just another stop before the soul is reborn, and nothing ever happens without his will, so any death that happens at the hands of a warrior lies on him. Since everything came from him and goes back to him, we are blameless. Harry was fascinated by the tale, but it did not change how he felt about killing. He would not kill unless he absolutely had to. Harsh saw the resolve in his eyes and sighed. He had done what he could, and now it was upon the team to take the moral and embrace it. If he did not bring his mind around the fact that killing was necessary, then perhaps he will be jolted when someone close to him lost their life. Now, Harry, I have been told that you are good at defense. Harsh grinned at him mischievously. We should start your training with the basics. They proceeded to the deck where Harsh called 4 of his mystics. Harry, they will test your basics. We need to see where you stand before we proceed with a plan for you. Suddenly Harsh vanished and the FDS out shooting hexes at him. Harry immediately dived to the ground to save himself. In the next moment, he was up with his wand in hand. He barely had time to cast a stunner before they flanked him and were shooting at him from all directions. Unable to dodge spells coming from all directions at once, he cast a shield to deflect the onslaught of spells, but it didn't last long. He cast another shield and it lasted long enough for him to notice that they were all firing at once, giving him a few seconds respite between volleys. That was all the advantage he needed. At the end of the next volley, he dispelled his shield and fired a disarming hex at one of the mystics, who swatted it away with a flick of his wand. He sent a stunning spell at another who merely sidestepped. A blasting hex was sent at the third, who lazily produced a shield. And he sent a reducto at the fourth, who simply disappeared and reappeared a second later, grinning at Harry. Harry was flabbergasted. He was easily one of the best in Hogwarts when it came to defense. And his prowess with a wand was already a subject of talks between the students, but here he was a child. He had cast with the best of his ability and none of his spells had found its mark. They were toying with him. He fired a stunner at the third mystic, who produced a shield. The stunner reflected straight back at Harry, who was so surprised that he neither shielded nor dodged. Struck by his own stunner, Harry fell to the deck unconscious. One of the mystics enervated him, signaling him to get ready again. They started raining down spells on him, and this time, he noticed a different pattern. They were each taking their turn casting a spell at him, then apparating a way to reappear at a different spot and do it again. Harry found this pattern of attack confusing and impossible to dodge. He had to keep a shield up. He could not reply to the attacks as the mystics apparated away before he could take aim, cast and wait for the spell to connect, and he had no way to anticipate where they would appear again. Although, after a time, the pattern appeared to be that they liked reappearing at his back. Casting a few stunners behind him broke up that action quickly. After about 20 minutes, sting a new shield every few seconds was getting to be exhausting. Harry was ready to call it quits, but he remembered his lesson from Harsh and did not let his guard down. When Harry was wavering on his feet and it seemed that casting one more shield would cause him to pass out cold, Harsh called out, "Stand down." The mystics went still. He turned to Harry. "Lower your wand, Harry." Harry lowered his wand and sat down on the deck, panting. While the mystics had played with them, he understood what they were teaching him. As he fought with them, he realized where Moody had learnt the mantra of constant vigilance. If people attacked him like this, he would be paranoid of everyone like the old Master Auror. Harsh was scrutinizing him closely. He knew what the teen was thinking and smirked inwardly. The young Potter did not know what was in the future for him. By the time Harry Potter is done with his training, he will either revere the mystics or hate them. Are you tired, Harry? He asked. Harry nodded his head. I thought I had more stamina than this. I have never tired this quickly before. Harsh smirked. And how do you know that, Harry? I have trained for the last year with Ron and Hermione. I learned a lot of spells with them and I used to practice with them. They even used some powerful spells against me while I defended and my shield used to last longer. Here I have to raise a new shield after every 10 to 15 stinging hexes. Not to mention that their attacks are so random that I cannot guess where the next attack will come from, said Harry, exasperated. Harsh chortled. Harry, have you not studied magical theory in detail? Harry looked down, his face red with embarrassment. No, he thought, that was Hermione's thing. He had never bothered. Harsh laughed. Your reaction told me what I wanted to know. It will not change anything, but only you will have to work even more hard now. You will need to study about it in detail later, but for now it will suffice you to know that it does not depend on the nature of the hex but the power behind it. Your friends Ron and Hermione though are powerful more than average wizards their age, but they are not powerful as a mystic. They also do not know to put all their power in a spell as my mystics do. If it was any ordinary wizard in your place, their one hex would have shattered your shield, but even your basic shields are powerful than others. Harry was listening with rapt attention. Nobody had ever explained things to him this way. He again regretted not having read enough and he wondered if Hermione knew about it or not. Whether she did or not, Hermione was not here and he would have to study it for himself. Harsh raised his hand and a few seconds later, Harry's trunk came flying through the air to them. Harsh tapped the trunk and it opened. He calmly opened the library portion and picking up a quill he wrote something on the sorting parchment which was kept at the start of the shelves, and a book glowed on one of the shelves. He picked up the book and handed it to Harry, whose mouth was opened in surprise. I want you to study this book, Harry. Before we land at India tomorrow, I want you to finish this book or you will face my displeasure. Harry found his voice by now. How did you open my trunk? I thought that it can be opened only after giving a passcode. Harsh grinned at him. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Harry blanched. How did you know my passcode? He asked, flabbergasted. Let's just say that until you can make your mind safe, there is nothing safe, Harsh said cryptically. Harry remembered something Dumbledore had said. Professor Dumbledore also said something like ensuring that my mind is my own, but he did not explain. He pouted at Harsh. Laughing at Harry's antics, Harsh replied, that is for later, Harry. For now, you need to brush up on your magical theory, because without knowing this, there are things you cannot fathom to understand. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office with Minerva. The topic of concern was the law that the Wizengamot had just passed this morning. Cornelius, who had been getting more and more paranoid day by day and apprehensive about Dumbledore, had pushed a law through the Wizengamot which gave power to the ministry to appoint a professor in the school in case the headmaster failed to find one before the term began. On the surface, this might appear to be a measure on the part of the ministry to ensure the quality of education at Hogwarts. But Albus was no fool. He understood this to be the thin edge of the wedge for Fudge to take control of the entire school. With the track record of the defense against the dark arts professor not lasting for more than a year since Tom Riddle's visit all those years ago, Fudge would use this law to place his agent in the school and begin undermining the authority of the school board and the headmaster. Albus, you could have stopped the passage of the bill, Minerva was saying. Cornelius does not have the same power as you do. You could have stopped the bill. Minerva, the times are perilous ahead. Albus shook his head. I could have. He blocked Cornelius and tried to stop the bill from passing. This is not about power. This is about influence. Influence is a resource which must be carefully nourished, grown if you will. To overuse it is to kill it. If I had used my influence to block such a seemingly banal law, contrary to the expressed will of our minister, it would have given them all the leverage they needed to undermine or even destroy my credibility. No, this was the bait and I am not walking into their trap. I need the ancient houses to support me, especially during these times. This could have turned some of them against me. We will have to wait and see how things will unfold. Perhaps when the Great Alliance once again sits on the wise pull the rug from beneath Fudge's feet. Minerva did not answer but pursed her lips in disappointment. She understood that times were not as such where they could risk turning houses against them. It was just that her faith in Dumbledore's reputation was so much that she believed that he could have anything he wished for. As she talked, she realized that in the past few weeks, the world had changed and it all revolved around her great godson, Harry Potter. She would love to see how things unfolded when Harry Potter returned to the castle. He definitely would not be the meek, docile boy he had been the last 4 years. If he was half his father and godfather, then Anion the ministry sent in would have the time of their life. Minerva, if we do not find a teacher for defense against the dark arts this year, you know Cornelius will saddle us with a worthless teacher who will teach nothing to students but act as a spy and spread the ministry's propaganda. We will need to be prepared, Albus said. I have heard that he will try to push for ousting me from the posit Ion of Chief Warlock before the next academic year starts. If that happens, we will need to be careful in the castle and make sure that the ministry cannot find anything which would lead to incriminate us. Minerva did not say anything but nodded in response. Perhaps it is time that I made some changes to Hogwarts, he mused. Maybe I can convince Binns to retire and advertise for the post of history professor. That will be a day when the students of Hogwarts will thank you with all their hearts, Minerva said with mirth-filled eyes. There is another thing, Minerva. I have observed, and you would agree with me that since the First War, the quality of students has been deteriorating. The owls and newts have been evidence of the falling standards. With the war at the door, we need to teach our students to use what they are taught for self-defense, he said gravely. With the times that are approaching us, we will need to teach them things which they can use to defend themselves and others, if the need arises. So it begins. She thought, knowing that she would be meeting the teachers to convey what she was being asked of her. The comment of falling standards had hit too close to home. The students were not as good as they used to be. She will have to remedy that. Bones Manor, the dungeon. Rita Skeeter was having the worst time of her life. She had been bested by a mudblood WHO had trapped her like a common bug and then handed her to Susan Bones. Now she was in the custody of Amelia Bones, a woman who had too much hatred against Rita in her heart. While climbing to her fame, she had destroyed the reputations of many formidable witches and wizards. She even had the audacity to go after Albus Dumbledore, but she had not been able to destroy his reputation. Now she was in a dungeon where she had no way to escape. She had tried to apparate, but that was not possible. She had tried to change to her animagus form and that didn't work either. She was entirely at the mercy of Amelia Bones, who could kill her and no one would know of it. She knew of some of the darker aspects of the old families when in the ancient times, they used to silence their enemies in such a overt manner that no one ever knew anything about it. Even the Council of Lords never interfered in such feuds, and those old rules had been retained when the Wizengamot was formed, which meant that Amelia Bones could kill her and dump her body in some lake or among some beasts who would devour her body. She could do even worse, like handing her over to some dark family who was out for her blood, or he could send her to Azkaban without a trial. Her musings were interrupted when her cell door swung open on its well-oiled hinges. In stepped her jailer, Amelia, accompanied by a man whose face was covered with a mask. All she could see of his face were brown eyes. Amelia stepped up to her and, getting right in her face, smirked evilly. "Hello, Rita. I believe that our conversation is well overdue. Here will be no quick quotes quill this time. You have ruined a lot of lives. You know secrets about almost everyone in the wizarding world, and we could do with some of those secrets." She pointed to the man. "This is Mr. Aparichet, who has kindly agreed to help extract some of those secrets from your mind. You see, being an officer of the law, I cannot perform the imperious curse or use any other coercive methods, but Mr. Aparichet has no such inhibitions." The man stepped forward and looked into her eyes. Rita tried to look away, then the man petrified her. She could feel him probing her mind and she raised her defenses. The intruder knocked softly on her shields for some time, then retreated. Rita was cautious and did not lower her shields. The man's eyes brightened for a bit and Rita felt like someone had set her mind on fire. Suddenly there was a firestorm raging through her mind, and within seconds her mind shields were burnt to cinders. Rita was left helpless to stop the man from reading her thoughts. It did not take long for him to find where she kept her secret information, such as who were her sources in the ministry, whom she was blackmailing, where she kept her physical files, and what measures would be required to access them. Best of all, myriad details about Fudge and his corrupt dealings. The man retreated from her mind completely and then nodded to Amelia, and together they left the room. "What did you find out, Mr. Apparatchik?" Amelia asked. "Madam Bones," he said in a deep voice, "she knows awful lot of information. She has a cellar in her home where she keeps the secrets she comes across. A number of your head of departments in the ministry are sources for information, and she has a big fat dossier on the corruption of Cornelius Fudge, and he pays her a big g of galleons every month just to keep the secrets buried. If those secrets were to see the light of the day, Cornelius Fudge will not have enough space to run." Amelia's whole face broke out in a great big grin. "Mr. Apparatchik, it looks like my birthday has come early this year. Mr. Fudge's days in office are numbered." Finally she had something with which she could pay back Fudge for all his idiocy. But she would need to deal with Fudge's minions before she took out the minister himself. There was an immediate use for this dossier though. She could prepare a welcome home gift for Harry Potter. "Mr. Apparatchik, if you are willing, I could use your assistance to secure certain valuable materials from a certain reporter's home," she asked the mystic in a formal manner. With a courtly bow, he answered, "Madam Bones, I would be honored," and taking her by the hand, they disapparated together. Cottage on the hill. The members of Harry's circle were being trounced. Early this morning they arrived through the flow, and as each of them passed through the visitor's room to the hall, they were, in turn, each stunned and bound. After Neville came through the door and was stunned, they all were enervated by Sirius, who was smirking at them. The reason for his smirk immediately became clear when someone familiar growled, "Constant vigilance. Is it so hard to maintain?" The teens were free, Ed from their bonds and facing an irate-looking Moody with his wand trained on them. "Pathetic. If you were in the Auror Corps and I was your trainer, I would have fired the lot of you for the pathetic show that you just gave me. Has no one learned a lesson from this year? Granger," he growled, "what did you all do wrong?" Hermione, who was rattled like the others, took a moment composing herself. "Please, Professor Moody. I can't speak for everyone here. As for myself, I exited the flow and walked right on through the door without even looking around." There was a general nodding of heads, a ND murmur of agreement from the rest of the teens. "Weasley," he said, "Ronald Weasley, not you two, what should anyone do in conditions like these?" Ron was not much on academics but was a good strategist, said. "Traveling by flow is disorienting. I always need a moment to get myself told. At very least I could do during that time is have a good look around to make sure everything is where it is supposed to be. If one can do it, casting a hominum revelio would be a good precaution even if the visual check shows that nothing is out of order. Then, if there is someone waiting in ambush, I would already have my wand out to deal with them." After a brief lesson, the general theme of which was constant vigilance, Moody had them running laps around the perimeter of the property for 15 minutes. By the time they were done, they were panting and crashed on the ground. Moody, however, was relentless and immediately started shooting stinging hexes at them to make them move. Today's war game was teachers versus students. The teachers were only allowed to use disarming hexes on the students. The students' task was to subdue the teachers. It sounded simple, but the reality of it was quite different. The professors kept apparating all over the property, and sometimes, they would duel with one of them. Within 5 minutes of starting the duel, they had disarmed Ginny and Ron. Hermione was the next to go when she was caught between Remus and Sirius, who both shot the disarming hex at her at the same time from 2 opposite directions. Susan and Neville banded together to avoid losing, but they were outnumbered when Sirius and Remus caught up with them. They were successfully defending themselves for some time before Flitwick appeared out of nowhere and disarmed Neville while Susan was taken out by the marauders. The twins were proving elusive with apparating all over the property till they apparated inside the hull of the cottage and suddenly felt a trap go off. They tried to apparate out of it but could not. Sirius came in the room, saw them trapped, guffawed at them telling it was revenge for the rope, and then painted them Gryffindor gold and crimson before walking away. Then Moody P. ooped them in pairs and ordered them to practice disarming on their partners. While they were good, there was room for improvement. The teachers went around making tiny corrections and telling them to resume. In the evening they were dismissed with instructions to read what they had been taught in the previous years. Greengrass Manor. The blonde Slytherin was in a bad mood. When she came home after the 4th year, her father told her that the Lord Malfoy was pressuring him to arrange a betrothal and even threatened them with the Dark Lord. She of course knew that the Dark Lord was back, but her was leader of the neutrals and they would never align themselves with the Dark faction. Besides, the Greengrass family was old and influential and had considerable power. Her father had resisted Lucius Malfoy's overtures for now, but they needed to do something to keep the family safe. She had an idea which would help her family get through the war alive, but it would mean giving up their neutrality for the Light. Right now, the Light faction was powerful because they had Dumbledore on their side, and if Daphne believed her mother's information, Harry Potter was going to turn the Wizengamot upside down soon. Her mother worked in the family records department at the ministry and she had brought some astounding news to them. Flashback starts. Roxanne Greengrass had returned home after a tiring day. Ordinarily she had boring days since not many people had business in her department. It was a position which was relatively quiet even during the previous wars, except for the fact that they had to keep constant records of families which were wiped out of existence or inheritances going to new individuals. As she arrived at the office today, she got a visit from the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. For some reason she was interested in the records of the ancient and noble house of Gaunt, which was the last descendant of Slytherin. After a thorough inspection of the records, all she had got was that the last descendant of the House of Gaunt was born of the union of a squib daughter and a muggle in Little Hangleton, and that the son had attended Hogwarts in the 50s. As Amelia Bones left, she received a rather large stack of parchment which came from the goblins. When she inquired, the goblin liaison officer, Dirk Cresswell, merely shrugged, telling her that it was secret. Of course, Roxanne knew what confidential meant in her department. It meant that no one except her could see the documents, and not even Cornelius Fudge could ask her to bring the documents to him. It was made so by the Council of Lords so that the ministry could not interfere in House's business. As Dirk left, she opened the stack of parchments and it was the biggest shock of her life. Recently, Harry Potter had ascended to his lordship. Not that Roxanne was surprised. She knew that he was the last Potter, so he would be Lord Potter, but the stack contained other houses also. Houses that Roxanne did not know he was an heir to. She was astounded to find that he was Lord Black. She knew that the last Lord Black was Arcturus Orion Black and he had died 6 years ago. The next Lord Black would have been Sirius. But he could not ascend to his lordship while he was serving a sentence in Azkaban or a fugitive. In the absence of any direct descendants of Sirius, the next heir would have been Draco Malfoy Thr. His mother's line, as all other possible heirs were either dead or disowned, but to see him being ousted by Harry Potter was something nobody could have foreseen. When she looked into the older records, suddenly the canute dropped when she found that Harry was godson of Sirius Black. Did that mean that Sirius Black was innocent? The magics behind the oath of Godfather were severe. And even trying to think of breaking those oaths could kill someone. This cast a shadow of doubt on her mind regarding his guilt. Another parchment that she found in that stack was of a blood adoption of Harry Potter by Sirius Black, which told a different story altogether. If Harry Potter was his blood adopted son, that meant Harry Potter was in constant contact with the Azkaban escapee. Something to ponder and use for the safety of her family. The next piece of parchment was more surprising. This piece of parchment turned a lot of her perceptions upside down. Lily Evans, one of her best friends, was a pureblood. Lily always maintained that she was a Muggleborn, yet she had an unwavering fascination with the wizarding world's traditions and customs, which was surprising. She was surprised when Lily agreed to a marriage contract with James Potter as per the old customs, but perhaps that was because, as per old customs, she as a Muggleborn did not bring any family magic to the marriage, while James's family was ancient and one of the pillars of the wizarding world. To learn that she was not a Muggle-born but daughter of one of the old families which was entrenched in the dark as much as the Rosier family was, it certainly boggled her mind. Harry Potter, by reason of being last scion of House Rosier, was the Lord of Rosier now. He was also the lord of an old house of Germany which was insanely rich. His lordship would not give him any more seats on the Wizengamot, but it likely made him the wealthiest wizard in Europe. He held lordships of 4 houses, and that gave him 11 votes, seeing he was lord of the ancient and reverent house of Peverell, which gave him 5 votes and 2 votes each for his other houses. There was an off chance that he could claim the vassal houses and their votes in the Wizengamot. In other words, the politics were about to get interesting. If she could have, right there and then, she would have sent a missive to her family's friends and allies and banded them together with House Potter, but her position and her oath as the head of department did not permit her to do so. She could talk to her husband though. Flashback ends. Her mother had returned home an hour ago and had told her that she had something important to discuss with her and her father. House secret. If she would. House secrets referred to secrets which could not be disclosed to anyone who was not family, not for any reason. Good evening, Daphne, Cyrus's voice. The frown on your face tells me that you were lost in thought. Daphne actually frowned. Cyrus Greengrass had blonde hair, brown eyes, a long face, aristocratic features. Was about 6 feet tall, well-built, and had a jovial sense of humor. He could always sense the moods, whether it was Roxanne or any of his daughters, and he always seemed to know the exact thing to say to brighten their day. Evening, father, she replied. I was thinking about Malfoy's threat of consequences. With that monster being back, things will indeed turn bad for us and the other neutrals. The light side is woefully unprepared. We would not interfere in their petty conflicts, but their self-styled Dark Lord has shown, over and over again, that he does not care who dies, so long as it serves his purposes. Most of the deaths of his own minions were his own doing, but they are either so terrified by him or so stupidly loyal that they do not desert him. No, instead they came running back to him the moment it looks like he may have any real power again. It is unbelievable. To keep our family safe, we will need some powerful houses on our side. With all the devastation from the last war, there are only a few of those houses left. Then you will both be happy to know that there is someone who can help us to remain safe in the war, cut in R.O. Zan's voice, who had just entered the room, and thus, we come to the house secret that I called you together to discuss. This should help us to sort out our priorities. What secret are you talking about, dear? Asked Cyrus, pecking his wife on the cheek as she sat beside him on the sofa. This morning I received a fat stack of parchments from Gringotts, about Harry Potter, she replied. Ah, yes, young Mr. Potter. I would assume that since he is the last of House Potter that he has ascended to his lordship. Young, but he has proven himself capable. That's 2 more votes for the side of light. Cyrus wrinkled his brow in puzzlement. How does that help us? My dear husband, you are both intelligent and impatient, she said, smiling at him. You are right, as far as what you know and have guessed, but there is more. At this point, Roxanne had their full attention. As you have correctly guessed, young Lord Harold James Potter is Lord Potter. She paused for dramatic effect, and Lord Webber, and Lord Rosier, and Lord Black, but most significantly he is also Lord Peverell. A minute passed in silence as Cyrus and Daphne processed what this meant. Daphne was the first to break the silence. Webber. What is House Webber? I've never heard of them. Then before Roxanne could answer, Cyrus cut in. Peverell. But how? There hasn't been a Lord Peverell for centuries. And 5 houses. How is that even possible? Quote. Roxanne turned to Daphne first, with a glint of conspiracy in her eye. Daphne, House Webber is an ancient German family, thought to be extinct, which may explain why you haven't heard of them. They have no seats on the Wizengamot, but quite a considerable fortune. And that, my lovely daughter, quite likely makes him the wealthiest wizard in Europe. The next half-hour passed with Roxanne explaining in detail how the goblin tests worked, how Sirius had blood-adopted Harry, and how the Peverell family magic had accepted a lord after having laid dormant for centuries, not only the magic, but also their grimoire and vaults. So you see, Roxanne wound down to her conclusion, Sirius must be innocent. Lord Potter now has 11 votes on the Wizengamot all by himself. And, this time, you know who will be up against magic which has not been seen in Avalon since the last war mage over 1,000 years ago. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Cyrus. This will take the Wizengamot by storm. The dark side won't know what hit them. Then he grinned. that mealy-mouthed idiot Fudge will never have another peaceful night's sleep again. And that regency of House Blah. CK that Malfoy usurped when the previous Lord Black passed on while Sirius was rotting in Azkaban, those votes will go to their rightful heir. Daphne, who was taking this all in, while at the same time, drawing her own conclusions, spoke. Mother, do you suppose that all of that gold which Malfoy and his father have been flashing around, do you suppose that it came from the Black family fortune? Does this mean that the impudent little toe-rag Draco is shortly going to find that his entire family is flat broke and his slimy git of a father is Azkaban bound? Roxanne regarded her daughter with wide-eyed fascination. You are entirely too good with this stuff for your own good, Daphne. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Although everything you say may very well be true, however as it happens. A regent cannot touch a family fortune and it is available only to the supposed heir when he comes of age. The Malfoys may be fugitives from France but they brought their wealth with them. While is not significant compared to Black fortune but is sufficient for them for posturing around. Also I believe that Narcissa was given hefty dowry when she was married to Malfoy. If there has been any misuse of funds or not, it will concern Lord Black and it is upon him to do something about it. We must behave as it were all a big surprise when it all comes down. Daphne rolled her eyes. Really, Mother? Isn't that what family secret means? Don't worry, I know how to keep private things private. But this will change the balance of power in Slytherin House at school and I must be ready to act. Daphne was already making plans. She had a lot of influence in the House of Serpents already. With that impudent git Malfoy broken, she could easily leverage herself to lead the whole bunch of them. And that would deny any new recruits to he who shall not be named. If that was all she could do for the war, she would be satisfied, but was there anything else? Her father broke in on her thoughts. Daphne, I want you to become Harry Potter's friend. It is time that we step to the light. After the war, we can go back to being allied with the neutrals. Daphne made a quick appraisal of both of her parents. Become Harry Potter's friend. Yes, that would be done if at all possible. It didn't hurt that he was filthy rich and seriously cute. But, openly coming out on the side of light. That lacks subtlety and may not be the best tactic. However, the two of them seemed to agree. Father, I shall do, even as you wish. The Marichica. Harry was tired. He had gone to bed pretty late in the evening after reading the book assigned to him by his guru and slept fitfully for only 3 hours before a stinger to his backside woke him. As he woke up, he was commanded by a gruff-looking mystic to join him on the deck. As he climbed the stairs to the main deck, he could see that the ship was being boarded. When he looked around, he and the one mystic seemed to be the only ones on deck. The invaders were a herd of hippogriffs. They were making a lot of noise and befouling the deck and the rigging. Something had to be done soon, but what? Young Potter, the mystic shouted above the din, I want you to tame one of these beasts. As soon as you tame one of them, fly it out of here and the rest will follow. You will then return with your hippogriff to the deck. Harry thought the mystic was mad. Then he remembered what Hagrid had taught him about hippogriffs and that he had befriended Buckbeak. Would the same actions work with a wild hippogriff? What are you thinking? Bellowed the mystic. Get on with it. Before Harry could move, he was hit with another stinging hex. Harry turned to the mystic. I have an idea. Back me up. If this goes pear-shaped, it will happen fast. Harry scanned the herd, looking for the alpha male. Spotting a large and active male that was black and red in appearance, he walked right up to him and, establishing eye contact with him, bowed from the waist. Hippogriff's eyes widened momentarily, then he returned the bow. Harry cautiously walked forward and patted the beast. To his surprise, he felt an immediate connection with this beast and after a few seconds, vaulted to its back. With that space just behind the wings. With a click of the tongue and a gentle tap from his heels, the hippogriff launched itself into the air and the entire herd followed them. This was not like riding Buckbeak. This creature was a lot larger and stronger. When they reached an alarming altitude, the creature did a barrel roll, and Harry only managed to hang on with its back by grabbing the front of the wings. As the creature righted itself, he resumed his seat and held on more tightly with his knees. Then the creature did a loop and Harry did a better job of hanging on. It was all getting to be too much, and pulling his wand out of his robes with great effort, he conjured a makeshift bridle and a lasso. Once the bridle was in place and the lasso was around the beast's neck, he stopped showing off and Harry guided them back to the ship. It took about 10 minutes for the two of them to find the ship again and land on her deck. When they did, the mystics were there to greet them, wands out and alert. As soon as Harry dismounted, Harsh embraced him. "Well done, Harry. Hagrid did not exaggerate when he told about your bond with animals. You have, indeed, tamed a magnificent beast. Guruji, if we could have kept flying through this area and the beasts would have done us no harm, why then did I have to tame one?" Harry asked him. Harsh smirked. "If you had not tamed your hippogriff, you would have had to make your own arrangements for traveling from Gujarat to Himalayas." "Meaning?" he asked. "You will see," said Harsh. "I do not want to ruin your surprise by breaking it to you. For now, go and have your sleep. We have a busy and hard day tomorrow." The next morning, Harry Potter woke up tired and sore. While he was exhilarated with all the hard work that he had done and the flying with the hippogriff last night, the adrenaline rush had not let him feel the soreness of his muscles or the amount of energy he had spent in trying to subdue the beast. Right now, his bones felt heavy to him and even getting out of bed felt like a Herculean task to him. Muttering, "Gryffindors, charge forward," he stepped out of his room and found one of the MYSTICS grooming the hippogriff he had tamed last evening. "Harry," the mystic said, "what did you name this one?" "Name?" Harry asked confused. "Why do I have to name him?" "Because Harry, you have tamed him and I can see a bond exists between you both. Without a name, how would you address him to do your bidding?" Harry thought back for a moment, then he remembered feeling something when he first touched the hippogriff's neck. Bond. "Yes, I did feel something." He looked into the hippogriff's eyes for a moment, while asking as if the creature could answer him, "How would you like to be addressed?" "Skylord seems appropriate. But no, that is your title, not your name." Then he turned to the mystic. "I thought it was people like Hagrid who like to name beasts." "Hagrid would know what to name him." "Harry, Rubeus Hagrid is very beloved of beasts and blessed by Mother Magic when it comes to them. All the beasts in the Forbidden Forests love him. If anything were to happen to him, there is Nob Adi who can control the creatures in the forest," the mystic replied. "He is very talented with them. I do not imagine there would be many beasts which can scare him." "You are too right about that, sir. So what should I name him?" Harry asked the mystic. "It is not like I have many names with me that I can choose from." "You can choose any name that you think would describe him," the mystic replied. "He is certainly fast and wild like a wind storm," Harry mused, "and the black color on his coat is more prominent than any other color." He looked into the hippogriff's eyes again and a feeling of certainty struck him. "Black Storm. Your name, in my language, would be Black Storm. May I call you by that name?" The hippogriff nodded his approval with a neigh while pawing the deck. With a broad grin, Harry affirmed, "Then Black Storm you shall be named," and he gave the hippogriff a hug around its neck. "He agrees with you, Harry," the mystic laughed. "Now off with you. We are going to ACH India in few hours and I want you to break into him before we land." He handed Tack to Harry. "He is yours to saddle and bridle. Make sure you do it right or you will hurt him." Harry looked at saddle and all the bits of metal and leather straps in confusion. The first 2 times he had ridden on Buckbeak, he did it bareback. When he rode Black Storm this morning, it was also bareback. He had never saddled and bridled a creature of any sort before, nor had he even watched while someone else had done it. A series of stingers peppering his body brought him out of his reverie. "Get on with it, Harry. Time will not wait for you." Harry turned to the mystic. "Do we really need a saddle? I mean, won't that hurt him?" The mystic was only now beginning to understand that Harry had almost no experience with care of riding creatures. "No, Mr. Potter. A properly adjusted saddle would distribute the load, making carrying you much easier on his spine. Over a long journey, riding bareback, he would get sore there. What's more, it will be easier on you." Harry finally did what he had very reluctantly done in the last 4 years. His time with Dursleys had shaped him into an individual who never sought others' help, and his experience of last 4 years was not helping either. Whenever he tried to get an adult to help him, they did Not help him but coddled him like a child. The mystics were treating him with dignity, and he was concerned that if he continued to spectacularly fail at everything, they would start to treat him like a child too. He turned to the mystic and confessed, I have. Never learned how to put the tack on a horse, much less a hippogriff. The mystic regarded Harry with a look of mingled surprise and sadness. Guruji has told me that you can ride a hippogriff. We saw what you did with Black Storm this morning. How can this be? I can ride one. Hagrid taught us to approach them, but he did not teach us to use the tack. Harry replied, aware of the mystic's gaze on him. We had one lesson with the hippogriff, and I was the only one who had approached it before Malfoy decided to be a git and got hurt after insulting the hippogriff. Insult a hippogriff? What kind of fool does that? The mystic asked incredulously. The kind of fool who thinks he is better than others because his father has a lot of money. The kind of fool who has no idea that the power of a person is determined by how much magic is in him. A fool who thinks his family is greatest of all regardless of the fact that his family fled like fugitives from France, and anyone bearing the name is still not allowed within its borders, said Harsh, who had approached the pair just then. The mystic immediately bent and touched Harsh's feet. Harsh responded by fondly touching the other mystic on his head and murmured, Ayushman Bhav, may you live long. Pashupati, kindly teach Mr. Potter to saddle and bridle the beast, Harsh said smiling. He is new and we will need to teach everything to him. Treat him like a child who is to learn everything that is there except defense, where he is very accomplished for his age. Pashupati bowed to Harsh and said, as you say, Guruji. Then turning to Harry, seemed to produce a second set of tack from thin air. He laid his set of tack out on the deck, motioning to Harry to do the same. Once Harry had his tack laid out to the mystic's satisfaction, he began to explain, Harry, it is understandable that for one like Hagrid, use of tack is not the first thing he would teach. Now, it is time to amend your education. I will spend the next few minutes going over the tack. I will explain the name, the purpose, the materials and the method of making each piece. When I am done, you will be able to do the same. If any question should present itself to you, you will please stop me and ask. Harry understood this to mean that there would be a test and paid close attention. After only 15 minutes, Harry had sufficient understanding of the talk. CK to Pashupati then turned to the bow of the ship and gave a shrill whistle. A moment later, a hippogriff landed. The mare had bay fur and iridescent feathers. He bowed to her, and when she returned the bow, he gave her an affectionate hug around her neck. Welcome, Gracewind. Will you help us with our lesson today? She pawed the deck and nodded her assent. Harry, I will place the tack on Gracewind here. As I do so, I will give you verbal instruction on each step and warn you what to look out for. Gracewind is gentle and highly intelligent. She will remind if I should forget anything. You will attend. It was obvious to Harry that Pashupati was going through the process at a speed which was painfully slow for him. With all the explanation, it took another 15 minutes. And yes, there was one point when he neglected to tell Harry how to deal with bloating while tightening the girth strap that Gracewind reminded him by demonstrating bloating resulting in the strap being dangerously loose. By the end of the demonstration, Gracewind had Harry wondering how intelligent these creatures really are. Harry bowed to Gracewind and thanked her for her help. When she bowed back, he gave her a pat on the side of her neck. Now, Mr. Potter, the mystic directed him to Black Storm, let us see what you have learned. You will now place the tack on Black Storm and you will tell me what you are doing at every step. Harry started with the bridle and worked his way through the entire process. To Pashupati's delight, he got everything right the first time, right down to giving Black Storm a thump in the side when he tried to bloat and keep him from tightening the girth strap. The mystic went over the tack and found everything in order. The mystic nodded his approval, then turned back to Harry. Now, Mr. Potter, you will remove the tack, lay it out as I have shown you and put it on again. I will be timing you. Go. Harry went through the steps as quickly as he dared. When the tack was back on Stormwind, he said, time. Quote, Pashupati said, 5 minutes, 33 seconds. Not a world record by any standard, but it will do for a rank beginner. Let's see how you did. And he set to work, inspecting the tack. As he finished his inspection, He pointed to the stirrups and said, "You will need to adjust those for your comfort. Other than that, I see no problem with your work. It will do." Harry made his best guess at what would be a comfortable height for his feet and adjusted the stirrups accordingly. Wearing his dragon hide boots and a riding cloak, he approached Black Storm from his left side and vaulted to its back. Part of the saddle was a set of leg restraints. They were there to prevent the rider from falling out of the saddle during extreme maneuvers. Harry made sure they were secure before he gave a click of the tongue with a gentle kick to the sides and Black Storm rocketed into the air. Now that Harry felt secure in the saddle, he whooped with glee and Lee enjoyed putting his new friend through his paces. Pashupati flew right beside him on Gracewind. She was not quite so large or powerful as Black Storm, but she was considerably more graceful and Mystic's riding expertise put him in an entirely different class. As they were flying, Pashupati drew out his wand and started firing color spells at Harry. Harry, seizing upon the challenge, Ed working with his mount to dodge the spells and answered with a few color spells of his own. This was when the superior grace and flying skill of his opponents really shone through. While Harry and Black Storm jigged and dodged as well as they could, they sustained a great many hits while their opponents never quite managed to be there when Harry's spells went shooting by. After about 2 hours of sustained dog fighting, Black Storm, as large and mighty as he may be, was not used to carrying a rider or having to sustain aerial combat maneuvers, and he was beginning to tire. Harry called out, "Mr. Pashupati, I am concerned for Black Storm. I believe that he has had enough for now." The mystic signaled down with his wand arm and Harry followed him back to the ship at a very leisurely pace. As soon as they landed, Harry released his legs from the restraints and leapt to the deck. The deck felt very strange to him after the unceasing motion of his mount, but he set straight to work on removing the saddle. Beside him, Pashupati had already removed and stowed his tack. After he bowed to Gracewind and said something Harry did not understand, she took to the sky and was gone. He came over to see how Harry was doing. Harry had managed to remove the saddle and the mystic was assessing Blackwind's condition. He turned to Harry, "Leave the bridle on." Harry looked a question at him. He continued, "Hippogriffs are not horses, but they do have some things in common. One of those is that you cannot stable them while they are all hot and sweaty like this. Spread out his blanket over his body and walk him around the deck until he dries. When you have done, I shall teach you about grooming and feeding." It was another hour before Harry had cooled down Black Storm, cleaned up the residue from the color battle, stowed his tack, groomed the hippogriff and finally showered and dried himself. When he was done, Pashupati said, "I believe that Guruji is expecting you. Please offer my apology for keeping you so long." Harry entered Harsh's cabin to find him in a state of meditation. In that moment, Harsh was looking at peace with himself, his forehead without any wrinkles, his face calm and his magical aura pure white. He opened his eyes after 10 minutes and seeing Harry there, he smiled. "Harry, how your flight was? I hope you enjoyed it." Harry returned the smile. "Yes, Guruji. I love flying." "Harry, did you finish the book?" he asked. "If you have not, then I will be angry with you." Harry nodded in response. "Guruji, I should hope that I shall never experience your displeasure. I could not put the book down until I finished it." He had finished the book after he found that he liked it. It answered so many of his questions which he always had but had never got any answers to them. It had explained why he was different from other students even though they were the same age. It told why some people had more power in their spells while others did not. Why some could asked spells which could penetrate a brick wall, while others could damage a large area of the brick wall with the same spell. "Harry, can you tell me what is the difference between Remus Lupin and Neville Longbottom's casting?" Harsh asked him. Harry took the time to recall images of the two of them casting and evaluate those images in the light of his newly acquired knowledge before he answered. Quote, "Remus Lupin is a powerful wizard whose spells can create a wide area impact and consequently do more damage. By contrast, Neville Longbottom's spells have more power in them and are more focused. Remus's spells would not destroy the target, Neville's would destroy it utterly, possibly even causing objects to explode and cause secondary damage. Remus's spells would be more effective with targets which are difficult to hit or areas containing multiple targets. Neville's spells would be highly effective against targets which are more resilient. These are natural phenomenon and differ from wizard to wizard. It cannot be controlled or perfected by someone by their intention. This is like an inherent part of their magic which cannot be changed. Harsh nodded. Good Harry. Now tell me why do your shield falter in front of my mystics but it used to hold against your friends? Ron and Hermione are not as powerful as mystics. They only cast with about half of their strength. Much of their potential remains unused. Hermione has a strong grasp of theory and has excellent technique, but she is not yet fully grown and she will become stronger as she matures. Ron, he shook his head, just doesn't seem to work hard at anything. To make matters worse, he wasn't even using a wand which chose him during his first 2 years at Hogwarts. He will never be able to do complete change of attitude. When they used to practice with me, they were only a fraction powerful as compared even to your mystic trainees. Spells by themselves are not powerful but it depends on the power of the caster. The more powerful the caster is, the more powerful the spell will be. Your mystics are more powerful than ordinary wizards and I have no idea how they got that way. Harry finished his findings and Harsh was smiling at him. Now Harry, we are around an hour away from India. We will be seeing the coastline very soon. I want you to saddle your ride and pack your belongings. When we land, you will help others as they require you to. Harsh instructed him. Daily Prophet, London. Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, was sitting in his office behind his desk reading an article which the Mini Stry had sent with orders to publish in the next day's edition. It made him sick to publish this rubbish. Journalism is publishing verifiable facts. This reminded him strongly of the work of the Russian paper, Pravda, during the Mughal Cold War. It was nothing but a fabric of lies woven with innuendo designed to discredit anyone who opposed the minister. He would just as soon wrap a bowtruckle in this and print it. But his orders came from the ministry and he liked his job, so print it he will. What difference would one more article, painting Dumbledore as a balmy old git who was losing his marbles, make anyway? He had guessed that something major had happened on the night of the third task. When Dumbledore had proclaimed that you know who was back, Cuff did not dismiss his statement like many others. He wanted to publish the story, but without reliable witnesses, and the first hint of things to come, an order from the minister himself to refrain from publishing any such story, it did not get published. Since then, the stories had been getting nastier. Was it possible that what Dumbledore was saying was true? He had never been known to lie before. Keep secrets, yes, but lie, no. Cuff went over the facts in his mind one more time. No one knew what had happened to you-know-who at the end of the First War. Only thing that they had found was his cloak, a wand and a crying Harry Potter with his mother's dead body near him. They had believed Dumbledore's word that you-know-who was vanquished. Not dead, vanquished. Most people did not appreciate that there was a difference. But Dumbledore chose his words carefully and he had a reason for choosing that one. It meant that Dumbledore believed even then that you-know-who would return eventually. Perhaps he knew something that no one else did, and if Dumbledore knew something then there was no reason for them to doubt his word. The harsh reality was that the ministry owned the paper. And so, if Cuff wanted to keep his job, he published what the ministry wanted published and suppressed what the ministry wanted suppressed. As he read over the article one more time, he wondered if he could get away with making any changes to it without getting the sack. Perhaps he could establish a new column as Letters from the Ministry, and add a disclaimer that this did not represent the opinion of this paper. Such a daring move would discredit the minister and maybe even restore the faith of the readers of the Daily Prophet, but the paper was meant to be sold and make galleons. Having the ministry at loggerheads without some powerful backing would be fatal to his career. He was interrupted in his daydreaming by a disturbance in his outer office. He placed his quill back in its holder, readied his wand and rose from his chair to go and see what it was all about. Before he could even get out from behind his desk, the door to his office burst off its hinges and on the threshold stood one furious-looking witch, namely Andromeda Tonks née Black. His secretary was meekly peeking out from behind her, looking apologetic. With the first flick of her wand, his wand soared across the room to her outstretched hand. The second flick of her wand sent a bombarda through the space which Barnabas had just vacated in favor of the underside of his desk. There was a crazy witch in his office. She meant business. Security would be on the way. But how would he stay alive long enough for help to arrive and him with no backup wand? Maybe he could stall her. What do you want? He called out from under his desk. She growled, I want you to grovel like the spineless worm you are, and shot away part of his desk. He could hear her coming around the desk, crunching through the debris, trying to get an angle for a clean shot at him. Anything you want. Just, please don't hurt me. He squeaked, as he moved his chair, trying to use it as a shield. The desk levitated away and landed on the other side of the room. There you are, she said with a grin of satisfaction and reduced the chair to rubble with a reducto. Cuff just swallowed hard and looked down the wand that was now pointed between his eyes. Kill me if you want. It's not like my life is worth much anymore. And he broke down and wept. Fortunately for you, Mr. Cuff, those are not my orders. Would you be so kind as to inform your executee, the assistant, that you will take my meeting now, she said without moving the wand so much as an inch. Still looking at the wand, he said, yes, of course. Then raising his voice so that his assistant could hear, I will be meeting with Madame Tonks. Cancel all other appointments and do not allow anyone else to enter. From the outer office, she responded, yes, Mr. Cuff. Shall I send in some tea? The assistant knew that her boss did not drink tea. This was code to ask if she should summon security to eject an unwelcome guest. Cuff responded, no, not today. I don't believe that Madame Tonks will take any tea. A few moments later, the office was restored to order with the door, the furniture back in place and several anti-eavesdropping spells on the door. Cuff was back behind his desk, with his visitor sitting opposite him. Cuff was still shaking in his cloak, but, at least she had stopped aiming her wand at him. Do you know who I am, Mr. Cuff? She said, glaring at him. Cuff looked just a little annoyed at the question. Yes, madam, I certainly do. You are Andromeda Tonks née Black, disowned for marrying a Muggleborn, partner in a law firm with your husband and one other Muggleborn lawyer. If I did not know that, you would already be on your way to Azkaban for trespass, destruction of private property, assault with a deadly weapon and making death threats against a public figure. Does that about cover it? Quote, here is a news update for you, Mr. Cuff. The new Lord Black has reinstated me and I am here representing his interests. You cannot charge me for trespassing at a place which he owns. Nor can you charge me with destroying his property. I have neither threatened you nor assaulted you. As for the rest, read this, and she flung a stack of parchments onto his desk. As Cuff opened the stack of parchments, the first thing that caught his eye was the official seal of Gringotts. The document showed that the majority shareholder of the Daily Prophet was, through his holdings, none other than Harry Potter, and what's more, the ministry had sold off their shares during the economic crisis over 8 years ago. His face went ashen gray. Well, he gulped, with all the rot we've published about Harry Potter over the last year, I suppose you will want my resignation. With a most imperious glare, she said coldly, that Mr. Cuff depends on our interview today. Before we go any further, do you understand the difference between a threat and a promise of specific performance, based on your actions? He looked to one side and then the other and seeing no help there, essayed an answer. Threats may be empty, as in lacking the power or will to carry them out, whereas one both can and will carry out a promise of specific performance. Is that correct? Close enough for our purposes. Let me assure you, Mr. Cuff, that nothing I will say to you today is a threat, she said with finality as if thr further discussions. It is the express wish of the OWNER of this paper that it becomes a credible source of news and information. To that end, no article shall be published without direct evidence, such as memory records, photographs, written documents, direct eyewitness accounts. Second, no story shall be quashed which is both factual and in the public interest. Third, you will print 2 retractions per week until further notice regarding these articles. She slapped a thick folder full of clippings from the past year's issues on his desk. Will there be anything else, Madame Tonks? He asked to make sure that was it. Yes, she said, producing another document and passing it to him. You will cease and desist from printing any articles, ads or letters from readers which defame or depict Lord Potter in a negative way. Professor Albus Dumbledore has said, and you may quote him on this, that he does not care if you call him a balmy old geezer as long as you don't take him off the chocolate frog cards. However, I advise you that the entire staff of this paper is on probation. Any person or persons publishing a story without proper proof will be dismissed with cause, without references and without severance. Please issue copies of Th. is notice to every one of your employees. Very well, he said, I will do as you ask. There are certain individuals who are currently on the payroll who may not be on board with this new vision for our paper. Am I free to restructure as needed? He said with a grin, savoring the thought of giving every ministry spy the boot. Andromeda looked thoughtful for one moment then said, copy me on your restructuring. We won't be interfering with your day-to-day operations, but I do want to know who you identify. It will be helpful in other areas. Cuff looked heavenward for strength before asking his next question. When Fudge sees tomorrow's edition of this paper, he is going to have my head on a platter and it won't matter to me who owns the Daily Prophet then. What should I do? Andromeda gave a feral grin which really showed her teeth. Mr. Cuff, so long as you act to serve the interests of Lord Potter, the services of our firm are part of your package. Such action would result in a really bad day for the minister. Even though the grin was not meant for him, it sent shivers down Cuff's spine. In that case, Madam Tonks, rest assured that I will be serving my employer's best interests at all times. Andromeda looked straight into his eyes for a moment, then nodded. Very well then, we have an agreement. I will not be asking for your resignation, however, should you fail to abide by any term of our agreement. You will be dismissed, the same as any other employee under these terms. There will be no review or appeal. As Andromeda left, Cuff saw her to the door of the outer office. He waved off the security people and he found the rest of his staff waiting in the hallway looking very anxious. In his best drill sergeant's voice, he said, Good. You are all here. That will save me the trouble of calling you all together. Conference room, now. By the time the meeting was over, several staff members who were nothing but ministry spies had been fired, with cause. Because they had never written so much as a single word of what might be called journalism. Others who were questionable were put to work cleaning the presses and fetching for the real reporters. And the people who had been submitting the real stories, and not getting published, were promoted. Tomorrow's edition was going to be very different. Lead story, The Daily Prophet, under new ownership, however, as Andromeda said. He was not to announce the name of the new owner. Minister of Magic's office, London. Cornelius Fudge was in conference with his undersecretary and his junior undersecretary. He was plotting a way to oust Dumbledore from the Wizengamot as headmaster of Hogwarts. The old wizard was conspiring against the minister to oust him from his office and Cornelius would not let him win. Dumbledore's efforts to undermine him with his outrageous claims that you know who was back from the dead would not stand. He would see to that. Cornelius had started his countermeasures against Dumbledore and started weeding the ministry of Dumbledore's loyalists. However, there was a problem that none of them were openly forthcoming and there was no way that he could devise to ensure their loyalty towards him. A new wrinkle was that the Daily Prophet was no longer taking orders from the ministry. The large majority of the spies he had placed there were no longer permitted near the building. Those few which remained had been shunted to positions where they could not learn anything of value nor make any meaningful changes. The article that he had sent to the paper to publish proclaimed that Dumbledore was senile and Harry Potter was a confused, insane and possibly dangerous teen, which had been articulately worded by Umbridge and proofread by Weasley, was returned via an owl with a message that they had to send a memory to back up their claim. The parchment also seemed to have stains on it as if it had been in close proximity to discarded parchments with wet ink and food wrappers. He had immediately gathered the orders of his protection detail and proceeded to the offices of the Daily Prophet and tried to intimidate Barnabas Cuff, telling him that the ministry Ned the paper and he would be fired if he refused to comply. The man responded by informing Mr. Fudge that the ministry had sold the paper during the economic crisis 8 years ago. One of the houses had bought the paper and they had given orders that would restore the Daily Prophet as a legitimate newspaper and that he, for one, was glad of the change. When Umbridge started berating out threats of pressing charges for treason and conspiracy, Cuff ended the conversation by informing them that they would shortly receive a visit from his solicitors and advised them not to make things worse for themselves by any further contact with him, his staff, or these premises. The entire party was escorted off the property by his security team. Feeling defeated and humiliated, they had returned to the ministry. Minister, his secretary called, "Madam Bones is here." Grunting to allow her entrance, he straightened in his chair. A moment later, Amelia entered his office with some pieces of parchment in her hand. She said, "Cornelius, I want a meeting to which no third party should be privy to." Umbridge immediately simpered. "Surely you can speak in front of us, Madam Bones. The minister has complete faith in us." Amelia eyed the witch hatefully and passed a parchment to Cornelius. "Cornelius, if you want me to discuss this in front of her, I would be delighted." Seeing what was on the parchment, Fudge was mortified. This was clear evidence of him taking bribes from Death Eaters in the previous war and letting them go. Fudge had been paying a hefty bag of galleons to Rita to keep this buried, but he did not know how Amelia had got her hands on it. If this got out, it meant that his career was over and he was bound for Azkaban. He signaled his undersecretaries to leave the office. Umbridge immediately protested, "But minister, it may be of importance for the ministry. I am the senior undersecretary." She did not finish her words before Fudge roared, "And I am the minister, Dolores. You will do as you are told or you will find yourself looking for another job." Umbridge and Weasley immediately left his office. The moment they left, with a wave of his wand, Fudge locked and muffled the door behind them. He chuckled shortly, "Let them just try and listen at keyholes now," and he cast an imperturbable at the door for good measure. Amelia turned to him with a maniacal glint in her eyes, making him shiver. "Now that the unpleasantries are out of the way, let's get down to business." Waiting for reviews. Chapter 12. I am delighted with the interest being shown. However, there were some reviews which best be taken out of the way before we go further and see what is in the store for tea this chapter. McCurtis, yeah, it is so stupid because you obviously have not read the books and do not understand that term, fanfiction. I can take a little liberty with the events and the characters, but well, you would not understand the concept. Guessed it is a little mistake which I intend to correct soon. Marilyn T. Of course he will demonstrate his powers. As I recall, he has to have powers to rival Tom, therefore he will. What you need to understand is that just swift wandwork and powerful spells would not be useful where your opponent has much more at his disposal. Obsessed with HP fanfic as always, I am always delighted to see how you relish reading every chapter. Rayon J41, I know they are dragging along but not for long. With this chapter, I am hoping to speed things along at a pace that you will like. This chapter has been edited by Hypergem and many details have been added which were otherwise missing. I hope you would like the changes. Disclaimer: the Emerald-Eyed Wizard still belongs to JKR. I do not own him. The Marichika. The ship landed on a deserted part of the coastline where there was nothing in sight but desert spreading for miles. It was picturesque in some ways but worrying in others. As far as Harry could see, there was no one in sight. As soon as the ship landed, they had been flying for some way, and the captain lowered the gangplank. He saw as many as 20 people on the coast. Harsh walked off the ship nonchalantly and the men immediately lined up on both sides of the gangplank. For every step he took, every one of the men bowed his head like he was some sort of king. Harsh had told him that the mystics did not use the port for their P.S. but this deserted part of the coastline because it was easy this way and it avoided any prying eyes from finding their secrets. They had more threats to them there than just muggles. One of the mystics called for Harry's attention. "Mr. Potter, Guruji has asked us to enlist your help." Harry nodded his head and followed the mystic to the lowermost level of the ship where there was a storeroom. As he looked about he could see that the room was filled with many things and trunks scattered throughout the room. Harry could not remember seeing the storeroom earlier but shrugged. He hadn't seen the prison either. "Mr. Potter," the mystic said, "your job is to sort these items and store them into the trunks neatly, and you can use magic for the task." There were a lot of items and Harry had no idea about how to do the job until inspiration hit him. As he could see among the things littered on the ground, there were cauldrons, scales, couple of brooms, a heap of books and a variety of other items. He raised his wand and incanted, "Accio books." The next moment all the books came hurling through the air towards him, some of them hitting him in the face. The mystic, who had leapt out of the center of the mayhem, was doubled over laughing at Harry's predicament as Harry toppled over into the pile of books. Harry's face was a glowing shade of red as he climbed out of the pile. The mystic said, "Nothing to feel embarrassed about, Mr. Potter. You could summon every book at once as a testament to your power, but I feel you have not been taught to use the summoning charm to collect things. I will teach you to use the summoning charm this way. Observe." He raised his wand and flourished it in the required motion, and keeping it raised, he directed the books flying through the air to an open trunk. Within seconds, all the books were stacked neatly in the trunk. As soon as the last book was in the trunk, he upended the trunk and the books were again littered on the floor. He banished them throughout the pile. Grinning, he looked at Harry. "Could not have done your work for you, could I?" Harry shrugged but did not say anything. He raised his wand and did as the mystic had taught him, but halfway through the process, the books lost their will and fell to the floor. The mystic again sent the books all over the room. This time Harry raised his wand and used the charm with all his power. The books came flying from all directions and fell into the trunk in a heap, leaving the mystic laughing. "Mr. Potter," he said, wiping tears from his eyes, "did you use all your power?" Harry sheepishly grinned. "I thought this way the books would not fall midway." The mystic nodded. "Yes, but you need to learn how much power you need to use. You are like a powerhouse full of unlimited power, but if you do not know how to use that power, it will cause accidents like this. Now sort these books into neat stacks." When Harry told him that he did not know the charm, the mystic taught him the charm and the motion. It was not a very complex motion, but he had not used it before, so he had to try it more than once. A few tries later and the books were sitting in orderly stacks in the trunk. Instructing him to arrange the other items in the other trunks, the mystic left him there. After 20 minutes, Harry had arranged everything in the trunks with the lids closed. As he waited and the mystic did not come, he shrunk the trunks, kept them in his pockets and went to the deck, where he found that the mystics were making arrangements to go forth. His hippogriff, Blackstorm, was tethered to the rail with a flying horse. He remembered that they were called Pegasus or something, alongside. As soon as he emerged, he was approached by the mystic who he had been helping below decks. "Mr. Potter, you will travel with Guruji on your hippogriff. You both are taking the route from Gujarat to the Thar Desert in Rajasthan, then the state of Punjab. From there you will reach near the Himalayas. This evening you both will reach the mystic camp in the Thar Desert and will stay there for today. Tomorrow, you will be given directions for the journey ahead. Now I must warn you about the perils ahead. We have many enemies and most of them have tried to sabotage our order by directing attacks on Guruji. We have averted all their attacks so far, but they have never ceased. It is your duty to ensure that no harm comes to our Guruji. You will be his guard for today and use anything that you have in your arsenal." Harry nodded but was worried. He was just a teenager who was being asked to act as guard for someone much more experienced than him. He knew that any attack on the Lord of Mystics would not be stunners and disarming spells but dark magic. He had no experience of dueling anyone, but he resolved to do his best. "Are you ready for the journey, Harry?" Harsh's voice brought him out of his musing. "We better be going. The journey is long and the path is hard." Approaching Black Storm, he bowed, and when the beast lowered its head, he patted its flanks before mounting. As soon as he was mounted, Black Storm ran for a while on the deck and, spreading its wings, took to the air instantly. As he ascended, he found that Harsh's Pegasus was flying at the same speed as him. The flying horse was a regal creature with its chestnut color, 15 feet spread of wings and tall musculature. They started by flying to the north in general with an accelerated pace. About an hour or two into the ride, Harry was bored of idle flying. As they were flying, he could see desert beneath him spreading for miles. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, what is this area we are flying through?" "This," Harsh made an expansive gesture with his arms, "is the Thar Desert. One of the biggest deserts in the world. And this particular area is the part of the no man's land between India and Pakistan. This is the international border where none of them can claim sovereignty. This desert is important to us magicals, because there are so many things found in the sands which are useful for us only. We have been keeping a post in here since the tribe was formed. Guruji, I have been curious about your tribe," Harry asked. I mean what it is and how one can join you. The tribe is like a big family where we have wizards and witches of extraordinary abilities. This tribe is a force which often clashes with the forces of evil. Our primary task is to serve Mother Magic and do her bidding. To be one has to give up all their attachments and identities. Once you become a part of us, you forego your previous life, Harsh said, lost in thought. No one can join it by themselves, but we seek them out. We always test them and their characters and see they are susceptible to corrupted by power. If we find someone, is power hungry and would use it to wreak havoc, we never go to them. Decades ago, we were studying two men who were extraordinarily powerful and talented, but we found one of them though was powerful but could use our secrets to bring destruction, and the other wanted to expose all our secrets to the world. The first never sought us out and we never approached him, and we avoided the second and dissuaded him from finding us with some difficulty. Years later, those men were turned to be heroes and villains to the wizarding world. Are you talking about Headmaster? Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, Harsh smiled. Your headmaster was adamant about finding us to learn our secrets, but those secrets being known to others would have caused much more damage than they prevented. We had given hot to invite Albus to be a part of this tribe, but we gave up on the idea instantly because we knew he would never give up on his identity. He had the best interests of Wizarding Britain in his RT, and he could not be convinced otherwise in any way. Identity? Harry asked in confusion. Yes, Harsh replied. To become a mystic you have to give up on your life. You have to renounce everything that you were in life, your family, your identity, and even your name. Albus loved Wizarding Britain too much to give up on it. We have had members from around the world in our tribe since we started, and at times we take help from witches and wizards who do not wish to join us. I do not understand, Harry said. You remember I told Mr. Longbottom that his family wand was given to me? Harsh asked. The wand belonged to Lord Harfang Longbottom, who was powerful in his own might. We were in a war in Bulgaria where we were fighting a Dark Lord who had a massive army at his side, and we sought his help. He, along with your ancestor Lord Potter and a few other members of your family's alliance, answered to my pleas, and we raised a force. We won the war, but the Lord Longbottom succumbed in the war trying to protect your ancestor. The wand was given to me by Lord Longbottom while his body was taken to Avalon by your ancestor. We have sought help from many people around the world in many conflicts, but those people do not become members of the tribe. Harry nodded his head thoughtfully, absorbing every bit of the information he was being told. What is the story of the goblins? Harry asked Harsh. Why were they not allowing you into the bank? Harsh chuckled. During the Second Goblin Rebellion in 16th century, the wizards were fighting a tough fight and the losses were heavy on both sides. There was a stalemate situation with none of them getting upper hand. We were watching closely, and when we were asked to help by the Alliance, we sent best of our warriors. I led my people through the goblin stronghold with members of the Alliance, and we killed nearly 300 goblins in a few hours. As we reached the leaders of the rebellion, the wizarding forces were signaled to make the move to quell the rebels. The rebellion was quelled in few hours, but so many goblins were killed with a lot of wizards. When it was time to frame a treaty, the goblins sought for me to be punished, but I had already vanished with all my warriors. The treaty was entered into and the goblins were forbidden to carry a wand, but they expressly banned me from entering any of the branches of Gringotts. I never had much use of the bank before, but sometimes I had to go to them and they get in a tizzy. I have fought them many times since then, but never a full-scale war, but like little skirmishes or battles which get resolved with killing a number of them. The last time I visited was about 70 years ago when I was trying to find some ancient relics and I suspected them to be housed in a high-security vault. The goblins denied me entry, and when I refused to leave, they attacked me. I was successful in entering the bank, but they were too many. I slaughtered too many of them, and Iron Fist, who was one of their best warriors, fought me to almost standstill before I was able to hang him as an egg for a dragon. While they hate me for killing a lot of them, they respect anyone with power. Harry smiled, thinking of the story. It was incredible, but he could not remember being taught about the mystics in the history taught by Professor Binns. When he asked the question, Harsh shrugged. As I said, we work from shadows, Harry. When we have to work in open, we take different identities. Your ministry was only told that some foreign help was sought and used to quell the rebels. As there were not many fighters and the number of oars was going down, we were welcomed without any questions asked. Now Harry, we are going to land near the sand dunes there. Harsh pointed to a dune nearby. There is the stop for tonight. Harry landed near the designated spot, and as soon as he dismounted, a mystic appeared at his side to take the reins of the Hippogriff. Harry could see nothing in sight and turned to Harsh. Where is the stop, Guruji? Quote, Harsh smirked and said cryptically, you need to know where to go. Magic leaves its traces. Tell me, Harry, what you experienced when you visited Ollivanders for the first time. Harry thought back to the moment 4 years ago when he had stepped into Ollivanders and he had felt a rush of wind which raised his hair for a moment. He nodded to the mystic. Yes, Guruji. I felt a tingle on my skin when I entered and a rush of wind which raised my hair for a moment. Harsh smiled. Interesting. You had spent a decade away from the magical world and were no better than a muggle born, yet you distinctly felt the magical tingle on your skin. It says a lot about your magical prowess. The tingle that you felt was magic. Ollivander's shop is very old and exudes and magic, with all those people going in to find a wand suitable to them. You felt the magic which lingers there, and that shows that you are blessed by Mother Magic. He then thrust his hand forward and asked Harry to do the same. Harry, concentrate on the environment around you and try to find the same feeling that you had got in Ollivanders. As soon as you get that feeling, thrust your hand in that direction and try to grasp anything which may be present there. I would not be disappointed if you do not find anything. Harry closed his eyes and tried to feel something. For 5 minutes, his mind kept wandering to different thoughts like Hogwarts, Susan Bones, Sirius Black, his parents, and many other things which kept popping up for no reason. As he tried harder, he thought he could feel some tingling sensation and tried to advance his senses in that direction but could not find anything more. Frustrated, he opened his eyes to find Harsh looking at him curiously. Harsh said, Did you find anything, Harry? Harry shook his head. I could not concentrate at first. Things kept popping up in my mind, and after trying hard, I could feel a tingling sensation, but that was all. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. Harsh said, It is normal to happen. No one gets it in the first chance. This place does not even have that much residual magic for novice to feel around. However, after you training you would be able to feel it easily. Quote, Harsh grasped something in the air and within a second, he had a rope in his hand. As he pulled on the rope, a door appeared and they went inside. Inside was a 3-story complex which resembled a small fort with thick brick walls, torches burning in their sconces and guards at every gate. They went through a tunnel on the right side of the door which opened into a big hall which was big enough to rival the parlor in Bones Manor. The walls were sparsely decorated with a coat of arms hanging on one wall. The coat of arms showed a 2-headed bird soaring through the air alongside an owl with wands crossed, and here were some words beneath it which Harry could not understand. On the far side of the room, there was a raised platform on which sat a comfo table-looking armchair, while a number of chairs were arranged in 2 rows in front of the platform. Harsh climbed the platform and sat on the chair while Harry stood dumbly, not knowing what to do. He was prodded by a mystic to stand beside Harsh. He recalled that he was protecting Harsh for the journey, however he did not know anything of the perceived threat. He took out his wand and stood in an alert position behind Harsh's chair while he held a meeting which lasted for an hour. After they were done, Harsh proceeded to the dining room, where Harry again noticed that many of the mystics did not touch any meat on the dining table. However, Harry tried some of those and found them to be quite delicious. As dinner ended, one of the mystics cornered him. Mr. Potter, as I understand, you are working as security for Guruji. For the next 4 hours, you will stand guard outside his bedchamber and then you will be relieved of your duties. It is your duty to ensure that no harm comes upon him. Harry nodded his head, looking determined. 2 hours later, as Harry was alertly guarding the entrance of the bedchamber, he heard approaching footsteps but could not see anyone. At first he was confused, but soon he realized that whoever it was, they were using the disillusionment charm which he had seen at Privet Drive. As he looked more closely, he could see shimmering in the air at 4 places Immediately he whipped his wand out and shot a couple of stunners in the directions he could hear steps coming from while remaining alert. A great thud was heard and 2 people fell to the ground while more people became visible and immediately started raining hexes on him, forcing him to conjure his most powerful shield. One of the men fired a light blue spell at him which he recognized as a blasting hex. He shielded against the hex and turned to the other man who had just raised his wand at him. Knowing himself to be outnumbered, he took the approach he knew best. He started casting at the saint of his speed by firing off whatever came to his mind. As he was raining down on them, he even cast a lot of the gray spells which are borderline dark, which he ordinarily would not have done. Sometimes he would dodge and sometimes he would shield, but mostly he kept up the attack, and the 2 men were on the defensive the entire time but keeping him on his toes. After about 20 minutes, as Harry's energy was ebbing, he got worried about not being able to stop the men, but at the same moment, Harsh appeared from his chambers. At ease, men. The 2 men immediately lowered their wands and Harry did the same. Harsh signaled all of them to follow him into the hall where he was seated like everyone else, unlike before. Harsh started, "What is your assessment of Harry, Varash?" The mystic Varash gathered his thoughts for a moment before he spoke. "Guruji, Mr. Potter is very powerful and has a knee-jerk reaction to events around him. He had situational awareness around him and he heard our footsteps from about 200 meters away, and within seconds, he had fired stunners at us. These 2 were lax and paid for it with being stunned before they could even fire a stinging hex, and Mr. Potter did not allow us to fire more than a handful of hexes. He kept us at bay for 20 minutes, and that is impressive considering he did not incapacitate us but only kept firing high-powered hexes at us. To keep firing such high-powered spells for so long is a testament to his prowess. Whoever is training him has trained him well. But he will need to be trained intensely if he is to match that abomination in a battle." Varash tipped his head in acknowledgement towards Harry while the other mystic did the same. Afterwards, they were dismissed for the night, with Harry going to sleep extremely tired and content to have been able to hold his own against the mystics. And he was hopeful with what they had said about training him. He was glad there was someone who was interested in training him to deal with Voldemort for good. He had started taking notice of things which he had observed happening in himself. He was feeling confident and he had started to try to regulate the amount of power that went into his spells. He also had started to try to connect with his magical core as it said in the book. This was proving frustrating to him because he could not feel a thing within him, and the book said that it was important for him for any witch or wizard to find their magical core since it would help them to use the most of their magical strength. He was surprised that Hermione never brought up this subject, and neither did Ron, but then probably they didn't know about it. He would ask them when he returned. Thinking of England, his thoughts went to his friends and extended family there. The first he thought was of the marauders who tended to him like their own child and always tried to do their best by him. He thought of Hermione, who was off to Europe with her parents on holiday. He thought about her reaction when she finds out about what he was learning. He could imagine her nagging at him to teach her everything he had learned. Then he thought of Neville and his parents who had quickly adopted him as one of their own. He thought of the Weasleys who considered him as their extended family and treated him as such since the day he had gone to the burrow before his 2nd year. He thought of Susan Bones and his heart did a little somersault, but he could not understand the feeling. He thought of Amelia and her kindness towards him. He wondered how they were preparing for war. But he knew that whatever they were doing would be useful for the war. He idly wondered whether the headmaster had found any more of the Horcruxes. Eventually he fell asleep, tired of his exertions of the day. Black Town House, London. Dumbledore was sitting at the head of the table in the meeting room waiting for other members of the Order to arrive. He had received an owl from Amelia during the day which stated that there was business which needed to be discussed only with the inner circle members of the Order. So, he had sent Patroni to the Weasley members, Sirius, Remus, Alistair, Kingsley, Minerva and Nymphadora. As per Madame Bones' expressed orders, Severus had not been invited to this meeting. Albus heard the door opening and the Weasleys walked in, followed by the Marauder duo, then the Aurors, and lastly Minerva came in with Amelia, who was laughing at something Minerva had just told her. "Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix," Dumbledore announced. "Madam Bones has called this meeting saying she has some new business to share with us." He pointed to Amelia, who started, "Due to the efforts of some students, I came into some information which has given me unprecedented leverage over the minister. I decided to make some use of the information before we axe him." Armed with the information, I confronted Cornelius and persuaded him to agree to have a Real for Sirius Black before the Wizengamot, during which Cornelius has pledged his full support to us. Amelia smirked. "Needless to say, within a fortnight Sirius Black will be cleared of the per se ved crimes against the Potters and the murder of 12 Muggles." This elated everyone who was present at the meeting, knowing that Sirius being free would work in their favor since his political clout was still more far-reaching than anyone else, considering the number of vassals that the House of Black had. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling like mad, his mind in overdrive about the leverage to Fudge. He turned to Amelia. "Can we use the information to coax him into increase the budget of DMLE or initiate emergency measures?" Amelia shrugged. "No, Albus. We cannot do that without getting the consent of the majority of the Wizengamot, and as far as we know, even with all 11 of Harry's votes, we will be short of a majority because the dark and neutral faction together are larger than light. We need to break the neutrals." Sirius, who had been sitting quietly all this while, turned to Dumbledore. "Who will be looking after Harry's seats?" "I mean, he is not of the age where he can attend the Wizengamot according to the rules. So there will be a regent. He has 4 houses and I believe there have to be 4 regents in that case." Dumbledore sat smiling for a moment, then said, "This will depend on Harry alone, but if I were to guess, he would name you, Remus and Amelia as the regents for those houses. Probably you will handle 2 of his houses." As there was not much else to discuss, the meeting was adjourned quickly. Malfoy Manor. Tom Riddle was holding court in the ballroom of the manor with all the men that he had been able to recruit since he came back. Most of them were his old followers. Some were those who had returned to him the night he came back, others were those who had supported him from the sidelines without taking the mark. Many of these were Aurors or part of the ministry, in the capacity of department heads or at obscure positions where they could work for him without anyone finding out about it. These had been informed of his return by the Death Eaters, and this was the first time since he returned that they had gathered here for him. His return had not gone according to plan. True that using the boy's blood had, at least, made it possible for him to touch the boy without being burned. But that was as far as it went. Instead of the humiliating death he had planned for the little whelp, he had resisted the Imperious Curse, his Imperious Curse, a thing that had never happened before. Then there was that thing which happened between their wands. And finally, the little wretch survived his killing curse, again. Had his Death Eaters seen the fear in his eyes? Had they noticed the shock and temporary weakness he experienced when his killing curse hit the boy? No, he did not think so. It was dark and they were all very busy trying to stop the boy. But they failed and the little wretch escaped. At least the wizarding world at large did not believe in his return. It had been surprisingly easy to manipulate the minister with a little nudge and gracious Donatio. Ns from Lucius to use his position as minister to discredit and deny any account of his return. He also had lost 2 of his faithful who ironically were the very same ones who had been instrumental in helping him gain this body. Severus had told him of the rat being caught by Dumbledore and Barty being captured by an obscure wizard that no one knew about. He had lost 2 followers in exchange for a body. A trade he considered fair since he was sure that he could break the rat out of Azkaban when he stormed it. A visit to the prison was in order to break out his most trusted and loyal followers, but that had to wait. For now, he was lying low so that nobody could confirm that he was back. From the shadows, he and his followers continued to recruit and add to their numbers. There was very little success so far, but he hoped for that to change when he decided it was time to step into the open, whenever that may be. Right now his 2 main concerns were getting his hands on that prophecy and discovering what happened to the 2 Death Eaters who had been missing for a week now. He had assigned them to scout out street Mungos and they had not been seen since. Perhaps they had deserted his ranks. They and their families will be punished obviously. One thing which had been lying heavy on his mind was how the boy had escaped twice from him. The boy had been hit with the killing curse twice now, but he had lived. Perhaps he was immune to the curse. What's more is the first time the boy survived the curse, it had rebounded on him, breaking his power and leaving him a disembodied consciousness, even less than a ghost. The second time, he felt shock and weakness, as if a part of him was destroyed instead of the boy dying. He would have to research more to be certain. He was sure that the boy could still be killed. There are worse ways to kill someone than the killing curse. Voldemort favored that form of execution because, for some reason, killing someone while leaving no sign of injury on their body was somehow much more intimidating than leaving a mangled mess. Well, he would just have to make a mess, this time. The death will be gruesome and painful, of course. The boy escaped him too many times, and for him one was far too many. To complete his quest for world domination, he would have to kill Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Those two had been thorns in his side for far too long. He knew that he could not be killed, but he needed to hear that prophecy. Pity Severus had only heard a part of it. His men's attempts at the Department of Mysteries were getting nowhere with the Order playing guard all the time and the unspeakable security. He would need inside help in the department. His old faithful, Rookwood, was incarcerated in Azkaban. He would need to break him out. Then he would be able to do something, but for the time being, his followers were trying different methods to obtain the prophecy. Another thing that had worried him initially was the locked wands, which had happened when he and the boy were locked in a battle of wills. How the boy was able to beat him was beyond his comprehension, but it showed that the boy was powerful for his age. It could mean that in a few years, the boy will be more powerful than him, and it did not bode well. The boy will need to die before he did anything. He had tried to find the boy's Muggle relatives, home NCE. He knew that he stayed there during the summers, but Severus had informed him that Dumbledore had removed the boy from them and the Muggles had moved away. No one knew where Dumbledore was keeping the boy. The only good news that Severus had brought him was that the boy's wand had been destroyed in the graveyard, which meant their wands would not be locked into a struggle again. The boy, it kept coming back to the boy. He had tried and failed to kill the boy 3 times now. He needed to kill the boy, and that cursed prophecy held the key to killing the boy, and he must have it. His thoughts went round and round. Then Lucius spoke into the silence, breaking him from his reverie. "My lord," Lucius said, "we have tried every way we could think of to pick up that prophecy from its shelf, but it has not yielded any results yet. Marcus Flint is still in St. Mungo's being treated for his injuries, but the hopes of his recovery are next to nothing." At the same time, Voldemort was angry that he had been distracted from his thoughts and welcomed the opportunity to entertain himself. He raised his wand at Malfoy, Crucio. He laughed inwardly as he watched the least trustworthy his Death Eaters squirm and struggle not to cry out. A full minute passed as he relished the pain and made his point for all those in the room who might think to defy him before he lifted his wand. In his high, cold voice, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You dare to speak out of turn, Lucius. You forget your place." Malfoy said nothing, but shook his head fervently. The Dark Lord addressed the people in the room. "I want the prophecy by any means necessary. I do not care what you have to do to obtain it, but obtain it, you shall." Cottage on the Hill. Alistair Moody was thoroughly irritated. The Brots before him were green. They had seen nothing of war, and their minds were not attuned to combat at all. The way he was training them, they would never reach their full potential. For one thing, none of them knew anything beyond the standard spells or curses which were taught in the academic curriculum. He had been hoping that things would be better with the Bones Lass or the Longbottom boy, whose families had a long history of warriors, and their family magic was full of such magics as are useful in battles. He rued the death of Edgar Bones. He was a fighter and often praised by Rs for his skills, but he had died in the previous war saving his family. He was adept in the Bones family magic, and if he were here, he would have been an excellent instructor for the students, and LD have taught a thing or two about his family magic to his daughter. Likewise, he missed Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were excellent orators and still fondly remembered by the men in the ranks as being warriors beyond all compare. To vouch for their exemplary skills, they had fought with you-know-who 3 times and had escaped him, a feat only rivaled by James and Lily Potter. The squad of Amelia, James, Frank, Alice and Sirius Black was known for their efficiency and ruthlessness in the battlefield. As soon as they arrived in battle, they had the power to turn the tide of war in favor of the Aurors. He had been surprised when they all sans Amelia had left the Auror forces, but he understood their reason. They all were fighters, but they often fought to keep their family safe. James and D. Lily had started their family, and Harry Potter was just born, which forced them to go into hiding, and likewise Frank and Alice had their family to care for. They were some of the best Aurors that Di had trained in a long time and had come to love as family. When he heard of the death of the Potters and the incapacitation of the Longbottoms, he had gone into a rage. He still remembered how he had been in a hospital bed recovering from his injuries when he heard the news. He had reported for duty the same day. The next few weeks, he had hunted Death Eater scum and killed as many as he found. It was only when all the Death Eaters were either captured or killed that Moody tendered his resignation and went into retirement. The war had given him 2 more wounds than he needed, and he would be damned if the snake-faced monster took any more people away. Seeing the children all arrive through the flow, he hobbled towards them. He barked orders to them to do some warm-up before he ran them through the mill. After about 30 minutes, he had all of them before him, panting and tired. Looking at all of them closely, he barked, "Who can tell me about the blasting hex?" Immediately Hermione Granger started. The blasting hex is one of the standard hexes which are used to blast obstacles into tiny fragments. It has 2 variants, Bombarda and Bombarda Maxima, of which the Bombarda Maxima is more powerful. The required wand motion is half counterclockwise circle. The color of spell may vary from light blue to purple depending upon the power used in casting. Moody muttered, "Typical Ravenclaw answer. You copied the book, lass." Quote. Hermione looked flabbergasted but did not say anything. Moody turned to the twins. "You two, how would you describe the blasting hex?" One of the twins raised his wand and incanted Bombarda, shooting a light blue spell towards Moody, who absorbed it into a shield he had raised almost instantly. The other twin instantly fired Bombarda Maxima, which was D.P. purple, and Moody batted aside with a flick of his wand. Turning to the others, he manically grinned, "This is not your class and I am not your professor. Here you are to be trained in the ways of a warrior so that you are able to hold your own in a fight. I do not require parchments for the work I assign, but I need you to learn what is in those books. Your life may depend upon them, and do not shun any spell as irrelevant. Even a simple stinging hex may get you an advantage. Now I am going to see if any of you can dodge or shield. I will fire hexes at you all randomly. I want you to shield or dodge them," he barked. Immediately he started firing stinging hexes randomly at everyone there. Sometimes they connected, sometimes they were dodged or shielded against. When he realized that they shielded more than dodging, he instantly started firing shield-breaking hexes, and soon all of them were scurrying for cover. Soon enough, they all sported welts or bruises from all the times they led at dodging or shielding, and when their shields were broken. Thar Desert, India. Harry Potter woke up tired and sore. Yesterday had been a long day and he had only been able to sleep for a few hours. Every small movement was a new experience in pain. He gritted his teeth and persuaded his limbs to get out of bed, one muscle at a time. He got to his feet and stretched every joint and muscle through its full range of motion, feeling them protest as he did. In a few minutes, the soreness was still present, but he felt more limber and thought that he could bear it. Feeling a bit unsteady, but making his movements deliberate and slow, he made his way to the main assembly hall where the mystics were just sitting down to breakfast. He had expanded his trunk, which he kept in his pocket, and was rummaging around, trying to find his toiletries. The mystic Vikrash approached him. "Mr. Potter, you will not use mundane methods to do your chores." "Huh," Harry muttered groggily. The mystic suppressed his smile. "I mean, Mr. Potter, that till the time you are with us you will not use muggle ways to do things. For anything that you do, you are supposed to use magic for it. From brushing your teeth to other chores that you may have, you will use magic for it." Harry nodded his head, and pulling his wand, he summoned his toiletries before he was directed to a bath situated on the first floor of the building. The bath had a big tub in it which was big enough for 4 to 5 people at once, but there were no taps in the bathroom. As he was stumped at this, he quickly remembered the mystic words about using magic for everything and raised his wand. "Aguamenti." A thick jet of water started flowing from his wand, and in 5 minutes, the tub was filled, but he felt quite the drain on his magic. As he slipped into the tub, he immediately forgot the exhaustion. He appeared in the hall after 20 minutes, dressed in a black robe with his cloak billowing behind him. There was the Potter crest on the left side of the robe with the Peverell crest, and on the left side, he had another crest which he was sure was the Mystic's crest. As he entered the hall, he found the Mystics were hauling a large bundle out of the front door. As they stepped out, the Mystics laid the bundle on the ground while one of them whipped his wand out and tapped it with his wand. The bundle unfurled itself, and he found that it was a carpet like the ones he had heard about in fairy tales. The carpet was about 20 feet long and 15 feet wide and 6 inches thick, blood red in color. Harsh stepped onto the carpet followed by Harry while the Mystics retreated to a distance. Harsh tapped his wand to the carpet while muttering something under his breath which Harry did not understand, but within seconds, the carpet was starting to hover in the air, and in a few moments they were airborne. Harry had flown on brooms, hippogriffs, and now he was flying on a carpet, and all were different experiences. Flying on a broom felt like he was in command. Riding a hippogriff was like an extension of his thoughts since he had started riding Blackstorm. While on a carpet, he felt like something else was in control. He turned to the Mystic. Guruji, we could have apparated to the tribe's home. Why are we traveling this way? Harsh smile at his thoughtfulness. We could have done that, Harry, but think it is part of your training. Besides, all the initiates of the tribe have to go through this process. While you are not going to become a permanent member of our tribe, you have been accorded honorary member status. Harry smiled but said nothing. Harry, this area that we are passing through is notorious for attacks. We have been attacked too many times here by all sort of creatures and people. That is one reason that we use sea arpits to travel through this region, but the most dangerous are the flying serpents, which are some abominations bred by a nefarious wizard and used against us for a long time now, Harsh said to him. I want you to use whatever you have to resist any attacks and make sure that no one is able to climb aboard the carpet. Harry nodded while he tightened his grasp on the wand. His mind was furiously imagining all the scenarios which they might face, one of them being him getting toppled over the edge of the carpet. As he raised the question to Harsh, he guffawed. Ish it, none of us will drop over the edge. You see, there is a layer of sticking charm embedded in the carpet which would keep you on board. Unless I wish, you cannot leave of here by yourself. Harry's mind started thinking over the other aspect of the situation, the flying snakes. If he had faced this problem before the first task, he could have simply talked to it, but he had not tested his parcel tongue abilities since the third task, and as so many things had changed after being hit with the curse. Who knew if he retained the ability? Perhaps it was time for him to find out. As they sped onwards in silence, he saw some creatures flying towards the carpet, and he started blasting them out of the sky before they could land. He successfully blasted some of them while he petrified others, however a couple of them landed on the carpet. While he banished one off of the carpet, one flew to him with the intention to strike him. Before Harry could banish it, it sank its fangs into his leg. Harry felt a little sting but could not feel the effects of the snake poison. Before he could devote more thoughts to the issue, he found the snake dissolving with its flesh burning away like hot wax, and the snake was writhing in agony. He saw another of the snakes near him poised to strike, and Harry yelled, "Stop!" A speaker RRRR, the snake hissed in reply, quivering all the time. "Don't bite me or you will die," Harry hissed back to the snake. "Can you understand me? You have scent of a speaker about you, Great One. I am not worthy to talk," the snake replied. "My friend, can you tell me why I did not die when that snake bit me?" Harry asked, pointing to the dead snake. "You have the poison of the great serpent coursing in your blood. It protects you from all SSS snake poison," the snake replied. "It's okay, noble beast. Do you think you can leave here without causing any troubles to us?" Harry asked the snake. The snake said nothing but dipped its hood towards Harry in form of respect and flew away. Harsh WHO had been watching everything curiously turned to him. "Are you a parcel tongue, Harry?" Harry turned to him, expecting loathing in his eyes, but he found intrigue. "Yes, Guruji. The first time I knew was when we were at the zoo for Dudley's 11th birthday. There was a rather sad boa constrictor at the reptile house, and Dudley was getting his father to try and wake him up. When he just kept laying there. The others lost interest and wandered off. Then I started talking to the snake and found out that he could understand me. Then there was that time at the dueling club when Malfoy, at Snape's suggestion, conjured a great ugly snake and set it on me. While I was deciding what to do next, Lockhart heard it and the snake went after another one of the students. Next thing I knew, I went gliding across the room after it and called it off. That was when people started telling me how rare this ability is and that they thought only dark wizards could do it. I could also hear the great Basilisk muttering to itself when it was moving through the plumbing. When I asked Headmaster about it, he thought that I could speak to snakes because Voldemort transferred some of his power to me when he gave me this scar. He indicated his forehead. I thought I had lost the ability when the second killing curse destroyed the soul fragment within me. Harsh nodded his head in thought while Harry continued speaking. I also thought you would hate me. Hate you? Harsh said in amazement. Why would I hate you for having a gift of magic, Harry? This is a very rare gift and only those blessed by Mother Magic have this gift. It is the hypocrisy of British wizards who classify things into light and dark. We embrace all the gifts that Mother Magic has so generously bestowed on us. While none of your Potter ancestors had this gift on their side, your Black heritage had some of their descendants gifted with this gift of Parseltongue, having come from Egypt where wizards with Parseltongue are still found in abundance. Harry nodded, feeling relieved. He had initially thought that the mystic would be repulsed that Harry was a Parseltongue, but he was finding that a lot of his apprehensions were baseless when it came to the mystics. What I am curious about is what did you say to the snake and why did not the poison of the snake kill you? Harsh asked, eyeing him curiously. Harry smiled, embarrassed. He told me that I am a speaker and that he is not worthy to talk to me. He said that I have basilisk venom and it protects me. Oh yes, the monster of Slytherin. Harsh smiled. The basilisk he had put in the school to act as school defense in case of an intrusion. How do you know about the basilisk? Harry asked in amazement. If you are asking how I know there was a basilisk in Hogwarts, then you have to remember that I knew Salazar since he was a child. Harsh smirked at the look on Harry's face, his face showing surprise and his eyes wide. Salazar told me that he intended to put a basilisk in the hidden chamber where he had his living quarters. No one knows how the rumor that he hated the Muggle-born started, since he used to find and bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts and look after them personally. If you are asking how I know you faced a basilisk, then Dumbledore recounted that tale to your godfather and I was there to listen. However, he had not mentioned of you being a Parselmouth. Quote, Harry's mind was reeling with what he was told, as he had never known half the things that Harsh was telling him, notwithstanding that there was no public information available about any of the founders. He realized that he had been fed a long-standing prejudice against Slytherin without any facts to support the statement. He turned to Harsh again. What do you mean that he used to bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts? Harsh started. It was a dark time for wizards and witches all around, Harry. It was an age when wizards were hunted by Muggles out of fear. Their wands were snapped or they were killed in general by Muggles. Muggle-born wizards had it worst, since their parent would kill them, thinking them to be abnormal or freaks of nature. Salazar recognized the need to save them, and he devised a plan where he often went to families where they despised their magical child, and he often whisked them away to Hogwarts, from where they were retaken in by wizarding families and raised as pure bloods. Later, many of those wizards started their own families, many of whom are ancient families now. He had left on invitation from the somewhere in Europe to open a school to rival Hogwarts. Legends state that he had died in a battle which involved some rather nasty evil wizards who all ganged up on him and took him down. We tried to find what happened but never found a trace of it. Harry was in awe of the story. Salazar sounded like a noble man who lived to serve magic all his life and even made efforts to make things easy for Muggle-born wizards. He resolved then to make friends with some of the good Slytherins when he returned to Hogwarts. He felt as unjust to condemn 1/4 of the school only because they belonged to a different house. After Harsh finished his tale, they kept flying in silence till late evening, when Harsh landed the carpet in dense woods. As soon as the carpet touched the ground, 4 mystics appeared like shadows and escorted them to a clearing in the woods and gave a folded piece of fabric to him. This is the tent, Mr. Potter. Erect it while we make food arrangements." As they left, Harry was standing there with the tent in his hand, thinking furiously about the spell he had seen people use to erect a tent. "I believe the charm is Erectus with the wand movement of a quarter-clockwise rotation with a flick at the end," he muttered to himself. Harry put the bundle in the clearing and pointed his wand at it, incanting Erectus, while he gave a clockwise quarter rotation with a flick and the tent started erecting itself. Within seconds, the job was done. On the inside it was 3 stories tall and resembled the tents he had seen Eld Cup. Next morning, Harry woke up refreshed, and as he stepped out of the tent, Harsh grabbed his hand and was gone. Ministry of Magic, London. Cornelius Fudge was sweating bullets. As soon as Amelia had left his office that day after properly intimidating him with all the parchment pieces she held, he had immediately decided to acquiesce to her demands lest she barge into his office with an arrest warrant. With the evidence she was holding, he would get a one-way trip to Azkaban. That would be catastrophic for Fudge, and he flattered himself to think it would be catastrophic for the Ministry as well. Umbridge had pestered and pried at him to try and get tea. He details of the meeting between him and Madame Bones from him. Fudge had to resort to threatening to fire her, again, to get her to stop. The junior Undersecretary Weasley was silent and keeping an eye over things happening. The boy was a consummate politician and a shrewd person. He had the sense to see what way the wind is blowing and to choose his side wisely. Fudge had already decided to keep an eye on him if he remained minister for long, which didn't look likely right now. Cornelius realized that he had reached the end of his tether and there is nothing much that he could do about it. As Amelia laid into him about his crimes, he felt remorse for his younger righteous self which he had sacrificed at the altar of his ambition. He had fallen from the path the moment he decided to take his first bribe from a suspected Death Eater. Soon he was engaged in rampant corruption, turning a blind eye to everything Lucius did. He had easily agreed to Amelia's demand to arrange a trial for Sirius Black, since the alternative was to become a permanent guest of the Dementors. It was political suicide. Black had been his favorite scapegoat, and this sudden reversal was certain political suicide. But that ship had already sailed, and maybe, just maybe, if he owned up to one mistake, he might find work somewhere. Amelia had Peter Pettigrew in custody. The naked-tailed rodent had confessed, under Veritaserum, that he had betrayed the Potters. He also confessed to faking his own death, cutting off his own finger and setting off the explosion, which killed all those muggles, to cover his escape into the sewers. Based on that testimony, Sirius Black's only crime was breaking out of Azkaban, and since he did not belong there, that was no crime at all. As minister, he could simply issue a pardon. But the formal procedure would look better and distance him from responsibility for the decision. It looked even better in light of the fact that an heir of one of the most ancient and noble houses had been tossed into a cell without a trial. Now, he would get one. Maybe, with some luck, he might not get any more flack from the Daily Prophet. Ever since that day when they announced that they are under new ownership, they had been out for his blood. He had sent out notices to call an emergency session of the Wizengamot to hear the matter today. Lucius had arrived within minutes of receiving the notice and looked furious that Cornelius had called an emergency session without conferring with him. Cornelius had to remind him that he was the minister, and as such it was his prerogative. And he did not need Lucius's advice to do his job. As Lucius seethed and took his seat, Cornelius jovially greeted many of his acquaintances and warmly shook hands with the chief warlock. He had wrote that the DMLE chief was getting real cozy with the chief warlock, and as such, Cornelius wanted to be in everyone's good books. The emergency meeting of the Wizengamot for the month of July is now called to order. Announced the voice of Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Minister Fudge has called this session, therefore, let him address it. Minister, the floor is yours. Cornelius stood and, casting a sonorous at his throat, began. Thank you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. It has recently come to my attention that a man who has been living under a death sentence has never received a trial. A few days ago, DMLE head Bones brought evidence to my attention that may prove that man's innocence. We have gathered here today to hear the facts regarding this case and to determine his guilt or innocence. Regardless of the outcome, we will have, at the very least, have corrected the egregious injustice, which was committed by the previous administration, of holding this man without trial in blatant violation of his most basic rights. I give the floor to DMLE Head Bones. He nodded to Amelia and sat down. Amelia stood and faced the assembly. Thank you, Minister Fudge. The accused is one Sirius Orion of the ancient and most noble House of Black. There was a general intake of breath-mixed reactions of fear, loathing and surprise. A few even chuckled. Malfoy's face was a mask of cold fury. With a contemptuous sneer on his face and a tone to match, he was on his feet. You cannot be serious. There is no possibility that man is innocent. I move that we dismiss this proceeding and track him down like a dog. He deserves death. At that moment, several things happened at once. The entire room went silent. Albus Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice. There had been no trial for Sirius Black in the Fur Saint War and such. He was wrongfully incarcerated in Azkaban in ignorance of the due process of law and violation of principles of natural justice. One more outburst and you will be sent out of these august chambers. Malfoy's pointy pale face rapidly went from crimson to gray. He swallowed his angry retort and sat down muttering, "Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore." Madam Bones waited a moment for the reaction to finish, then continued. Prior to his incarceration, the most serious charge against this wizard was for creating a nuisance in connection with his involvement in a brawl at the Leaky Cauldron Inn. The charges against him are as follows. First, conspiracy. In that as keeper of the Fidelius secret, that he did knowingly and with forethought, reveal that secret to Lord Voldemort with the sole exception of Dumbledore. Everyone in the room winced, who subsequently murdered Lily and James Potter. Second, murder. In that he did knowingly and with forethought hunt down and murder one Peter Pettigrew. Third, muggle baiting. In that 12 muggles were killed in the explosion which the accused used to murder Peter Pettigrew. Fourth, jailbreak. In that having been incarcerated for his crimes, he did escape from custody at Azkaban. Is everyone present familiar with these charges? And she paused as the assembly showed their assent. Now, it was Dumbledore's turn to speak as Chief Warlock. Does the accused understand these charges? Turning to the table where the defense sat, Ted Tonks rose from his seat. Acting in Sirius Black's stead, I am authorized to answer for my client. We understand the charges. So entered. Albus said. We will now hear motions. Madam Bones. Of all these charges, only the last has been brought during this administration. As DMLE head, I found that the accused has been wrongfully imprisoned in that he has not received a trial in accordance with our laws and recommend that this charge be dropped immediately. Amelia then said, now it is Tim for us to hear what happened at that night from the only witness alive who first-handedly knows about the events of the night. One who was thought dead for all these years and touted as a hero by quite alive, though slightly maimed Peter Pettigrew. Again, there was a collective gasp all around the room. The doors to the corridor opened and Peter Pettigrew was escorted in, flanked by Shacklebolt and Tonks, his right hand missing. Albus turned to Amelia and asked, DMLE Head Bones, have you examined the witness? Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, she answered. Are you satisfied that this I.S. Peter Leone Pettigrew for whose murder Sirius Black was accused of? He asked. Yes, Chief Warlock, I confirm that this is indeed the same Peter Pettigrew, she stated. Well then, said Dumbledore, since the man is obviously alive, the charge is dropped. We will now hear evidence regarding the remail your first witness. Black killed those muggles, Madam Bones, sneered Lucius. I object to this trial. Dumbledore hardly glared at Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, we have already established that Sirius Black never received a trial, a blunder on part of the previous administration, and we are gathered here today to correct that mistake and to save a man from a fate as horrible as Dementor's kiss. If you have any tenable ground to object to this trial or some evidence which proves him guilty, please bring it forth, otherwise please do not interfere with the Wizengamot, as the Chief Warlock, I would be compelled to restrict you from entering into this chamber for the entirety of this session along with imposing fine on you. Malfoy rose and thundered towards the exit, and the entire assembly followed Malfoy to the door with their eyes, trying not to look like they were looking. When the door made a very solid thump and click as it closed behind him, Albus spoke again, in his usual pleasant tone, please proceed with your case, DMLE Head Bones. She looked at the man being held firmly by the two oars and said, "Chief Warlock, I seek permission to interrogate Peter Pettigrew with Veritaserum so that we can determine the truth, as he otherwise may be reluctant to speak the truth." This time, there was a definite twinkle in the eyes behind those half-moon spectacles. "Permission granted, DMLE Head Bones." Peter was escorted to the stand, the chains on the chair engaged to hold down his arms, legs and torso. The oars administered 3 drops of Veritaserum and waited a few seconds before beginning questioning. Amelia first asked him, "Your name, for the record please." "Peter Leone Pettigrew," he said, looking bewildered and defeated. "To your knowledge, was Sirius Black the secret keeper for the location of the Potters, James, Lily and Harold?" she asked, next. To his credit, the rat actually tried to resist answering this time but finally had to give it up. No. He was not. Madam Bones tried again because, despite her desire to let Sirius Black go free, he was the head of DMLE and had to make a good show of trying to find some evidence against Sirius. She asked, "Please tell the Wizengamot, who was the secret keeper for the Potters?" This time, Wormtail broke down and wept. "I was," and the last bit of fight went out of him. On the night of November 7, 1981, there was an explosion which took the lives of 12 Muggles and, until recently, it was thought you were you present when this took place? She asked. The rat knew where this was going, but he had no more desire to try and fight it. He answered, "Yes, I was present." Then she asked, "Did Sirius Black set off that explosion?" He looked around the Wizengamot and could see the hate in the eyes of the lords gathered in the Wizengamot and whispered, "No, he did not." She observed, "Mr. Pettigrew, you sound quite certain of that." Then she asked her final question, "Mr. Pettigrew, who did set off that explosion?" Looking down at his feet, he answered, "I did." Amelia turned to the Wizengamot and addressed the gathering. "We all have heard the truth of what happened that night, and as it turns out, the previous administration incarcerated an innocent man in Azkaban for 12 years and the present administration initiated manhunt for him since these last 2 years. I move that the charge of conspiracy be dismissed on the grounds that he was not the secret keeper for the Potters and T. Herefore could not reveal that secret to you know who. I further move that the charge of Muggle baiting be dismissed, as Peter Pettigrew has just testified that he did, in fact, set off the explosion which caused those deaths." Dumbledore now addressed the Wizengamot. "We have heard the entire story of the fake death of Peter Pettigrew, who also caused death of those 12 Muggles, and his illegal incarceration for 12 years in Azkaban. Those who are in favor of acquitting him of all the charges and exonerating him." Almost all of hands went up, primarily because Sirius was scion of an ancient and most noble houses, and the houses usually stood together when it came to one of their, and because Sirius Black had been extremely popular. Dumbledore rapped his gravel. "Sirius Black is hereby exonerated of all charges, and the manhunt going on for him is called off. He has been made subject of public ridicule and hatred at the behest of ministry. The lack of trial was a grave mistake for Wick. No amount of galleons can compensate, however we can do we can. The ministry will publish advertisements in Daily Prophet and all other publications daily for a week, wherein the ministry will tender its apologies for besmirching his fair name and his reputation, in addition to violation of his rights as scion of ancient and most noble house. Reparations to the tune of 1,200,000 galleons shall be made by the ministry for the injustices meted to him. It is also decreed that if Sirius Black be found, he shall report to the chief of DMLE, and the minister shall tender his apologies in person to him in her presence." Just then, Sirius seemed to materialize out of thin air in the spectator stands, making people cry in astonishment and wonder, and Fudge paled. Sirius turned to the addressed lords in general. "Well, I am waiting for that apology from the minister." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice and declared, "It is so ordered." "Mr. Weasley, please issue those orders forthwith. Is there any further business?" This time, it was Madam Bones. "Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. In light of the evidence we have heard today, I move to remand Mr. Pettigrew into custody pending investigation of charges for conspiracy, multiple counts of murder and sedition in connection with activities as a Death Eater." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice more and said, "It is so ordered." She gestured to the oars and they took hold of the rat as the chains released him from the chair. She said, Take him away. In the next hour, all the paperwork done and a notice delivered to the Daily Prophet, the Quibble. Teen Witch Weekly. Sirius was a free man and he eagerly awaited his son's return. Waiting for your reviews. Chapter 13. As has become the custom from last few chapters, let's get the amazing reviews out of the way before we get to the fun stuff. Obsessed with HP fanfic as always, I am always delighted to see how you relish reading every chapter. Anarian, thanks for your review. Cadix, I do not think Harry Potter will dump Ron because they both are 15 years old children and children make stupid mistakes, but to dump a friend who has been with you in life or death situate. Ion, for his petty feeling of jealousy is not rational, at least not for Harry Potter. There is a storm brewing and he will need allies before all is said and done. Hypergem, thanks for all the praise that you have given to this story and for being such avid reader. You guessed it right that English is not my first language and my profession of a lawyer also does not allow me to cultivate love for writing. Writing for this FIC is done whenever I get time out of my job of lawyer. Raymond J. Sorry for the wrong spelling of your name in the author's note of last chapter. Warhammer, thanks for the review. Please note that all the conversation between Harry and the Nagas will happen in parcel tongue and are italicized. I will try to show some interesting things in this chapter which will entertain the readers. I would love if you guys would leave a review telling about the chapter and what you liked in it or what you disliked. I am really sorry for the many grammatical errors in the last chapter. Thank you Hyper Jim for the edit. Disclaimer: this is perhaps dream of every other fiction writer to have some dibs on this amazing world, but sadly none of us have any such right. Harry James Potter well and truly belongs to the JKR. Wizarding Britain. The next day, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured Sirius Black's smiling face with the headline, Sirius Black exonerated, by Amadeus Bartrey. In an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot yesterday, DMLE department presented irrefutable evidence that Sirius Black is innocent of all charges. In a surprising turn of events, Peter Pettigrew, who was believed to have died at the hands of Sirius Black over 13 years ago, is alive and in DMLE custody. Continued on page 3. Page 3 continued the story. Yesterday, an emergency session was called for by the Minister of Magic on the insistence of head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. While the Fudge administration has not had called for an emergency meeting since escape of Sirius Black from the infamous prison Azkaban 2 years ago. This meeting was also concerned with Mr. Black. See page 10 for the exclusive of Daily Prophet about the escape. As the Wizengamot gathered, Madam Bones present. Ed, a person long thought dead before the Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew, who has been thought dead at the hands of Sirius Black and touted as a hero by all of us since last 14 years, was found alive and captive of the DMLE. Madam Bones argued before the Wizengamot that Peter was the one betrayed the Potters and Sirius Black was innocent of all the crimes ascribed to him. CP 8. As Lord Malfoy tried Ed to object to the trial, stating that Mr. Black was already convicted, Chief Warlock Dumbledore revealed that Mr. Black had never got a trial. A scion of ancient and most noble house was sent to onto without a trial in blatant violation of our laws. That is a sacrilege of the sacred laws which have been guiding our society since its inception. See page 9 for the laws governing the formation of Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew was administered the Veritaserum, and under its effects he confessed to being a Death Eater and of betraying the Potters by giving the Fidelius secret of their location to you know who on that fateful Halloween. Mr. Black was declared innocent and given an apology for the blunder committed by the previous administration, with reparations to follow. This begs the question, what else is the ministry lying about? Is there any truth about the claims of Harry Potter, the boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore, who have been saying that you know who has returned? If their claims are true, then we will be in deep trouble when the truth comes to light, and we are not ready for another war as the last war which eliminated many of our houses. We at the Daily Prophet tender our apologies to Mr. Black for publishing derogatory articles about him. See page 11 about the life of Sirius Black and his association with Potters. The paper was full of the fallout from that meeting. There was the half-page ad, paid for by the ministry, apologizing to Sirius for the treatment he received. There was the article about Lucius Malfoy stomping out of the meeting, just short of being ejected for contempt. There was another article about the regency of the House of Black being stripped from Lucius Malfoy and conferred on Sirius Black. There was an editorial about questionable decisio. NS the minister had made since taking office, which included refusing to look into the possibility that Sirius Black was innocent when witnesses claimed to have seen Peter Pettigrew alive over a year ago, cutting of the DMLE budget to dangerously and historically low levels, his flat refusal to investigate claims that you know who might be back, and his smear campaign over the last few days against Dumbledore and the boy who lived. Foothills of the Himalayas. Harry Potter and Harsh Vardhan appeared at the base of a hill which reminded Harry of the mountains around Hogwarts. In this part of the world, however, this was a minor foothill. Looking into the distance, Harry could see ranks of higher and higher mountains marching away from him until their snow-capped peaks were lost in the haze. Lower slopes were alive with dense forests which were dense and lush with trees he had never seen before. Scanning up the slopes, the trees changed to more familiar evergreens thinning out to scrub near the snow line. Reading about it was one thing, but seeing it was quite another experience. Standing where he was, in a forest easily as dense as the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, feeling the warmth of the sun. It was hard to take in that he could see all the way to where it was so cold that the snow never melted. As they arrived, Harsh quietly conjured a chair and sat down, leaving Harry to stand alone. After some time passed and nothing happened, Harsh spoke. "We have to wait for a while, Harry. Are you sure you want to remain standing?" Confused, Harry asked, "Guruji, there is no other chair for me to sit on." Harsh smirked. "It is each to his own, Harry. As your good Professor McGonagall would say, are you a wizard or not?" Feeling embarrassed at his stupidity, Harry drew his wand and transfigured a branch of a tree into a chair. While Harsh's chair was very comfortable looking, his was very basic and lacked the detailed work that Harsh had done on his chair. As they sat waiting, Harry began to doze and a minute later had fallen asleep. A stinging hex woke him up. Opening his eyes, he found Harsh to be engaged in battle with 6 men who were ferociously dueling with the stick and trying to do him in while he was fighting with an ease against them which showed in his spells. He kept shooting his choice spells at them while the men were trying hard to overcome him. As Harry watched, one of the men fired a bone breaker which broke Harsh's offhand. Finally alert to the danger, Harry sprang into action. He whipped out his wand and fired a stunner at one of them and a petrifying hex at another. Only one of his spells connected with the enemy. The other was simply batted aside. 2 of them turned their attention to him while the remaining 3 of them were still engaged with Harsh, who was easily sparring with them as if nothing had happened. Harry immediately started sending some of the more dangerous spells at the 2 men who dodged or shielded them easily while keeping him engaged. He shot a bombarda at one and a reductor at another, both of which were swatted aside. He kept firing bombarda and reductor alternately at both the men while he shielded himself from the hexes he knew and dodged those he did not recognize. What made it hard for him was that the men were casting their spells inaudibly, making him second-guess everything he did while he kept invocating aloud, giving them time to maneuver their way out of his spells. Trying his creative side, he ran forward while he shielded himself from their spells, risking a dark spell which could shatter his basic shield. As he ran, he fired a bone breaker at one of the men who immediately jumped aside. However, as he jumped, Harry shot another bone breaker in the direction where the man was going to land. As the man landed, the hex connected with his rib cage, knocking the man backwards from the force of the spell. The other man, who was surprised with this move, dropped his shield and Harry immediately brought him down with a stunner. He turned to the rest to find that Harsh had disabled 2 of them while the one he had petrified earlier had been released from the hex and was firing lethal curses at Harsh. Harry raised his wand and was about to fire a hex when he hesitated. He did not want to fire when the enemy's back was turned, but then he saw that Harsh was getting tired and he immediately shot a stunner which downed the man. Harsh slumped in relief, leaving Harry alone to face the last man standing. The man turned to his stunned comrade and enervated him before engaging Harry in a duel, making him groan. He was alone while the enemy had just doubled. Thinking creatively, he shot a jet of water in one man's face and jumped aside to avoid a nasty-looking gray-colored curse. While the man was blinded, Harry sent a bone breaker at the man's wand hand. As the last standing opponent turned to him, Harry started firing highly powered bombarda, reductor and bone breakers at the man. As the man shielded himself from the barrage of hexes, Harry sent in a stinger surprising the man who faltered for a second, and Harry immediately swooped in with a stunning spell taking him out. Bravo! Harsh was clapping enthusiastically. Well done. Immediately proceeded to tend to the fallen men, enervating those who were stunned while tending to the injured. Harry watched in amazement as the mystic tended to his enemies. He asked, Guruji, they attacked us. Why are you tending to them? Harsh laughed. They did not attack us, Harry. It was pre-planned to test your alertness to your surroundings. It looks like you were drowned in the serenity of the ambient magic of this place. Harry smiled sheepishly. I felt an overwhelming sensation to take a nap, and since you were sitting comfortably, I went to sleep. I did not know that magic could have this effect. Harsh smiled. Ambient magic does that to you. This place is on 3 powerful ley lines and is suffused with so much magic that anyone who is attuned to magic like you would be overwhelmed and feel the urge to sleep. Harry nodded his head, saying nothing while thinking about the mystic's words. Guruji, why did I never feel that way at Hogwarts? Hogwarts is a castle, Harry, where there are hundreds of individuals sharing in the magic steeped into the walls of the castle, so the effect is minimal, while this place is sparsely populated and no one save for the magical beasts or mystics come this way, Harsh explained. Markish, what is your assessment of Harry? Harsh asked a mystic. Guruji, Mr. Potter is handy with a wand. And his speed is impressive and he is quite experienced for his age. His spells pack a lot of power, but he hesitates from using lethal curses. He stays his hand even in those conditions where it is crucial to act quickly, but he is creative and never hesitates from taking risk to achieve what he desires. The mystic replied, his spell repertoire is either limited or he do not have the conviction to use those spells effectively. He seems boggled into the traditional light and dark spells dogma of the British wizards. Harsh smiled. Did any of you notice that he cast his spells audibly? He outs his spells and inadvertently informs his opponent, giving time to the opponent to either shield or dodge his spells. He seems to favor shielding than dodging, which explains that he never had any formal training in dueling but has self-trained. He cannot control the power in his spells and they come out rather heavy-handed. A bone breaker with controlled power would only break bones, but a bone breaker cast by him was powerful enough to throw his opponent a great distance while breaking his bones. Harry was listening to everything being said with rapt attention. Harry was proud of his prowess, but the battles he had fought in the last few days showed that power alone was not enough against experienced fighters. They could dodge or bat his spells aside while he wore himself out casting overpowered spells to no effect. Then, however long it took, when he was tired, they could move in and take him down. Harry, Harsh addressed him, the day for today is almost at an end. Tomorrow, you will start your journey to find our tribe in the upper hills. Find? Harry stammered, I thought you were taking me. Harsh smirked, yes, Harry. It is part of our initiation that the new recruits are to find our tribe from here. You will meet a variety of creatures in way, wandering magical tribes and many troubles, but when you find us, you will be ready. Ready? Harry asked. For what, Guruji? For starting your training, of course, Harsh said with a wide smile. You are to train after all. As they were talking, Harsh produced a bundle for Harry. This is a 10 for you to use when in the wilderness trying to find us, Harry. It has inbuilt runes of turning invisible with a tap of wand, animal and human repelling charms so that you can have nice sleep, but there is no water and no food inside. That is for you to make do with what you find in the forest, however there are some spices inside. He also produced a small instrument from his pocket. This is a magical compass fixed in direction of our castle. One more thing, Harry, you will need your hippogriff for this part of the journey. But he is not here, Harry said. How then, can I ask his help? It's either that or fly, Harry. Harsh smirked again. You would have to cross valleys full of dangerous beasts, and flying is the safest way. But how do I call him? Asked Harry, exasperated. He is your familiar, Harry, Harsh explained. If you call him with all your intent, then he will be able to come before morning. Harry closed his eyes and scrunched up his face in concentration, thinking of Blackstorm Willie. Blackstorm to come to him before the morning. He felt nothing for a few minutes and was about to give up when Harsh's voice cut into his thoughts. Don't think too hard, Harry. Just think of him as you think about your owl, Hedwig, and how she is always able to find you. Immediately he relaxed and started thinking of Blackstorm's features and what it would be like to have the Hippogriff with him. He felt a very light tug at his magic and he could sense thoughts of the Hippogriff. Opening his eyes, he grinned to Harsh. He is coming. Now Harry, how about you make the arrangements for your OWN food for tonight and erect this tent before we sleep in? Harsh asked him, mirroring Harry's grin, seeing the boy grimace at the thought of fending for his own food. Longbottom Castle. Frank was getting bored. Since he had come out of his coma, he had been confined to his room, not allowed to step outside even for a moment. No amount of begging, pleading, bribery or threats changed the healer's mind on that issue. Healer Lynn put her foot down and told him bluntly that he was not strong enough yet, that he could barely even stand, never mind go for a walk. Frank just scoffed at her expert opinion. After a number of temper tantrums, she finally agreed that if Frank could walk all the way to the front door of the castle without slumping or any help, that she would allow him to walk around the grounds. But he was not to apparate or flow anywhere. Frank had gritted his teeth and barely made it outside into the corridor before he slumped to the floor, unable to stand. The healer had since confined him to that infernal chair. Since that day, his regiment of potions was increased to expedite his strength gaining. Alice had been laughing all the while seeing him throw tantrums at being coddled like a toddler. Neville had been coming to visit them daily without fail. Some days he was extremely cheerful and on other days he came exhausted, looking battered and worn down as if he had been run through the ringer. While Neville always tried to sound very perked up and upbeat, Frank could hear the undertone of hopelessness and despair which made him wonder what was really wrong in the wizarding world. Augusta had forbidden any questions till next week, and this was the next week today, and he was going to have some answers. There was nobody who would be able to deny him those answers today. Frankie. Augusta's voice cut into his thoughts. How are you this fine morning? Good morning, Mother, Frank replied in a jovial voice, or at least he hoped it was jovial. Today is the day that you promised me some answers. So, how about it? Augusta laughed, then chided him for his impatience. Well, good morning to you too, Frankie. Can't wait to hear all the news, can you? Then, with a sigh, she said. I can hardly blame you. Very well then, ask your questions. Frank immediately started. What happened to the war? Did you know who died? Where are Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew? Who got the custody of Harry Potter? Augusta remained quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then started. The war for all intents and purposes ended the day that you know who disappeared. It took us months to round up the rest of the Death Eaters. There had been quite a few attacked in the last days of the war, including you and Alice. A couple of days after you know who's fall, Sirius Black was arrested on the charges of betraying the Potters and of killing 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew when Pettigrew supposedly tried to corner him about betraying the Potters. Sirius was sent to a Zunal constituted in the following days, and we all thought he was guilty. Since James and Lily's will was not found, Harry Potter was sent to Lily's Muggle relatives to be kept safe. Alice, who had been silent all this while, shouted, What? They sent Harry Potter to live with Muggles. Why didn't anyone interfere? Why did you not try to take him in, Mother? Where was Remus Lupin? Augusta sadly smiled. Remus Lupin was a tired soul. His entire world revolved around his friends. When the news reached him that James and Lily were dead, and then Peter Pettigrew a couple of days later, and finally that Sirius had been tossed into Azkaban for their murders, something inside him broke and he disappeared. Nobody heard anything from him until Sirius broke out of Azkaban. That was and he came back to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. That was in Neville's 3rd year there. He often says that Remus Lupin is the only decent defense professor they had. I had gone to Dumbledore to ask him to let me adopt Harry Potter, but he pointed out that I already had a child to care for and I was not getting any younger. He said something about some blood wards keeping him safe. And considering the attack happened at Green Hughes, I was not willing to take any chances with 2 children in my custody. Frank's face showed a variety of emotions, including disbelief, surprise, and anger. As Augusta finished her narrative, he said, Of all the things that I know for certain, Mother, I can say that Sirius Black would never betray the Potters. James was like his brother and Sirius loved him more than his own brother. Regulus. He would have willingly taken a killing curse if it meant that it would save James. The ministry must have bungled up somehow. What happened in Neville's third year? Did they get Sirius Black? Augusta told of the entire fiasco that was the third year when Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. He had spotted Peter Pettigrew in his animagus rat form in a pie. Tur on the front page of the Daily Prophet. With the Weasleys. Knowing that Pettigrew was not dead, but perilously close to Harry, he did the impossible and somehow got past the Dementors to confront the traitor. As it turned out, Pettigrew was a Death Eater. I don't know all the details, but somehow, Pettigrew escaped and ran off to look for you-know-who. Fudge refused to believe or investigate that Pettigrew was alive and went to fetch the Dementors to execute Sirius. Again, I don't know the details, but somehow Sirius escaped as well. As it turned out, Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr., both thought to be long dead, were instrumental in the tragic events around the third task of the Triwizard Tournament just weeks ago. You-know-who was returned to his body. Harry recaptured Pettigrew and Sirius was exonerated. You-know-who and his cronies are trying to work in secret to recruit more to their numbers and undermine the ministry. Fudge continues to be an ineffectual idiot. And now you are up to date. As she finished, Frank and Alice's expressions had turned inscrutable. Frank sighed. What you have told us, Mother, is horrifying. To think that we had been through a war and woke up just as another war is knocking on the door. But I know for one that I will fight in this war. Alice, who was quiet all this while, turned to Augusta. While all this is rich information, Mother, I am more interested to know about Neville's 4 years at Hogwarts. I recall you said that Neville often says that Remus Lupin was one of the most decent defense professors. I wonder what he has been going through at school. Augusta schooled her features into an impassive face. I have answered enough questions for this week. Now you both have to wait for some time before I am up to another round of this play. Meanwhile, if you want to help your son and his god brother, you should focus on your recuperation. The sooner you are in shape, the sooner you will be able to shake up the order of things. They both nodded, knowing there was nothing that could deter her from her resolution of not answering any more questions today. They already had a lot to think about and to prepare for another war. This time, they will not go easy on the Death Eaters, but they will end the menace once and for all. He had lost many of his friends and allies at their hands, simmering with anger over their inability to do anything due to being tied down with restrictions. This time they will take the fight to them. The revelations had lit a fire in them to get well soon and on their feet to help with the war and to aid in any way possible. Cottage on the Hill. Good morning, students, said Remus jovially to the students before him. What do you all know about the Death Eaters? Remus Lupin asked the students before him. As always, Hermione Granger raised her hand to answer. Remus turned to her and said, kindly, Miss Granger, I can always count on you to give the exact answer from the book. Let's give other students a chance to show what they know. Hermione blushed, but put her hand down. Miss Bones, will you answer my question? He asked to Susan, who by the looks of it was lost somewhere else. Snapping to attention, she started. From what I have read about them, they are mostly purebloods, but not all of them are overtly powerful or adept at magic. Most of them are average witches or RDS who have a false feeling of supremacy about them. Based on their roles, I would classify them into the commanders and the foot soldiers. Commanders are the Death Eaters, who are more dangerous than most, like Antonin Dolohov, Bellatrix Lestrange, etc., who are powerful and can cast dark magic and a variety of spells and have often been referred to as the inner circle, while the foot soldiers are those who are not really powerful, but they are used mostly to bolster their numbers or just to have another wand at their side. They cannot do magic like the commanders, but all it takes to cast an unforgivable as hatred towards anyone, and it makes them equally dangerous. Remus smiled at her very articulate answer. Your observations are very astute based on what you have been taught. He turned to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, what strategy would you adopt against a foot soldier? Neville thought for a moment before replying. In battle, all it takes for a warrior to fall is one spell. Foot soldiers, as Susan said, are only to bolster their numbers, therefore, they must be neutralized as soon as possible because it takes only hatred to fire an unforgivable. Remus turned to Hermione. Anything you want to add to their findings? Hermione, who had been listening with rapt attention, merely shook her head. Not everything Susan and Neville said was exactly as written in the books be. They had precisely summed up everything. There were minor things they omitted, but those were not worth mentioning in all that they had recited. What strategy would you adopt against a Dark Lord? Remus was asking. A Dark Lord should not be taken on by anyone except one who is as powerful as him. One who is as adept as him at magic and is equal to or greater in experience than him is suitable to fight him. If someone else wants to engage him in a duel, they should do it in groups. That way, they can keep him engaged and suffer minimum casualties. She finished with a flourish while Remus was smiling at her. He turned to Ron. Ron, if we are to plan an ambush, what should be our approach? Ron sat still for a while before speaking. I guess it would depend on many factors like how many warriors you have, the battlegrounds, your resources and your capability. No strategy can be formed without knowing all the variables in an equation. The students were discussing a chapter Ramu S had allocated them to read from Dark Lords, from Grindelwald to Voldemort, which outlined their strategies, their mode of operations, atrocities they committed and how they met their downfall. The author was an obscure wizard who went by a pseudonym but had a very firm grasp of facts and details of events as they happened. Ironically, the book had been banned from distribution in ed from the Co.Nt Inant by Dumbledore, who had procured enough copies for the students and the members of the order. Sirius had suggested that the junior members be allowed to read them so that they would know what they are facing. One of the tasks that they had not done yet was to desensitize them to battle and gore as they knew would follow. That would fall to Alistair though, since none of the other adults had the heart to do it. As the class came to an end, a sound started to blare through the cottage, making Remus grip his wand and run outside with the junior members following him out. As they stepped out of the cottage, a red-colored spell hit Ron in the face and he passed out, making others halt. As Hermione stooped to enervate him, another spell approached them. Fred took it on his hastily conjured shield. Soon there were more curses raining down on them and the students started running for cover. As they ran, they noticed Remus engaged in a duel with two masked men who were trying to do him in. He battled them with everything he had. They noticed McGonagall was there conjuring walls, transforming objects into animals, motioning them to attack the hooded figures. Tiny Professor Flitwick was holding his own against three of the masked men who were trying to corner him, but the remarkable professor was keeping them at bay with ease, showing his extraordinary reflexes, using even the easiest of charms to duel with the masked men. There was Sirius, who was fighting with two of them who were gaining the upper hand on him with each minute. Neville immediately whipped his wand out and sent a powerful blasting hex at one of the two who were engaged with Sirius, while he shouted at the others, Fred and George, go and secure the perimeter of the cottage, do what you can to keep them in check and make sure that no one else enters. Hermione, go and help Remus. Susan, go and help Professor McGonagall. Ginny, go and try to contact Professor Dumbledore. Tell him we are losing and we need reinforcements. They all immediately sped into action, with each running to do their assigned tasks. The twins rushed to the property line where they found two of the masked men guarding a strange contraption. Hello, my merry men, said Fred. As the men turned, George fired a stunning spell at them, but a third man appeared out of nowhere and flicked the spell aside with a wave of his wand. He immediately started firing spell chains at them, which forced them to run for cover. The three men they were facing were highly proficient in using lethal curses against them. One of them was solely using fire spells against them, while another used a combination of Bombarda, Confrigno and Reducto at them. The third was mostly defending the other two against any attacks, not that the twins were attacking that much. One of the twins pulled out an innocent-looking wire from his pocket and threw it at them. Before it connected, the other twin cast a finite at the wire and it expanded, forming a net which immediately grew to disable the three of them, tying them into a vast net. Neville had engaged one of the two who were fighting Sirius, and he sent a reductor at the man who dodged it and sent a tripping X, which Neville sidestepped and immediately had to dodge a nasty-looking violet-colored curse by ducking on the ground. Another yellow-colored curse followed, which made him roll from his position. He got up and produced a shield, which was met with a shield-shattering curse followed by a disarming hex. As his shield shattered and he saw the disarming hex flying at him, he immediately ed his wand back into its holster on his arm. After the disarming hex passed harmlessly through him, He again willed his wand into his hand and almost instantaneously sent a blasting hex at his attacker, who jumped out of the way. Neville immediately started sending high-powered blasting hexes at the man, who conjured a shield to avoid being hit. After a few seconds, Neville feigned dropping from X. Hoschin and his opponent dropped the shield to fire a hex at him. Neville immediately fired a stunner at his opponent, who crumpled to the ground. Neville turned to the others and found that Hermione was barely holding her own against one of the masked figures, who was firing hexes at her relentlessly. She was having a hard time defending herself from all curses for the reason that the basic shield she knew could not hold against the variety of curses fired at her. As Neville watched, she conjured a shield which was shattered almost immediately, and a stunner knocked her out. Susan was not faring well either with her opponent, who had forced her on the defensive and was coming down heavily on her. She was trying to hold her own against her opponent, who was liberally transfiguring things into animals and animating them to attack Susan, while the opponent kept McGonagall busy with turning her own animations against her. As McGonagall conjured a flock of birds and directed them towards her opponent to distract him. His opponent cast a wide-area stunner which McGonagall dodged while Susan crumpled to the ground. As Neville rushed forward to help his friends, Sirius fell to the floor with a gash on his forehead, and before Neville knew anything, he was passed out. Neville returned to consciousness with Sirius grinning at him while he lay on the floor of the cottage. As he remembered the battle, he immediately leapt up to his feet to see order members in the cottage while his friends were just waking up. Dumbledore started the meeting. This attack was a test for you all to see your alertness and responsiveness to a situation. You saw an attack happening and you people forgot that this property is under a Fidelius charm and no one can enter here unless they are told the secret WH. It meant anyone coming in here would not be an enemy. Afterwards you all did some quick thinking, choosing to help the members already fighting, and were bested in your turn. Now I want you all to narrate how you did and how you were bested. Quote, Fred started. We had trapped Kingsley, Dad, George continued, and Bill. Fred said, we thought ourselves victorious. George said, when Hestia and Emmeline came. Together they said, they just apparated before us and stunned us. Albus raised his hand in a gesture to stop them from speaking. Good work using the contraption, Mr. Weasley and Weasley B. Oop, you forgot your orders and were dallying around. I remember Mr. Longbottom ordered you to make sure that no one else can enter. Next time, pay attention to your surroundings. Miss Granger, your turn, he indicated Hermione. I was battling Tonks, who was using random spells to defeat my shields. She used many spells that I do not know and she was casting them relentlessly, not giving me time to think. She shattered all my shields almost at the moment I conjured them. She kept using single spells as well as a spell chain or two to keep me thinking and stunned me. Tonks smiled kindly at her. You need to work on your dodging. It is physically more demanding, but it leaves your power free to use for attack and it is effective against unknown spells. You will get better with time, Hermione. Why? Oh, you were holding your own against me for quite a long time. I think your exhaustion played a good role in getting you knocked out. Dumbledore turned to Ron. What about you, Mr. Weasley? Ron considered for a few seconds before he spoke. I was stunned before we even joined the battle. Dumbledore nodded while turning to Ginny. What about you, Miss Weasley? Ginny looked flushed, her cheeks tinted red. Neville ordered me to contact you and ask for reinforcements. I tried to flow call you but the flow was down. I kept trying for some time before I was confronted by Alistair Moody, who fired a street inging hex at me which I barely dodged and was immediately knocked out by a stunner. Alistair growled, you need to be more aware of your surroundings. You were under attack and you were oblivious to the dangers around you. If it is any consolation to you, you were the last to be taken out, but you need to work harder. Dumbledore turned to Neville. What AOM? Neville sheepishly smiled. I do not know who I was dueling, but he was fast and kept firing hexes at me which I barely dodged. I somehow stunned the man before I turned to see how others were faring and forgot the man Sirius was dueling with. As I watched Hermione and Susan getting stunned, I turned to help them, and Professor Snape, who had just knocked Sirius out, stunned me. Alistair muttered, don't downplay your talents, boy. He turned to the others. This one kept parrying me for a few minutes and dodged or shielded my spells. When I sent a disarming jinx at him, he sent his wand into his holster, neutralizing my hex, and I immediately started raining down on me with powerful blasting hexes. When he could not stun me, he feigned to drop from exertion, and when I let my guard down, he stunned me. A bloody trickster, if there ever was one. Constant vigilance. Alistair, chortled Sirius, making others laugh. Dumbledore, who was smiling at the antics of everyone around him, turned to Susan finally. You were helping Professor McGonagall to duel with me. You were holding your own pretty well until you missed the wide area stunner which knocked you out. Dumbledore turned to the people gathered in the room. You all did well, but there is much more you will need to learn. You were successful in shielding and dodging, but you will need to do more. With that, the meeting was dismissed, and as they were leaving, Sirius was cornered by Arthur. Sirius, did you do anything to Grimmauld Place? Sirius grinned at him. Why do you ask, Arthur? Arthur shrugged. At random times, when we are eating in the kitchen or people are sitting there, weird things keep happening. Once all the food disappeared, once the table grew legs and walked away, the enchanted mirrors keep saying rude things, the fireplace keeps shutting itself off, and once the mirror called Dumbledore, old goat, making the headmaster chuckle. Sirius was trying very hard not to laugh, knowing it would give away that he was behind these pranks. He had not been to Grimmauld Place since he had come to the cottage on the hill, but he had asked his elves to keep everyone busy with pranks, and they were obviously doing their part. No, Arthur, I had nothing to do with the recent events as you narrated, but I will look into it, he assured the Weasley patriarch. India. As Harry woke in the morning, he found that nobody else was in the tent. He went out of the tent to find that there was no one else in the area either. He collapsed the tent and put it in a backpack which he had in his trunk and had taken out the previous day. As he took out the contraption Harsh had given him, he inspected it more closely and found a parchment with instructions to use the contraption. One of the instructions asked him to tap it twice with his wand and it would morph into a wristwatch that he could wear. He immediately did so, and as he was setting out to find the mystics, he heard the whooshing of large wings and found his hippogriff descending from the sky to meet him. Grinning with pleasure, he immediately bowed to the beast. The beast bowed its head in return and sat on its haunches, allowing him to mount upon it. To his delight, Harry found that the tack was already on its back. He took a minute to check that the tack was in order before he mounted and took to the sky. Going north towards the hills, he could feel the cold wind hitting him in the face, making him shiver. He descended near a stream and got off the hippogriff. Go and forage for a bit, mate. I think I will need to find something to make me comfortable before we can fly. As he looked in to his trunk to find a woolen cloak or some sweaters or a Weasley jumper or his Gryffindor scarf, he found nothing. As he panicked, he remembered some of the charms that he had studied and some of the transfigurations that Professor McGonagall had taught him. He pointed his wand at his clothes, willing his magic and changing the fabric of his cloak into a heavy woolen cloak which immediately fell warm, and he transfigured a piece of wood into a thick scarf which he rolled around his head. He pointed his wand at himself and cast some warming charms at him and again mounted the hippogriff and took to the skies, but had to land again after some time due to feeling cold. As he neared the ground, he found that he was warmer than in the air. He took the tack off Blackstorm's back and shrinking it, he slipped it into his backpack. He released the hippogriff to forage for food while he continued the journey on foot. As he walked, he began to take notice of his surroundings. The woods were heavily populated and thick with trees which he was sure were magical. There were a few he recognized from his herbology class, but there were many he had never seen. There was a tree with long curved leaves with a red hue which exuded a lovely fragrance. As he inhaled the perfume, he felt a compulsion to walk toward the tree. His trance was broken when the hippogriff nudged him with its head. As he came out of his trance, he noticed a small animal approaching the tree. When the animal got close enough to the tree, it fell down on the ground dead. A second later, a tentacle leapt from the tree lapping the dead animal into a toothy maw hidden in the bole of the tree. Harry blanched at the tree and decided to continue forward while trying not to think about what he had just seen. As he was walking, he became aware of someone watching him and chose to be careful with his actions. As he walked forward, an owl hooted, making him jump. The owl was sitting on a nearby tree and was quite different from other owls he had seen. He was proud of Hedwig, but this owl was truly beautiful. It was taller and heavier, with its golden plumage shining and its amber eyes glowing. As Harry watched, it hooted again and something flashed in his mind. Some scenes where he was flying on his hippogriff to battle, the Quidditch pitch on fire, him holding a girl in his arms and crying, him hugging Susan, he and Susan standing in a clearing with their wrists joined by tendrils of magic, him holding a wand in each hand, Harry standing over the dead body of Voldemort, Harry hugging Sirius, who looked beaten with cuts and gashes on his arms but smiling. Neville smiling and embracing him like a brother, and there were a lot of scenes which did not make sense to him but gave him some sense of foreboding. As the flash ended, Harry found that the owl was gone and he was standing in the open. Trying to memorize the scenes of what had happened, he walked further and suddenly the hair on the back of his head rose and he ducked. A split second later, a spear passed through the space he had just vacated. Harry fast drew his wand and turned, shooting a stunner in the direction the spear came from. A moment later, a heavy thud told him that the spell had found its mark. A second later, Harry jumped aside as another spear whirred towards him. After another stunner and another thud, Harry broke into a run with ears raining down on him from all directions. He kept running in a zigzag pattern and often doubled back on his own path, but his pursuers seemed to know the forest well. Finally, as he was out of breath and panting, his steps faltered for a moment when a spear grazed his leg, making him wince in pain, and he stifled a cry as he fell down with heavy ropes binding him. As he watched, a snake appeared. It was a big brown serpent with menacing fangs and had a broad hood. As it slithered towards Harry, hood raised, several men appeared around him wielding spears. As the snake was poised to strike, Harry hissed, "Greetings, noble beast. Do not bite me." The snake stopped mid-strike. "Who are you? You speak the tongue, but you are not a Naga." Harry replied, "I am Harry Potter." The snake hissed, "Harry Potter who? I do not know any by such name." Harry did not know what to say. He was confident that the snake would die if it bit him. He had basilisk venom in his blood which vaccinated him against all snake poison. He needed to say something to the snake to stop it from attacking him. He hissed to the snake, "I am Edessence." The snake dipped its hood. "I can taste the magic in your blood, Speaker. You have ancient magics in your blood. Peverells who walked the land long ago will walk again in you, Speaker." While Harry was surprised with the snake telling him about Peverells, he supposed it did not make a significant difference considering his ancestors were war mages, but he did not know that the Peverells had Parseltongue in their bloodline. "Peverells destroyed most of my kin. And they walk again with one who speaks the tongue. Say your wish, Speaker, it will be granted. And leave us in peace," the snake hissed. "I was just passing through," replied Harry. The snake turned to the men who had been listening with rapt attention and ordered them to release Harry from his bonds and harm him no more. As the snake slithered away, one of the men approached him and released Harry from the rope that was binding him. "Greetings, Speaker." Harry had never met another man in his life who could speak to snakes, therefore he was amazed to find that the man was one. "You can speak this language?" he asked. The man replied offhandedly, "Of course we can. We the Naga are descendants to snake speakers from ancient times and we can speak this language. Tell me about you." So, it was that Harry told everything to him about being a Parseltongue, Voldemort, coming to India with the mystics, crossing the terrain to find their tribal home, and his aim to train to become a sorcerer who could defeat Voldemort for good. As he finished, the chief, as he was the leader of the Nagas, invited him to the home of the Nagas for the night. As it was nearing evening, Harry accepted their offer, grateful to have a roof over his head for the evening and not being alone. After a dinner with the Nagas, which was one of his strangest yet tasty meals, the chief invited him to talk. "So Harry," the chief said, "do you know any Parseltongue magic?" "Parseltongue magic?" Harry asked, confused. "Yes," the chief replied. "Parseltongue is a magical language and has more magic than your ordinary language. Even ordinary spells fired in Parseltongue are twice more powerful than when cast in an ordinary tongue." Harry was intrigued. He had once or twice thought about the usefulness of Parseltongue, but he had not been able to find anything. Since Parseltongue was considered a trait of dark wizards, there were really no books available on it. Sirius had hinted that there were books in the Black family library which could be classified as dark, so he was not interested in knowing them, but here he was being offered to be tutored in parcel magics without any costs. I have no knowledge of parcel magics. Noble chief, Harry answered the chief. If you wish, Harry Potter, then come see us after you have done your training with the mystics. Lord Harshvardhana would not take offense to an offer like this. The chief offered, we will teach you all that we can. This language can be of use for you in the upcoming war against this Voldemort. There are not many tribes left in the world who speak parcel tongue, so I doubt he would know about these magics. I have one question, though, Harry said to the chief, how do you keep warm at this temperature? The chief guffawed at this. We have magic to keep us warm, and we also do a lot of physical work. And we have a plant whose leaves help us to remain warm even in the harshest climate. After that, Harry was led to a small hut on one side of the settlement where there was no bed in sight but a bed of straw laid out on the ground. Not wanting to offend his hosts and not wanting to do more magic, he immediately fell on the straw. As he was about to pass out, the Naga who had accompanied him gave him 2 leaves to eat, telling him that they would keep him warm for the night.